Visualize 1,000 Nam Chenrezig above our heads, and all the 6 realm beings surrounding us in human form. Easiest way to purify. And as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, nectar flows down from the heart of Chenrezig, falling on top of each and every sentient being, purifying their kleshas, removing all obscurations of all the negative karma yet to ripen and transform suffering into happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So with that recitation, we imagine that Arya Avalokiteshvara is very pleased with our practice, that he becomes like steam-like substance and falls on top of our crown and enters into our bodies, thereby purifying all our obscurations and making our bodies clean, clear, and minds completely purified. With that, imagining that all 6 realm beings have achieved this status, we will recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhujas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So with that, we'll recite some mantras. Guru Rinpoche mantra. Om Ahung Vajra Guru Pema Siddhihung, 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 Shri Guru Pema Siddhihung, Om Ahung Vajra Guru Pema Siddhihung, Om Ahung Vajra Guru Pema Siddhihung, Ahung Vajra Guru Pema Siddhihung, Om 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 Vajra Guru Pema Siddhihung, Om Ahung 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 Vajra Guru Pema Siddhihung. And we'll recite the Vajra Ama mantra for protection of our own minds. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashabhari Pe, Nampashi Gnagnan Dayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashabhari Pe, Nampashi Gnaganan Dayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashabhari Pe, Nampashi Gnaganan Dayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashabhari Pe, Nampashi Gnaganan Dayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashabhari Pe, Nampashi Gnaganan Dayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashamari Pe, Nampashig Naganan Tayata Sarvaparita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashamari Pe, Nampashig Naganan Tayata Sarvaparita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashamari Pe, Nampashig Naganan Tayata Sarvaparita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Pe Nampashig Naganan Tayata Sarvaparita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Pe Nampashig Naganan Tayata Sarvaparita Hana Hana Vajrana Raksha Soha. Feel with the Black Manjushri mantra. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamchamba Peso Ha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamchamba Peso Ha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamchamba Peso Ha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamchamba Peso Ha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamchamba Peso Ha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Jutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dujasa Dumisa Nigola Chekala Jakam Shamba Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dujasa Dumisa Nigola Chekala Jakam Shamba Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dujasa Dumisa Nigola Chekala Jakam Shamba Soha. Maybe White Tara Mantra. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Jnana Pushtim Kuriya Soha. Om Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Ture Om Tare Ture Soha. 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 And some medicine Buddha mantras for, as recommended by Rinpoche for Sri Lankan situation to change. Blank. Tayata on beganse maha beganse rasta samagate soha 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 tayata on beganse maha beganse rasta samagate soha. And His Holiness's long life prayer. Gangri Rave Kobe Shinkam De Pandang Deva Malu Juvene Chenrezig Chansin Gatsoi Sabbe Sise Badu Tangyu Shri Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Long life prayer. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. The dedication. Jam chu sem cho rinpoche ma ke panam ge kushi ke panyam pa me pae gong ne gong tu pa wa shu ge ba de no du da lama sange drukyu ne drova shi kamalu pa de sala gupa shu. Due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dhamma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dhamma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. And I will hand over to Venerable John.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you. I'm good. I'm
Looks
good.
like
I'm very
still in
concerned about
Australia?
Sri Lanka, but
What's the news from Sri Lanka? I haven't heard in a while.
well, Sri Lanka is sort of gone as far as it can go, kind of thing. Yeah, quite
Quite violent
concerning.
now?
There was some violence, but not at the moment. It's kind of like a stand, just like standing still. Neither parties giving in, and there can't be much progress or negotiations or transformation, until, yeah. So and it's kind of that starvation point for people. And it's kind of funny that all the conditions came together for.
Very sad, huh?
Very sad. Yeah. I think I'm laughing, but it's like, nervous laughter.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But
Really
we
sorry.
do what we can. Thank you, Venerable. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Okay, so let's begin the next session. My name is Joan. I'm based in Kopan Monastery in Nepal. So let's begin by setting up a good motivation for doing this session. And of course, if you did the last session, you're probably already in a good state of mind, so you can continue either reciting Om Mani Padme Hum or reciting one of the prayers that we've been doing. And if you're just joining me for the first time, we can begin by generating a mind of compassion and bodhicitta, thinking to do these prayers for the benefit of all beings everywhere. But let's begin small, thinking of the suffering that we're more familiar with. We can include ourselves, our family, our friends. Think about the various challenges they're facing, especially if they're still facing some difficulties in relation to COVID. And also include people you know who are experiencing difficulties, perhaps in relation to the wars in the world, the violence in the world. Of course, you can include anybody with any kind of suffering in your prayers. So we open our heart to them, wishing them free from whatever suffering they have. And then we can broaden our compassion, make it encompass more beings by thinking of the suffering around us, in our communities, our villages, towns, cities, our nation, and in this world. The suffering that's still happening due to COVID-19, people still sick here in Nepal. A few of my friends have been sick this week. So it's still happening. People are still being hospitalized, still dying from this illness, or just feeling rather miserable for some days, some weeks. And then, of course, there's the ongoing economic fallout. Here in Nepal, we see tourists gradually returning, but certainly not in the usual numbers. And then we think of all the places in the world with violence. We can think of the children and teachers who were killed recently in the latest mass shooting in America. 19 children killed and 2 teachers. So we can include them in our prayers, as well as their families and all their friends and their community that's grieving, as well as in the previous mass shooting of many Black people in New York, Buffalo, New York. And then all the places of violence around the world, including, of course, the war in Ukraine. We open our hearts to all the people involved, the millions of people that are involved in that war and other wars and other places of violence. Wishing it all to end, wishing people to generate peace, loving kindness, compassion in their hearts. So from this place of compassion, and not only compassion, we also try and generate a mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, wishing to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all beings, because only in this way can we ourselves be perfect guides and perfect sources of help to all beings. And then we recite this motivation, this prayer of refuge, putting our trust in the Guru, in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and all the various manifestations of the enlightened mind. So we'll recite this prayer 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we can visualize Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. You visualize Chenrezig. You visualize yourself as Chenrezig if you've received the appropriate empowerment. Otherwise, visualize Chenrezig above the crown of your head or in front of you. We can imagine all the beings that are experiencing suffering also seated in front of us, starting with our close family and friends, and then around them and behind them, all the other sentient beings, in particular those who are sick due to COVID, and those who are experiencing violence, especially the wars, and in particular the war in Ukraine. And then we can visualize that from Chenrezig's holy body, rays of light and nectar radiate out, and on the tip of every ray of light is another Chenrezig, and these come to the crown of the head of each of these suffering beings. And as we recite the mantra, rays of light and nectar flow down and enter into the person below Chenrezig, washing away not only their suffering, but also the causes of their suffering, all the afflicted states of mind and negative karma that bring about suffering. So as we recite the mantra, we can visualize the person gradually filling up with light and nectar and becoming totally free of all their suffering and the causes of their suffering. So recite this mantra for a few minutes. You can recite it whatever way moves your mind and keeps you in that state of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani pami hum 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 mani Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum mani pami hum mani pami hum mani pami hum mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 mani pami Mani pami hum 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So keeping our mind in that state of strong compassion and bodhicitta, we can recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo some centuries ago to put an end to an epidemic in Tibet. We use these words because they were composed out of his mind of bodhicitta, and so they have great power and blessings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibly of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let's do this prayer one more time. And of course, we can include people who are suffering from not only COVID, but also all diseases. Probably most of us know people who are suffering from cancer and other forms of illness that are causing them much mental and physical suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the clash of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibly of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we think strongly. May all these prayers and dedications for all disease to come to an end immediately be realized. May all beings who are experiencing the suffering of illness immediately be freed from that illness. May they find the treatment that they need in order to recover. May they go on and lead long and meaningful lives in good health. And then we can recite this other prayer composed by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo to put an end to the danger of weapons. And here we can include also the dangers of being harmed, for example, in these shootings that occur from time to fairly regularly, unfortunately, in the United States, as well as, of course, all the other sufferings that come from weapons, and in particular that of war. So again, we generate strong compassion for all beings that are experiencing violence. We include here also the people with the violent minds that are perpetrating the violence, that their minds may be pacified, that they may find space in their minds for loving kindness and compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, or compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings at the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmitting beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind, sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, and my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So let's recite this another time. Again, generating a really, really strong wish that all this fighting, all the quarreling, all the violence may immediately come to an end. Om Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, or a compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings at the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations were tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmitted beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspicious to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents. Excuse me, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind, sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, and my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So we can conclude this short session by thinking of the enormous merit we created by turning our minds into compassion and bodhicitta and dedicating this time to benefiting the sentient beings of this world in particular, especially those who are experiencing suffering due to the ongoing pandemic, as well as those who are experiencing the suffering caused by violence. So we dedicate our own merit and combine it with the merit we've created in the past, as well as the merit we'll go on to create in the future. And then to that we join the past, present, future merit of all the Buddhas and of all sentient beings, including that of all the Bodhisattvas. And we dedicate this enormous store of merit. These two very special states of mind be quickly generated in our own minds. The mind of bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness may it be generated in our own minds, the minds of all the people in our family. In particular, in this moment, we can pray strongly that bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness may be born in the minds of all the various leaders of all the various countries, all the politicians in the various parties that are involved in making decisions in our countries, that their mind may be pervaded by compassion and wisdom, and that they may make the best decisions possible for the benefit of the people that they're supposed to be serving, have been elected to serve. May bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness be born in the hearts and minds of all those who are sick, all those who have died, in particular those who have died in the last 49 days, and of all sentient beings everywhere. May those who have already generated bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness, may these two states of mind go on increasing and developing, and may they quickly achieve the fully perfected state of enlightenment. Then we can dedicate for the sick using this verse from Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charavatara. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmutated beings, never occur again. And then we dedicate for all those who've died. We can think of all those who died in the pandemic. More than 6 million people have been counted as dying, but of course there's many, many more. And still, even in the past 49 days, human beings have continued to die of this illness. And then we can think of all those who died in places of violence, in the elementary school shooting, in the shooting in the shop in Buffalo, New York, and in other shootings that are becoming so regular that they often don't get into the news or stay in the news. And then, of course, all the people who have been killed in the war in Ukraine and the wars in other places in this world. May they never ever be reborn in the lower realms. Instead, may they be reborn in the Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if they don't have the merit for this to happen, may they immediately receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru who teaches them the path to enlightenment. And by following this guru with pure devotion and putting into practice his or her teachings, may they quickly generate renunciation, bodhicitta, right view, and realize the 2 stages of Tantra and achieve the highest state of enlightenment. And then we dedicate sealing all the merits that we've created with this by bringing to mind emptiness, so that these merits are protected from being destroyed by ourselves giving rise to wrong views, heresy, or anger. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long, long lives of all our precious holy gurus, the source of all our hope for progress on our spiritual path, our guides, that their lives may be long, that they may be free of all obstacles to their good health, to their ongoing teaching of the Holy Dharma, and that all their activities for the benefit of sentient beings may flourish without the slightest obstacle. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I'm also going to lead the next session. And in this next session, we're going to do the prayers advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, prayers to Padmasambhava to, in particular, put an end to war, and in particular in this moment to put an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. So we pray that the war may end, that it definitely may not escalate and become a nuclear war, that it may not become the Third World War, and that all this fighting may immediately come to an end. So let's begin by generating this strong, strong wish for that to happen. We can think of the horrible images that we've seen in the last few months. All the people injured, people who have died, people who've lost their homes, their businesses, people who've had to flee their country. And of course, this war is not only happening in Ukraine, but in other places in the world. We open our hearts to them, thinking how awful it is that human beings cause such pain and destruction to each other. Well, of course, it's easy to generate compassion for the victims of the violence. It's also important to include also the perpetrators of the violence in our compassion. The people who cause these terrible acts of violence are, of course, going to experience violence in the future as a result of their negative actions. So long term, they're going to suffer from them. And then, of course, there's many people in Russia who are, for whatever reason, fighting against their Ukrainians, being conscripted into the army, being ignorant of the reasons for the war, being fed a lot of misinformation, making them believe that Russia itself is in danger. So we try to include both sides, all the people on both sides in our compassion. And the same for every place where there's war. And then from this place of compassion, we generate strong feeling of bodhicitta, taking responsibility to bring about the end of suffering for all beings by ourselves becoming fully enlightened being, a Buddha. So as we recite this prayer, we can visualize that all the beings suffering in these wars are around us, surrounding us, and reciting the prayers with us. So we try and keep that visualization strong and keep our compassion strong as we recite these words, requesting Padmasambhava to bring an end to this war. Emaho, in Dewa Chen, blissful pure realm of the West, Amitabha's compassionate blessing was aroused, and he blessed his emanation, Padmasambhava, to come into this world to bring benefit to all beings. Compassionate One, you never cease to bring us help and well-being. To the lotus-born Guru of Orgyan we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. All the Dharma kings from Trizong Detsen down to the very end of the royal line, throughout past, present, and future, know your constant blessing. You are the only protection for rulers who follow Dharma, as in Tibet. Compassionate One, you safeguard the lands that practice Dharma. To the lotus-born Guru of Orgyan we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. While your wisdom body subjugates the Rakshasas in the southwest, we look on sentient beings everywhere with compassion. Magnificent guide for sentient beings led astray by ignorance. Skillfully you teach them with their emotions, so difficult to tame. Compassionate One, your love is constant in its kindness and care. To the lotus-born Guru of Orgyan we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now when this degenerate dark age reaches its final depths, at dawn and dusk you come for those that have devotion, riding on the rays of the rising and setting sun, and on the 10th day of the waxing moon you come in person. Compassionate One, you act with vast power to help all beings. To the lowest born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now in this dark age, the age of conflict, the final error of 500 parts, the 5 poisons of the negative emotions grow ever more violent in all sentient beings. Recklessly we indulge in destructive emotions and let the poisons dominate our minds. At a time like this, let your compassion be our refuge and protection. Compassion One, you lead those with devotion to the higher realms. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When terrifying armies of oppression encircle us, menacing the great centers of Dharma with destruction, with no trace or doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with your retinue of the 8 classes of gods and demons, you will repel aggressors and their armies. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When sickness strikes to destroy the fragile bodies of sentient beings, when diseases plunge us into unbearable suffering and agony, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, embodiment of the Buddha of medicine, you will remove the obstacles that bring untimely death. To the lowest-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When nature turns against us and earth's resources fail, when sentient beings are tormented by the plague of famine, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with all your dakinis and deities of prosperity, you will dispel all deprivation, all hunger and thirst. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the destined revealers retrieve hidden treasures for the benefit of beings, courageous and confident of our pure unbroken samaya, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, inseparable from our Yidam deity, you will ensure the true heirs receive their father's treasure. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling through hidden lands, forests, and deserted places, when our way is blocked and we are cut off by storms, by rain and snow, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, surrounded by mighty local deities, you will lead us practitioners to the right path. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When vicious wild animals menace us, tigers, leopards, bears, and poisonous snakes, on our way through wild, terrifying, and desolate places, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, along with your Ging warriors and protectors, you will drive off these ferocious creatures. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When obstacles arise in earth, water, fire, and air to threaten these illusory bodies of ours with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with the goddesses of the 4 elements, you will harmonize the elements into their natural state. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling on dangerous routes, if murderous bandits and robbers attack us, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, through your realization of the 4 mudras, you will dispel the terror of all brutality and greed. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When faced by killers on all sides who threaten us with lethal weapons, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, the protection of your Vajra tent will cause killers to panic and weapons to be scattered. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When this lifespan is exhausted and we come to die, if we are racked by the intense anguish and pain of dying, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, as you are the emanation of Buddha Amitabha, it is certain we will be born in the blissful pure realm of Dewa Chen. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Once this borrowed and illusory body is destroyed in the bardo realm, when our deluded experiences and our further delusions arise to make us suffer, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, you who know past, present, and future, through your compassion, you will let all delusions be self-liberated. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When we are overwhelmed by karma and circumstance and suffer through grasping at delusion as real, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, King of great bliss, you will utterly destroy the delusions that bring suffering. To the lowest born Guru, Organ we pray. Please grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When beings of all 6 realms are tormented by immense pain, and especially when our leaders and people are engulfed in suffering, with tense longing and devotion from the depths of our hearts, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your unchanging, unwavering compassion, watch over us. To those born Guru of Organ we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. So then we can recite this other prayer to Guru Rinpoche, to Padmasambhava. So this is the supplication to Guru Rinpoche, clearing the obstacles on the path. So again, keeping our mind in a strong state of compassion, wishing all the wars and all the violence and all the various forms of suffering that sentient beings experience to quickly come to an end. We recite the words of this very blessed prayer. Om Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Dharmakaya Amitabha, I supplicate you. Sambhogakaya, great compassionate one, I supplicate you. Nirmanakaya Padmakara, I supplicate you. My Guru, wonderful Nirmanakaya, in the land of India, you were born, you studied and contemplated. Journeying in person to Tibet, you tamed the demonic forces. Residing in the land of Udayana, you acted for the welfare of beings. Through your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. Through your affection, guide myself and others on the path. Through your realization, grant me the siddhis. Through your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahung Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When seeing the wonder of bodily forms, you make the sword mudra with your right hand. With your left, you make the summoning mudra. With gaping mouth, bared fangs, and upward gaze, Gyalpo Dinzin, Lord of Beings, with your compassion, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When receiving the precious and sacred teachings, your radiant body is endowed with a luminous complexion. Your right hand holds the scriptures of the Tripitaka. Your left holds a volume of Kilaya. You comprehend all the profound teachings. Pandita of Yangla Sho, with your compassion, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When binding the vow holders under oath at the beautiful and immaculate Supreme Place at the borderline between India and Tibet, you bestowed your blessings on the moment of arrival at the mountain endowed with enveloping fragrance. Even in wintertime, lotus flowers bloom at this supreme and blissful place, the spring of enlightenment with nectar like water. Kechok Tulsang, dressed in the robes of the Dharma, your right hand holds the 9-pronged vajra, your left holds a jewel casket filled with rakta nectar. You bound under oath the dakinis and vow holders. Seeing the yidam face to face, you accomplish the siddhis. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Mahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine of the victorious one, you performed sadhana in the forest of the Slate Mountain. Throwing your recitation dagger into the sky's expanse, you caught it and rolled with your Vajra mudra. Rolling, you threw it into the sandalwood forest. The fire blazed and the lake dried up. Instantly, you burned away all the places of the Jyotikas and reduced the black yakshas to dust. Matsa, slayer of demons. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ma Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When you subjugate the Rakshas, young boy in Nirmanakaya attire, wondrous form of goodness with magnificent color, with even teeth and beautiful golden hair. In the manner of a 16-year-old youth, you wear various kinds of jewel ornaments. With your right hand, you hold a bell metal dagger, subjugating the Maras and Rakshas. With your left, you hold a teak dagger, protecting your devoted disciples. Around your neck, you wear the iron dagger, indivisible from the Yidam deity. Non-dual Nirmanakaya, ornament of Jambudvipa. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Brahma Siddhi Hum. When intending to go to the land of ghosts in the area of massive fire, within a lake the expanse of an arrow shot, upon a lotus you are cooled and refreshed. Meditating within a lotus flower known as Padmasambhava, you appeared as the perfect Buddha in person. Such a wondrous Nirmanakaya, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the cities. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When becoming the son of Tibet, glorious guide of devoted beings, you manifested in different forms to tame beings according to their needs. At the Kalapas in Sang, you bound Drala Genyan under your oath. At the district of Sawe Sasho, the 21 haughty Deva Genyans, you bound under oath at Jamtun of Mangyo. You bestowed cities on the 4 monks. Supreme Eminent Vidyadhara, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the cities. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. At the glorious plain of Palmotang, you bound the 12 Tenma goddesses under oath. At the Kala Pass of central Tibet, you bound fleshless white glacier under oath. At Damshu Labu Ningdrung, you bound Talang Yarshu under oath. At the very summit of Hepori, you bound all the Devas and Rakshas under oath. Of all these great Devas and demons, some offered the core of their life force, some undertook guarding the teachings, and some pledged to be your servants. Mighty One, with powers and miracles, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the cities. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine of the sacred Dharma, like a banner of victory, Samye, without being erected, was spontaneously accomplished, and you fulfill the wishes of the king. You are endowed with the names of the 3 great beings. One was Padmakara, one was Padmasambhava, and one was Lake-born Bhadra. Your secret name was Dorje Draposel. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. At Samye Chimpu, when practicing sadhana, you repelled negative conditions and bestowed the cities. You established the king and ministers on the path of liberation and caused the Bund doctrine, negativity in manifest form, to wane. You showed the precious and immaculate Dharmakaya and placed the destined ones in Buddhahood. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. Having left for the land of Urgyen, you now subdue the Rakshas. Your great qualities surpass any human being. Your actions are wonderful and amazing. Mighty One, with powers and miracles, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. Possessing the body, speech, and mind, you are the glorious guide of beings. Having discarded all obscurations, you perceive the three realms vividly. Having achieved the supreme city, sublime body of great bliss, you surely dispel the obstacles to attaining enlightenment. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the cities. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Troteng Sel Vajra Samaya Ja Siddhi Pala Hum Ah. So let's recite the mantra of Padmasambhava, this Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum, just for a few minutes, taking very strong refuge in Padmasambhava and Guru Rinpoche, requesting Padmasambhava, who is often called the second Buddha, to bless this world, to come to a place of harmony, to end all this violence, that people may come together and engage in dialogue to find solutions to their problems rather than turning to violence. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. 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 Om Ahum Vajraguru Pama 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 Siddhi Hum. So let's recite the long mantra 3 times. Om Ahum Vajraguru Pama Trotang Sal Vajra Samaya Za Siddhi Pala Hung A. Om Ahum Vajraguru Pama Trotang Sal Vajra Samaya Ja Siddhi Pala Hung A. Om Ahum Vajraguru Pama Trotang Sal Vajra Samaya Ja Siddhi Pala Hung A. So then we can dedicate all the merit we've created by doing this session, by turning our mind and taking refuge in Padmasambhava, the second Buddha, praying to Buddha, to this Buddha, Padmasambhava, to receive his blessings, that his blessings may pour down on this world and bring about peace and harmony, replacing the minds of violence of sentient beings with the minds of loving kindness and compassion and bodhicitta. So we dedicate strongly our own past, present, future merits and the past, present, future merits of all Buddhas and of all sentient beings, including all the Bodhisattvas, that ourselves, all the people in our family, all the people in particular who are engaged in acts of violence and those who are experiencing this violence, and all beings everywhere, to immediately generate the minds of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, and the wisdom realizing emptiness. And may those who have already generated these spontaneous, incredible, precious states of mind go on to create them and strengthen them until they achieve the highest state of enlightenment. So may all sentient beings everywhere who are experiencing violence, in particular all those who have experienced violence in the war in Ukraine and in all other wars, and in the mass shootings that have taken place recently in America, in all other places, may all these beings who've died never be reborn in the lower realms. Instead, may they be reborn in a Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if they don't have the merit for this to happen, may they immediately receive a precious human rebirth, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana Guru who teaches them the path to enlightenment. And by putting those teachings into practice, may they immediately generate the realizations of renunciation, bodhicitta, right view, and the 2 stages of Tantra, and achieve the fully enlightened state. May all those who've been injured in these acts of violence receive the treatment that they need in order to recover and lead healthy, happy, meaningful lives. May all those who are grieving due to the loss of their loved ones receive all the care and compassion and support they need in order to pull their lives together and go on living a life of peace and harmony. May they all be free from anger at the perpetrators of their violence and instead generate compassion and loving kindness for these beings and all beings. And we dedicate for all our precious holy gurus to have long lives. May all these holy beings, such as His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all those others who have come to this world in order to guide us, may they have long lives, be free of all obstacles to their good health. And may they continue to teach us the holy Dharma for countless numbers of years to come. And may all their holy activities flourish in this world, bringing great benefit to sentient beings. So thank you very, very much to the people that joined me on Zoom or on YouTube. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for the ongoing technical support that makes these sessions possible. And I think I'm to be replaced by Venerable Rabina, but I don't see her yet, but I imagine she'll be showing up. So bye to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Joan.
Thank you.
Hello, Venerable Joan. Hello, Venerable Joan is there. Hello there. Oh, I can see you all. Okay. What happened to Venerable Joan? She left. Anyway, I was glad to see her there. Okay, darling people. Let's imagine Buddha in the sky where he already is. All the Buddhas are pervading the universe. We understand that enlightened mind is not physical. And when it's finally unencumbered, when mind is unencumbered by all neuroses, then it pervades the universe. How can it not? This is logical. And this is what Buddha's found, that every one of us can become like that. We have this potential to remove the delusions from the mind. That's the actual essence of the Buddha's view. That's it. So imagining Buddha manifesting this mind, manifesting in this form, this enjoyment body. It's more subtle. The Arya Bodhisattvas, those who've realized emptiness, they can see this one. Their minds, because they can access their subtle mind. So we have to just imagine. And there are trillions of these forms. Even the lowest level bodhisattva can manifest their mind in 100 bodies simultaneously. So the Buddha is limitless, literally. So our spiritual teacher, our spiritual mentor, our Lama, our Guru, all these words are synonymous. The person we've chosen to be the Buddha for us, to show us the way. We imagine their mind manifesting as the Buddha of compassion. Compassionate-eyed one, Rinpoche calls him. Chenrezig in Tibetan. So radiant, so beautiful, so gorgeous, which should make us very happy just thinking about him. Radiant light, white light. They say all these Buddhas, because it's all this from Tantra, you know, they say all these Buddhas are in the aspect of youth. They're very gorgeous and divine looking, not kind of wrinkled and old and bent. So even if you always think of them as divine, because they're supposed to make you happy, supposed to lift you. I mean, it doesn't mean old wrinkled people can't make us happy, but get the meaning, you know, it's kind of not a nice meaning. Radiant and beautiful, beautiful, radiating joy and love and compassion and power and wisdom, all of the qualities. But the aspect, kind of like they're dressing up for plays, you know, the aspect they're showing is compassion, softness, peaceful aspect. There's a peaceful aspect. It's the best way to help sentient beings. But the tough-headed ones need, you know, the tough ones, the thick ones, they need wrathful. So Chenrezig has many wrathful aspects as well. So he's sitting on a lotus, and on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, which represent wisdom and compassion, like two flat cushions. You can't see them. Multicolored lotus. And you can't see, it doesn't matter. Just think, just imagine. And his the Bodhisattva style, they call it. This is from the Vajrayana. He's got four hands, the first two in front in the prayer gesture, and mudra, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. It used to be something like that once. And then the other two held it off about the level of his ear. The right one holding a crystal rosary, the left holding a white lotus. And then an antelope skin over his right shoulder, which is said to indicate his peaceful aspect. And think of it as also the mirror image of our own potential. He's showing us what we can become, you know. He's showing us what we can become. Because it's our potential too. And the idea of seeing it as your own spiritual mentor, your own Lama, your own Guru, is just because it makes it personal. It makes it personal, you know. It's real for you, a real Buddha for you. Because devotion is a kind of It's a practical thing. Your heart is open. When you have devotion, you know, even when you're attached to somebody, your heart's open. It's kind of, you're devoted to them, might be deluded, but your heart's open. When the heart is open, you know, things can flood in. If the mind is closed, if the mind is depressed, angry, arrogant, then you're dead, you know, nothing can go in. Isolated and lonely and hopeless. But when the heart is open, wow. So when your heart is open to a Buddha, that's pretty special. That's amazing. Then blessings and realizations can flood in easily, or they can manifest easily in your own mind. So it's very practical, this idea of devotion, I think. So then at his brow is a white Om, Sanskrit syllable representing enlightened body. At his throat, a red Ah, representing enlightened speech. And then his heart, a blue Hung, enlightened mind. Imagine. And then, they call this the commitment being, or the pledge being, or the other words, I can't remember. So it's like we've just created this visualization, but now we want all the Buddhas of the universe, the wisdom beings, to come and kind of absorb into it and make it radiant and amazing and the embodiment of all the enlightened beings of the universe. So then light goes out from Lama Chenrezig's heart, light beams, all the 10 directions, north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and up and down. There's no one left, is there? It's everywhere. And blue light goes out and hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs, trillions and countless trillions of Chenrezigs. And all comes back. The energy of these Buddhas comes back. These wisdom beings comes back with the light and absorbs into our visualization. And they become non-dual. Zahong, Bamho. That's the real Buddha. Amazing. And now we visualize all the suffering sentient beings, all the mind possessors of all the realms of existence, all the gods and humans, animals, predators, hell beings, Bado beings, form beings, formless beings, every being in the universe, all the samsaric ones. Then all the holy ones after that, the ones who've, all the ones who've realized emptiness, then they're not in samsara, they're out. Then you've got those who realize emptiness and all the way, the Arya beings, then finally the Buddhas. So imagine all the sentient beings, all the suffering ones, caught up in the misconception that there's an intrinsic me, deep in the bones of our being, all beings, deep in the bones of our being. Buddha has gone so deep inside, so subtle, that he's observed that's a misconception. There's no intrinsic I. There's no separate sense of self. It's a misconception. We've made it up. There is a separate sense of self, but there is no separate self. It's a complete fabrication. All these trillions of suffering sentient beings, all experiencing the different realms of existence, their own particular sufferings, but in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. Right in front, we'll see them as usual, in the form of enemies, friends, and strangers, these three categories, which is so helpful. So right in front, the objects of aversion, people you don't like, whose politics you don't like, whose face you don't like, who are mean to you, who hurt you, harmed you, everyone's got them. Including all the creatures, scorpions and the rats and the cockroaches and all the creatures we think are horrible, all in the form of humans, and they're all our objects of our aversion. And then to the left, our beloveds. Maybe we only have one of them, maybe have none. Objects of attachment who appear gorgeous to us, who we lean towards. The enemies, the object of aversion we move away from. And then 99.999%, the rest of them filling the universe, to the right, in front, as far as the horizon goes, to the left, right in front, but to the left, and then to the right, up, above, and below, and behind. The whole universe full of us strangers, the objects of indifference, the objects of ignorance, and a specific aspect of ignorance, which is kind of like this dull, uncaring mind. Why? Because they neither harm nor help us. Why the aversion for the enemies? Because they harm us. Why the attachment to the friends? Because they do what I want. It's so embarrassing. We should be embarrassed how self-centered we all are, but this is the point. This is the universe. Every being in the universe has friends, enemies, strangers, because it's the three poisons. And their objects are fabrications. There's no objective reality here. So thinking all these suffering beings only want to be happy. All these suffering beings do not want suffering. All these suffering beings only, also like me, have the potential to be perfected, to be Buddha. Think like this. So they're the same. There's no objective difference. Yeah, they might be taller and fatter and thinner and more evil and more kind. That's not the point. That's not the issue. That's not the discussion here. They're equal from their point of view of wanting to be happy and not suffer. That's it. So knowing this, seeing this so clearly, then of course we only want them to be happy, which is love, and we only want them to not suffer, which is compassion. Imagining this, wanting this. So now we all take refuge together. We all express our reliance upon the Buddha Dhamma Sangha together in this lovely little prayer of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. This very sweet little prayer. It's kind of Sakya style. We don't say this like this in the Galupas. It's nice to hear the different traditions because they present from a different perspective. It helps your mind. So we all together, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. Just a reminder, a yidam, I never know the meaning of the word, but it refers to the particular Buddha that you feel connected to, that becomes your main practice in this life, the one you identify with, and the one you practice most to become. That's your yidam. And the dakas and dakinis, and they're these cute man and female beings who can make us blissful. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Okay, so now we can say the mantra. So this is Sanskrit syllables, remember, Sanskrit sounds. And if you take the Vajrayana model, it's good to remember, that we're made of the four elements. The body is four elements. The physical world is the four elements. Earth, air, fire, water, different configurations of these four. And our body is there, of course, and we have a mind. And the mind, at the subtle level, we have gross consciousness, which is this sensory consciousness, and that's related to this gross body, these five bits and pieces. And then we've got the subtle mind, which is our mental states, and they're connected to their own wind energies. His Holiness says this in this one of his books. This is how it is in the Vajrayana. It's very helpful. Our mind and the wind energies are inextricably linked. So the wind, the subtle wind, this is the imbalance of the winds comes from the imbalance of the mind. So they're utterly connected. They're utterly connected. So wind is sound, and the purest sound, according to this system, is the Sanskrit sounds. So these mantras, the Tibetans haven't translated them. You can translate them, but they keep saying the Sanskrit, although they have their own accent. If you take the English, if you think English is the Oxford accent, well, then all the Tibetans speak like Scottish. The accent's quite different. They say words very differently. Something like that. So these sounds, so then saying mantra purifies the physical, which is our body, and therefore, because they're connected, purifies our mind. So marvelous. And then, of course, whoever hears them is blessed, leaves an imprint in their mind. So mantra is a very amazing practice, just to spend the day saying mantra. Angry, upset, annoyed, or going crazy with your mind, just stick some mantras in there and just have that on the top of all the rubbish. You purify your body and your mind. So now we sing the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om and Hung are the two of the Sanskrit syllables. In the middle, Mani Padme just means it means what? What does it say? What's it say? It's something in the lotus. What is it again? Om Mani Padme Hum. Jewel in the lotus. That's all it means. Jewel in the lotus. I mean, who knows? I had a commentary from one Lama an entire weekend on Om Mani Padme Hum, and was the entire Lam Rim. I mean, it was ridiculous, But meanwhile, it sounds like jewel in the lotus. That's it. but it's referring to compassion. So we say the mantra a few times, and remember we're going to say it in our own little house. People who hear us, or the creatures and the spirits around, they're going to get blessed. And then we're imagining it going out to the whole universe, all of us, all around the world, blessing suffering sentient beings. Oh, we haven't oh, yes, we have, yes. So all the sentient beings, as we say the mantra, we visualize Lama Chenrezig so happily sending radiant laser beams of white light from the white Om that into our brow and the brows of all the people with COVID and all the suffering beings. Every day a new group of people suffering. All the time they're suffering. We just hear a few about them, isn't it? We hear a bit about a few. All suffering sentient beings. And it alleviates the suffering of their bodies. Imagine this one first. All their bodies and pain of all the animals and their bodies, you know. So much pain. And all the humans with so much agony and pain. That pain is alleviated instantly by the white light filling us. And crucially, the karmic seeds from all the countless past actions of harming with our bodies that haven't yet ripened, that are sitting there latent. We want to get rid of them. We want to put atomic bombs under them, don't we? So imagine all of this white light entering into our brows from Lama Chenrezig, purifies all of this, every sentient being, the whole universe, above, behind, below, in front, everywhere. Imagine this, want this, be so happy. As we sing the mantra a few times and then say silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So we keep singing them, and we keep visualizing Lama Chenrezig, never stopping. The Buddhas are never stopping benefiting. That's their job, manifesting in countless bodies throughout countless universes. That's what they do effortlessly. But we're visualizing it, imagining it, wanting it, creating the cause ourselves for this to happen. That's our part of the job. So now we say these verses. Aspirations. May is what prayers mean. May this happen. May that happen. Intention. Everything exists on the tip of the wish. It's the meaning of karma. It starts with a thought. May. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed. That's all the animals and humans, isn't it? All the others aren't embodied. They've got subtle energies, fire energy, air energy, but not physical like us. Be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly in the 424 diseases. And then may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Wanting it strongly. I mean, even no other reason, no other benefit. If there were no other, look at what we're doing to our own minds, having these thoughts every day. It's inconceivable. Even one kind thought is mind-blowing. So just this alone, you having these thoughts is tremendous. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. You see, we don't think about the mind being important. You think, oh, yeah, it's all very nice to have a nice thought. Who cares? Because we don't realize that thoughts produce us. I mean, it's so outrageous when you think about it, so marvelous. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. You don't want to die like that, I promise. You do not want to die suddenly. This would be terrible, unless you're a bodhisattva. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. These are all the spirits in people. The hell beings are so suffering they can't bother anybody because they're just overwhelmed. But the spirits kind of, can be mischievous and powerful, and they can climb inside you and take you over, and that's how spirits harm. I mean, look at all the humans and animals who are possessed, It's so clear, isn't it? I mean, we'll think about it. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the natural law of cause and effect, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So karma, of course, is the main cause. And then when they meet the conditions, it ripens. That's the temporary conditions one. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. When whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Lama Chenrezig continues to send the white light into the brows of every being in the universe, flooding every one of us, taking away all COVID, taking away all the suffering of the bodies, the pain, the suffering, the unbearable suffering. But even the smallest pain can totally overwhelm us. We know that. All is gone. And all the karmic seeds planted from the past that haven't yet ripened, and all the minds of all sentient beings purified. This puts atomic bombs under them, prevents them from ripening and suffering. How wonderful. Imagining this, wanting this, as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we can purify the speech and the mind as well. Imagine. Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant laser beams of red light from the red at his throat that enters our throats and the throats of every living being, all the enemies, friends, and strangers, in front, behind, above, below, everywhere. filling us completely with this radiant red light, instantly purifying all the karmic results of past negative speech, the karmic results. And there are four kinds of karma, four ways, if we look into our life, 4 ways our karma ripens. One is the type of rebirth. Then the second one is the tendency to keep doing those negative things. So imagine purifying those tendencies, to lie, to say words that aren't true, even to speculate. We always rabbit on like as if we know what we're talking about. The harsh speech, swearing at people, being rude. I do that one, I'm sorry. Then the bad mouthing behind backs, that's not a good one, that's terrible. And then just rabbiting on, wasting our speech, just like dripping our energy out of our mouth, useless rubbish, boring people to tears. All of this, these are the karmic results. And then that's the tendencies. Then you've got the karmic results of, say, the environmental result of all these different ones is water, all the elements imbalance, there's no harmony, too much fire, too much water. The environmental result of harsh speech, for example, is you live in a desert, nothing can grow, because the entire universe is created by minds, actions. People, all the experience similar to the cause of past lying, even if you're telling the truth, no one believes you. Or experience similar to the cause of gossiping and rabbiting on, if people are bored, don't want to hear what you say, have no interest in your words. The experience similar to the cause of harsh speeches, even though if you're speaking nicely, people think you're being abusive. I have that one too. Well, maybe I'm being abusive as well as thinking I'm not, whatever. Then the other one, for example, anyway, all the results, so thinking all those results purified by this radiant red light. How amazing. And then, of course, all the karmic seeds from all these actions that are latent in the mind of all these beings from when they were human, because it's us clever humans that do the speech one, isn't it? I mean, animals kind of make big sounds, but not very articulate. We clever humans. All of this purified by this red light. How amazing. Totally purified. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine sentient beings full of this blissful red light, purified. Imagine the relief. Imagine. Now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends the radiant beams of blue light from the blue hung at his heart, entering our hearts, every one of us, and the whole universe, instantly annihilating the delusions. And this is what's so amazing. When we understand this, we will have confidence, and we will never give up. When we understand this, the delusions are not at the core of our being. They can be removed. It's such an incredible, joyful job to do when you know it's possible. And the end result is a joyful mind. It's just natural. It's just the natural state of our mind when it's unencumbered by delusions. I mean, this is so exciting if we understand it, So we want this for every sentient being. It's incredible. It's blue light filling us, completely filling us, and removing the root delusion, the biggest troublemaker, the misconception of an intrinsic me and intrinsic everything else, This does not exist. It cannot exist. It's just not viable. It's not possible. So we have to use logic to argue with it. It's an impossibility. Things can't exist like that. There cannot be such a thing that is not dependent on something else. That's all it means. There cannot be such a thing as that's not dependent. There cannot be such a thing that is not dependent on something else. And here, of course, the subtlest meaning is dependent upon the mind calling it that. Merely labeled. In reality, things are merely labeled, Lama Zopa says. In reality, that's how they are. So therefore, things lack. They lack not being merely labeled. They lack that. They don't have that, but we think they have it. That's the mistake. We think they have it. We assume it, the depths of our being. We don't think it in an unconscious way. We don't even understand the words. It's so primordial, this mistake. And it's the boss mistake. All the others come from that. The main voice of that mistake is attachment to get what that fantasy I wants. And then one that comes from that is the panic attack of aversion when it doesn't. And all the other dramas. As Ling Rinpoche says, 21,000 of all the neurotic delusions are rooted in ignorance. 21,000 are rooted in attachment. 21,000 are rooted in aversion. And then the fourth 21,000, because there are 84,000 altogether, are rooted in all four, in all three. Very amazing. And not one of them has any intrinsic nature, therefore can be removed from the mind. We should be so happy about this, so excited. We should so look forward to it and have confidence and enthusiasm to never give up. This is pretty incredible what Buddha says. And it's not hit and miss. It's not cross your fingers and hope for the best. It's a logical, doable job. So we better learn it. Imagine all these delusions gone, all the nightmare of the suffering of them gone. The mind now is only blissful, only joyful. That's the bonus. And wise and clear and compassionate. This is our true nature. Imagine this for every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this blue light, full of this freedom from delusions. Think of this, freedom. Imagine we've all liberated. That's what it means. Nirvana means you've ceased the suffering and the causes of it, which are the delusions. This is the point. So happy for every sentient being. How amazing. So now continuing back again to the white light, because it's our visualization, you know, we're wanting it to happen. We're creating the causes. So back to the white light, back to the bodies, the white light, as we say the verses, from our hearts, wanting this for sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig sending all the three lights together. Wow, it's a bit soon for that. And we'll keep saying these verses. Not yet, it's too soon. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending white. This time so what we imagine now, what we've done is we're pretending from before, we're visualizing, we've achieved liberation, haven't we? We've done the three: body, speech, and mind. Now we're going to achieve omniscience. So this course comes along with the addition of bodhicitta to the wisdom wing. So now that we visualize the white light going to the brow, red to the heart, to the throat, blue to the heart, all together, simultaneously. And this, they say that this is removing even the subtlest imprints. I mean, we're out of samsara, we imagine, but this removes even the subtlest imprints, which is which was coming from the power of all the bodhicitta added to the wisdom. This is removing the obstacles, omniscience, they call it. The three lights together, totally purifying all sentient beings, even the subtlest imprints, and them all becoming Buddha. Imagine. Just see them, the purifying happen. The three lights together. So happily. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we visualize that the lotus that Lama Chenrezig is sitting on dissolves into the sun disk and the moon disk. And then they dissolve into his body. And then Lama Chenrezig so happily comes and sits above our crowns, every one of us, all the trillions of sentient beings, sits above our crowns, facing the same way as each one. Imagine this. And then from his wish to happily be oneness with our body, speech, and mind, he dissolves into us. And we imagine body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, the body, speech, and mind of the Lama, and our body, speech, mind become one. Same thing, no difference. Union, oneness, as Amiyashi says. Same thing. And now all the trillions and trillions and trillions of transformed Chenrezigs dissolve into us. Imagine, from all the directions, dissolve into us, enhancing even more amazingly our Chenrezig nature. And now we kind of just think you just expand to fill the universe now. Just expand, imagine, pure, clear, blissful, radiant, infinite wisdom, infinite compassion, infinite power, infinite joy. Your true nature, imagine. Just expand to fill the universe. Vast, clear, no thoughts, zero, as Lama Yeshe says. So now we dedicate, we delight in what we've done. Every second of the 60 minutes, as long as we've been here, as a seed we've planted in our mind. I mean, it's stupendous what we've done. Don't just think it's nothing. It's unbelievable. So may all these seeds we planted, may they ripen exactly as we motivated, as our being Buddha. Because why? Well, it's our nature, and then what? Then we can help others. Then that's the point. That's what bodhicitta is. Bodhicitta is this powerful two things. One is never to stop helping whoever's in front of us, and two, long-term, never giving up, one step at a time. This work in progress, perfecting ourselves to become Buddha, because then we're qualified. That's bodhicitta. So be so delighted. And we think all our holy beings, all the Buddhas, and they never stop existing, and they never stop taking the emanation body form, which is the form that we can see, the Lama form, the form of the Guru, the form of the spiritual mentor, the Nirmanakaya. We need them. We can't access the Sambhogakaya. Our minds are too thick. So we need them to look like us and sound like us and give us direct advice. That's the miracle of the Lama. The Lama is the Buddha in human form for us. That's it. Very simple. That's what Shakyamuni Buddha was. Buddha in human form. So we can hear his instructions. So may they all live long. The world needs them badly. May all the holy beings live long. His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our own Lamas, may they live long, long lives to continue to benefit sentient beings. And may we never give up becoming exactly like them. That's it. Hello, Venerable Carol. 2 minutes early. I'm 2 minutes finished. I've got giving you 2 whole minutes. Okay, everybody. Thank you, Alina. Thank you, everybody. Happy to see you all, Viva and everybody. Thank you, Venerable Carol. Much love, everybody. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, darlings.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this next session of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon. So nice to see everyone. See Venerable Rubina. First, I want to thank Chenrezig Institute, Venerable Damchu, IMI, everyone who attends. This has been such an amazing journey, really. We've been doing this prayer-a-thon for, I think we're coming up on about like 100 sessions or something soon. Anyway, pretty impressive. I forgot to say that I'm joining you from Ling in the San Francisco Bay Area. So before we get started, we can do a little bit of just centering meditation to quiet the mind. I know Venerable Rubina always brings to mind just the need, the apparent, and this we can see in our own lives. So the pain, the suffering of this cyclic existence doesn't have to be acute physical pain, but it's just this sense of, of dissatisfaction, of always falling short. And right now, when we look around the world, there's just so much suffering, even beyond that. The suffering of need, of not having enough food, not having the freedom to pursue your own thoughts, your own wishes. Just the disturbances in the minds. We see so much violence. It's frightening. And I think at least for me, it just brings home the importance of sessions like this, of the power of the prayer sessions, just to stabilize our own minds, to help us through this, enable us to help others as well. Of course, what we're working toward is helping in the most beneficial way, which is becoming enlightened beings. And that relies on our motivation of bodhicitta, our sense of this developing the enlightened mind. And so we can begin just with a little centering meditation, just to let go for a moment of all the distractions, all the busyness that keeps us from being able to focus our attention on what's important on this practice, on developing mindfulness, awareness, so that we can ultimately achieve enlightenment. So just bringing the attention to the breath. Just doing a quick body scan. We can Start at the crown of the head, and then just relaxing the jaw, relaxing your neck, relax your shoulders. And just relaxing your chest, your belly, feeling your hips planted on your cushion or in a chair. You can relax your arms. Then continuing relaxing your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, your toes. So just feeling the body relaxed and the mind alert. You can place your attention on the breath, but just gently, and looking for where the breath is most prominent. It might be the sensation of your breath at your nostrils as you breathe, the rise and fall of your chest. Let's take a moment to find that breath. Just rest there. And should distractions arise, kind of steal the attention away, just gently come back to the breath. The mind tends to wander, it's active, it's busy. But again, we can gently, with some alertness, some just watching that breath gently, we can bring it back to the breath. Then we can turn our thoughts to our motivation. And this is so useful, not just for this prayer session, essentially for everything we do. And keep our minds in this motivation of bodhicitta just by being aware, giving this some thought. So just thinking, just as I wish to be happy, so does each and every sentient being. And as I mentioned before, all the suffering in the world, it's just obvious how much suffering there is and how we all want to be free of it. It's something we share with every being. From other, from our families, our friends, all the people we don't know, and all the other beings, the animals, the insects. It's so apparent if we really watch them. No one wants suffering. So just thinking back to this path, these teachings of the Buddha, this way out of samsara, this cyclic existence. Seeing that we have this seed of enlightenment, this potential. So we can attain this, but if we do this just for ourselves, we leave everyone else behind in this suffering existence. So we can generate a motivation, this bodhicitta motivation, this wish to attain enlightenment, to benefit all beings. So just trying to bring that into your heart, thinking that I'm going to do this prayer session now with this intent. a strong wish for enlightenment to benefit everyone in the best way. So with this thought in mind, we can recite this actual motivation prayer on this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just really thinking about these words of refuge, because worldly refuges, worldly, there's nothing worldly that can provide the refuge of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. No way out of samsara. All conventional worldly things are in this nature of suffering. They're in the nature of the cyclic existence. And sometimes we grasp at them. We think we're going to find respite there, but it's temporary at best. So just thinking to take this refuge to heart. And then just visualizing yourself just in a lovely green meadow with your friends and family to either side. And then extending off in a circle, all sentient beings in human form. So everyone just seated very comfortably. Just a big, big circle with lots of people just extending out to the horizon. And in the center is this Buddha, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, brilliant white in color, looking out at all the beings. And visualize as we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, this Om Mani Padme Hum, that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body, coming to the crown of your head, the crown of each and every sentient being. And these rays of light are like the energy of compassion. They begin to just transform our minds, bringing us this compassionate energy, enabling us to transform our minds away from harmful actions, from negative intentions, instead to this mind of compassion, this heart of compassion, if you will. Just imagine this is happening for everyone. This becomes really powerful and relieving all suffering, our own sufferings as well, because our suffering arises from negativity. When we when we act in a kind and loving manner, when we're doing virtuous actions, we create the cause for happiness. The result has to be happiness. So The suffering arises from our separating from that, also from our ripening karma, the causes and conditions arising. So we can do some purification to eliminate that, to eliminate the conditions for that karma to ripen. So let's just begin with some mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. So just remembering this visualization, just receiving this radiant energy of compassion, this brilliant light through your crown. Just taking all of this in, imagining every sentient being is receiving this. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Excuse me. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. So by taking refuge, we've already done the first step in the purification, and the next step is to just generate regret for all of the negativities we've done in this lifetime. You can think of harm we've given to others, just thinking of harsh words, unkind words, negative thoughts, and just generate regret. It's as though it's swallowed poison. We want to get rid of this, rid of the results of this, having done this. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. And then we can think of this recitation of the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra as an antidote to those negative thoughts, negative words, negative actions. This is the antidote that helps transform our minds away from harm, minds to compassion. So just applying this antidote. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. And now to complete this purification, we want to generate a thought, a commitment to refraining from repeating these harmful actions, from saying harmful things, from having harmful thoughts. So we can really make a determination to avoid this, and maybe a solid commitment to a particular time, whether it's just for this prayer session, for the next hour. That requires being mindful, being careful. So just thinking in that way. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. And now visualize that Chenrezig, looking out at all sentient beings, manifests countless bodies. These emanations come to the crown of your head, the crown of each and every sentient being. And just dissolve into white, radiant light and completely fill your body, your mind with this compassion of Chenrezig. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So just holding this compassion in mind, wish to cause no harm, to benefit others, also with this mind of bodhicitta. We can do this actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on the second repetition, just again, think of all the suffering in the world, so many beings, just offering this prayer from your heart. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this final repetition, again, just remembering this mind of enlightenment, this mind of bodhicitta. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I thought today we could do this prayer to prevent war, which is also from Thangtong Gyalpo that Lama Zopa Rinpoche translated some time ago. So here are the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsun, Tara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 degenerations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessing with the recognition of each other, like father, mother, then increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Asura from now on never run in this world. I am requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect. Then, having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's Pure Land, to lead all others to that Pure Land. Please bless all those who are born and die, samsaric beings, to have a long life, no sicknesses, to pacify all quarreling and fighting. Enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvests, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure, extensive prayers be complete. So now we can dedicate this bodhicitta, just thinking to benefit all sentient beings. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. I just want to go down so we have time for the prayer to seal the benefits with emptiness. So just remembering that nothing is as it appears. So just thinking, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality well, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And then for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche to have a long life, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So just dedicating for all of our teachers to have long lives, for all sentient beings to be freed of the suffering existence. So, Venerable Tendron, hi. So thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm still muted. Just a second.
Oh.
Hello and goodbye.
Nice.
Take good care.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you, especially Chenrezig. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so continuing on with this wonderful advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche of trying to, engaging the enlightened activities of the Buddhas in order to benefit all those suffering from this pandemic, whose numbers, the numbers continue to rise. We're not through with this yet, but of course we're not through with the sufferings of samsara. And they come in many forms. The pandemic is just one. So take a moment to really visualize yourself surrounded by all sentient beings, your mother of this life on your left, the father of this life on your right, your siblings, your family, your partner, your children, all your loved ones close around you, all your friends, your Dharma community, all the people of your life, people who drive on the same roads as you do, the people you work with, people at the grocery stores, people at the restaurants. The events of this week in the US really illustrate painfully well how no one is a stranger when they're suffering. So really allow your heart to expand, including all the sentient beings, wherever they are, sitting here with us. And we're leading them in these prayers in order to quickly become enlightened so that we can unerringly benefit all sentient beings and lead them to a place without sorrow. Now imagine in front of us, in front of all sentient beings, is a golden throne supported by 8 great lions, seated upon which is the essence of our own root gurus, the glorious Shakyamuni Buddha. His body is in the nature of light. It's radiating golden light rays, reaching all sentient beings. Since we're not Buddhas yet, we turn to our teachers, we turn to the Dharma, we turn to Shakyamuni Buddha to rely upon their teachings, their wisdom. The path that they illustrated leads to an end of samsara. So we've been advised that reciting the refuge prayer, refuge and bodhicitta prayer can benefit Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So of course we want our gurus to live long, have healthy, long lives. Not just, that we always meet our teachers, never to be separated from our teachers until we become enlightened. So we're going to recite the refuge prayer, refuge and bodhicitta prayer 7 times. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become Buddhas to benefit transmigratory beings. We take refuge until we're enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. We take refuge until enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become Buddhas to benefit transmigratory beings. We take refuge until enlightenment in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become Buddhas to benefit transmigratory beings. We take refuge until we're enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become Buddhas to benefit transmigratory beings. We take refuge until we're enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become Buddhas in order to benefit transmigratory beings. We take refuge until we're enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By our merits of generosity and so forth, may we become Buddhas to benefit transmigratory beings. And then fulfilling the advice of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we're reciting the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. So again, imagine that you are leading all sentient beings in these prayers. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the mind that goes towards enlightenment, that becomes our enlightened mind. We've completely perfected all good qualities and abandoned all negativities. Our wisdom has been perfected to where we can know reality just as it is. So imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, comes to the crown of our head. So there are countless sentient beings surrounding us with countless radiant Shakyamuni Buddhas above the crown of our head, sending white light, purifying so all our negativities, all the causes of suffering, all our ignorance, and filling us with golden light, all the perfected good qualities, wisdom, compassion, equanimity. And Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters through the crown of our heads. It comes to abide at our heart. Now in the space in front of all of us, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. He's youthful, adorned with magnificent ornaments, looking upon us with loving, peaceful eyes. He's the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom, looks upon us without any discrimination. No matter what we've done in the past, in the present, or what we'll do in the future, only wanting to help us eliminate our ignorance, perfect our compassionate love, so that we can end the state of sorrow. So we're going to recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine that rays of light radiate from Chenrezig's heart through all his pores and reach all sentient beings, purifying us of all our causes of suffering, filling us with all perfected good qualities, transforming into whatever is needed for our temporary and ultimate happiness. So bring to mind anyone you know of that are suffering from coronavirus or COVID-19 or whatever variant is going around. All those who are in the bardo, all those in the hospitals, all those loved ones worried about, all those who are ill, and all suffering sentient beings from whatever they're suffering from, whatever disease, whatever violence, whatever hardship from the four elements. Just picture rays of light reaching all sentient beings, alleviating their suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now take a moment to rejoice in your heartfelt recitation of this mantra of compassion. And remember all the suffering sentient beings that we're doing this on their behalf. We're dedicating it to the end of this pandemic in the short term, dedicating it to the great ocean of merit for enlightenment of all sentient beings. So there's no suffering sentient beings, samsara at all. The big view. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we turn to the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. So again, we're going to recite the mantra of great compassion, visualizing radiating light from Chenrezig's heart, from all the pores of his body, reaching all suffering sentient beings, particularly those who are suffering from the harms of weapons, those who are wielding weapons. Sending them everything needed to transform all the negativities, to end this harm in the cycle of karma and its results of negative actions. So again, really feel the presence of sentient beings all around you, that you're leading them in these mantras, and that Chenrezig is sending out rays of light to each and every one. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Then rejoice in your heartfelt recitation of the mantra. Now recite the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye, looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings at the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura from now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has the ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may all our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So we'll continue with dedications. But first, rejoice in all the merits of all holy and ordinary beings, not just in this life, but in all past lives, and that we can be certain will occur in all future lives. Rejoice in all our efforts to fulfill the wishes of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Dedicate all to all the ending of samsara for all sentient beings. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Remembering in emptiness that nothing exists inherently, to all of the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. For the long, healthy, happy life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Hello, Venerable Amy.
Hello. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Patty.
I hope
Thanks,
all's going
everyone.
well. Thank you. Lovely to see you. Welcome everyone. I would like to thank Chenrezig Institute for hosting. And welcome to the practices to subdue the COVID pandemic. So again, thank you to Chenrezig Institute, to Ginny in Manchester hosting us, to all of you for showing up. It's lovely to see all of you. Thank you so much for joining. Let's take a moment to set our motivation and just think about the benefits of Lama Zopa Rinpoche's blessing to do these practices, the blessings on our mind of doing these practices and doing them together as well, how helpful it can be of that ripple of positivity going out from all of our spaces around the planet to the planet, to helping the planet right now. So thank you so much for joining. And if we can include these blessings and these practices, the merit from them in our practices for our minds to help us quickly, fully wake up so we can become Buddhas, but mainly so we can benefit all living beings. So with that in mind, we'll do these practices. Thank you, Ross, for posting on all the practices of what you need on Facebook Live as well, so you can follow along with us. We'll start with the Vajra armor practice. So again, do let me know if there's anything in the Zoom room you cannot see. So imagine in the space in front of you is this blue-black Vajrapani facing you. He's about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. He's riding a multi-headed donkey, and he's surrounded by transcendental wisdom fire. And imagine out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, whether it's Garudas or iron pigs or black scorpions or different colored light rays that represent purification to you. Those disseminate through the entire planet, chasing COVID and all pandemics out of the planet, away from us, purifying, completely purifying them, as well as healing all the people that have imbalances of body and mind. And imagine those light rays coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, heart, purifying you of any diseases, any imbalances, all that negative karma, as we recite his mantra. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Savavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Savavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Savavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarvavarita, Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nemparshik Naganandaya Da Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pama Shabari Pe Nambar Shik Nagan and Tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. So if you'd like, as we've just blessed our speech with this incredibly powerful mantra, feel free to put your hand over your mouth and nose. And as you continue to breathe, imagine those exhalations are going up your nose, continuing that purification. If you have something to drink, feel free to blow on the surface a few times. And again, taking a few sips, feeling that purification. And imagine in the space in front, that dark blue-black Vajrapani dissolves into emptiness along with the multi-headed donkey, the transcendental wisdom fire. And from that wisdom arises Black Manjushri. So this is an emanation of, in this particular form of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, Manjushri. This particular form, Black Manjushri, purifies disease. He's standing with his right leg bent, his left extended, holding a sword in his right hand that slashes disease and all the causes of disease, illness, things like that. So imagine he's over top your head, though, about 6 inches in height, facing the same direction as you. And imagine, again, out of all the pores of his body come those signs of purification to the entire planet to minimize and purify disease. And imagine those light rays coming also from all the pores of his body down through your crown, purifying you of any imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chusu tu taso tu miso ningola cho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Tazo chusu tu tasu tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. So imagine this black manjushri over top your crown, dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light. It melts into your crown. Feel all the blessings, all the purification from his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. And Ross, if you're able to put up the prayers again for the new people that have joined. So we're going to be reciting some prayers and you can join us together if you'd like on Facebook Live. And I'll share my screen for those in the Zoom room. You're more than welcome to join us in the Zoom room. You can find those instructions at landofmedicinebuddha.org. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Ross. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. We'll recite the motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We're going to be reciting the mantra of the Buddha of infinite compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And for those of you that have the text, while gazing at Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 money money pay me, money pay. Money pay me, 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 money pay. Money pay me, money pay me, money pay me. Oh, money pay me home. Let's do the actual prayer. Do this 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings that there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Welcome, Eric, old friend. Okay, our next prayer, I'd really like to dedicate to all of those in Ukraine, struggling from the war, all of those suffering from domestic abuse all over the planet, everyone, all the conflictive areas of Afghanistan, places where people are not free, our inner cities where there's tremendous gun violence, all the gun violence in the States as well, of what's been going on. This is the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. And maybe somehow those ripples can go out to the leaders of Congress, 50 senators in particular that I'm familiar with who refuse to enact background checks for gun legislation that would protect definitely some people from obtaining guns. So maybe this will somehow move their minds and the United States can kind of wise up and start to control assault weapons and handguns and things like that. Please, may it happen. It's just tragic. O Mani Padme Hum, great, loving, victorious one. And thank you, Ross, for posting the prayers. So those of you that have just joined us on Facebook, you can go to these prayers and join us and read together. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, or a compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and fighting, quarreling and a flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Our last prayer before the dedications, for all the starving people around the planet, people who do not have enough food. This is the request to pacify the fear of famine. So may this relieve all their suffering and grant the entire planet enough food always. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the aeon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So I'd like to dedicate whatever positive energy or merit we've created from these practices to all the beings that need additional healing right now, particularly Ross Lasley, Will Murdoch, Jody Gall, Joanne Lempson, Venerable Pelyoung, Venerable Punsok, all the people around the planet really suffering. Colton, I'd like to dedicate to, and all the victims of all the gun violence and the recent gun violence, all the perpetrators of that, just having compassion for them, of what they're creating, all the people suffering from war, things like that. And may we invest this in our own practices to help us quickly wake up fully, to become Buddhas, then we can really fully help all living beings. Ujanju Senjo Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panyam Ge Gyurchik, Ke Pa Ma Yong Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Bel Warjo. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. Let's do this special dedication with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from its own side. I fully dedicate. So any understanding you have of emptiness, just reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And for the long lives of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I'd like to thank all of you for joining. I'd like to thank Chenrezig Institute, Ginny, for hosting. Thank you all so much. Venerable Namjong is with us. There he is. Thanks, everyone. And if you want to join us in meditation, it will be on Zoom in 1 hour.
Thanks, Amy.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone. Please be well.
You too. You too.
Oh, Shanti, lovely to see you. Been a long time, my dear.
Nice to see you too. Take care.
I hope you're all well and your family as well.
Yes, we are fine. Thank you.
Okay, well, hello and welcome to everyone. Thanks for showing up for our ongoing session of the prayerathon. Many of you know we've been doing this as a global Sangha community for more than 2 years now. And originally it was intended and advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do the Thangtong Gyalpo liberating Sakya from disease with a particular emphasis on quelling the effects of the coronavirus pandemic. But now as we look in the world, we see so many various kinds of suffering that sentient beings are experiencing. Of course, coronavirus still is causing a lot of suffering in certain parts of the world. But when we look more broadly, we also see the tremendous suffering brought on by the war in Ukraine and all the effects that that has on the global food supply, and the refugee crisis, and various economic effects of that as well. And then when we also talk about the food crisis, we know that due to global warming and climate change here in northern India, also there's been a tremendous heat wave that has adversely affected the crops and harvest. And so it's a really dire time in this degenerate age, a lot of the sufferings that has been described. So now, when we begin our session, we should try to set as extensive and expansive a motivation as possible. Of course, thinking our mind of compassion, wishing that sentient beings be free from suffering. And then when we consider, well, not just these temporary kind of causes of suffering, like war, like illness, and so forth, but rather to think of the very root cause of the suffering is the fact that sentient beings are bound by their karma and affliction, and therefore they take uncontrolled rebirth within samsaric existence. And as long as they're in samsara, they're bound to experience one kind of suffering or another. So now if we truly want sentient beings to be free from suffering, we have to help them be free from the cause of suffering, which is at the root, the ignorant mind grasping onto true existence. And in order to free them from that, then we have to help them generate the direct antidote, the mind that realizes the ultimate nature of reality, the emptiness of all phenomena. And in order to do that, we ourselves must need to realize emptiness, and more so, we need to generate the omniscient mind. Then only then will we have the ability to see directly all the various sentient beings' dispositions, to see their level of mind, and then we can tailor our teaching in the most effective way to give them exactly what they need at that time, at that moment, to lead them most effectively to the state of liberation and enlightenment as well. And therefore, since the cause of enlightenment is something we need to accumulate, we're going to now do this practice, these various practices, so we can quickly achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. Okay. And so now here at the beginning, we also have gotten a request from the International Mahayana Institute. Some of you know, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our spiritual director, our holy guru, has been experiencing some life obstacles. So what that means is actually us, his students, it's our karma that is running out. It's our karma that is in jeopardy for us. So in order to create the cause for us to continue to get teachings and be guided by our holy guru, then we've been recommended to do the refuge and bodhicitta practice. And so here at the beginning of our session, I thought we could do that as well. So this, many of you know, right? Is very common at the beginning of various practices. So we can visualize our guru in the space in front of us in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, all sentient beings in the space around us. And then this practice of going for refuge, again, is to sort of reaffirm our commitment to practice the Dharma, practice the Buddha's teachings, and then to direct all of our merits so that we can become a Buddha, so we can be of utmost benefit for sentient beings. So we were going to, as a IMI community, accumulate these number of mantras and then send in the numbers that would later be then offered to Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I thought we could do 21 of this verse and then continue on with some other prayers and practices. So here again, not just reciting with the words, with our mouth, but trying to reflect on the meaning as best we can and generating this mind of truly from the depths of our heart, going for refuge, totally entrusting ourselves in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and then also this mind of bodhicitta, dedicating our lives for others and our pursuit of enlightenment. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. Okay, and let's go on. Now we'll continue with a few different prayers. So first we'll do the Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. So thinking not just of the coronavirus, but of all the various diseases that are afflicting sentient beings. So we have the various diseases, cancer, monkeypox is now coming, and of course, heart disease, diabetes, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, all these various diseases that are afflicting sentient beings. So they can quickly be freed from all these ailments and after having recovered, live a most meaningful life by practicing the Mahayana Dharma and achieving enlightenment as quickly as possible. Then continuing with this refuge formulation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here we'll recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. But before we do that, then if you've received the initiation of Avalokiteshvara or a higher class of Vajrayana deity, then you can generate yourself as a deity. First, by purifying all of the impure appearances into emptiness, by reflecting on the nature of ultimate reality, and then think that your very mind that realizes emptiness, that in order to benefit sentient beings in a more direct way, arises as Avalokiteshvara. Otherwise, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, then at Avalokiteshvara's heart is a lotus, on top of which is a moon disk, on top of which is an upright syllable Hri, surrounded by the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. As you recite the mantra, then visualize that numerous light rays radiate out in 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings, purifying them of all of their sickness, all their sufferings of body and mind, all of the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we are finished with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So we'll do a kind of chanting, melodious version of the mantra first, and then we'll switch to a more silent recitation that we can do more quickly. Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So now think that due to the purifying light from Avalokiteshvara and the power of the mantra, that all sentient beings are, just as we've visualized, completely pure, purified of all their sickness, all of their sufferings of body and mind, as well as all of the obscurations to liberation and enlightenment, and think that they have now achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay, so we'll continue with the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So next, I thought we could do a few of the prayers by Thangtong Gyalpo. So next, this other prayer he wrote, a request to pacify the fear of famine. So yeah, many of you know there's a lot of problems on the horizon due to food insecurity in the world, due to, you know, the disruption of exports of grain from both Russia and Ukraine, as well as, you know, stress on the crops due to climate change. So that all sentient beings receive all the necessary requirements to sustain life, and then having all their material needs met, may they be able to practice well and achieve enlightenment in this very lifetime. Then we recite this prayer. Having generated the mind aspiring to highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, lords of the treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teaching of the victorious one spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So next, another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. So again, of course, having a very broad motivation that all the suffering due to violence be pacified in this world. Of course, the war in Ukraine, but also when we hear about, just recently in Texas, the mass shooting went on in an elementary school. And then more broadly, thinking also of all the animals who are slaughtered every day for human consumption. So that all these violent minds be instantly pacified and instead be replaced with a compassionate mind of loving kindness and bodhicitta. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate-eyed, looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth, object of refuge whose holy name eliminates all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the five degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war, from now on, to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in the blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sickness, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay. So now, is there someone on after me, or is that an empty slot? Oh, Tendrin. Okay.
Yes, Venerable
Terrific.
Tendrin.
Okay,
Just
terrific.
doing it.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll now do a brief dedication, more general dedication. So first and most importantly, that bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings in the world. And particularly for Vladimir Putin to generate bodhicitta right this second. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Next, I would dedicate for the long lives of the spiritual friends, first for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunata's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness. So due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like some other Vajra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Lastly, for the flourishing of the teachings, particularly Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings. For Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teaching of the victorious one lives on Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And let's also just dedicate quickly for all the beings who recently died, all these beings who are in the Bardo, may they instantly be born in the Pure Land of the Buddha where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, attain again a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana virtuous friend and the Mahayana teachings, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. Then we also dedicate for all of these proximate conditions for suffering in the world, of course, due to war, due to natural disasters, due to environmental catastrophe, due to violence of any form, due to famine and other economic problems, all these causes of suffering of body and mind, may they instantly be pacified in this and all the world systems of the 10 directions from now until the end of samsara. And more generally speaking, may they never occur again. So yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you all who have joined from all around the world. And Tendrin, Tashile.
Okay. Tashi delay.
Yeah, be well. And
You too.
take care, everyone. Be good to each other. We'll see you next time.
All right. So welcome to this continued practice to fulfill Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes in order to help diminish this pandemic with the wish that it end. We're saying these prayers on the behalf of all sentient beings. So take a moment to refresh your visualization of being surrounded by sentient beings, all your loved ones nearby, your Dharma community, and then all the people of your life, all those we rely upon, who may be strangers in this life, but haven't always been strangers and won't be strangers in the future. All those who are helping others in this very moment, in all the many ways that are manifestations of our Buddha nature, with simple kindness or providing help with a particular expertise. And all those who are suffering in this moment. They're all around us. And we're leading them in these prayers. The advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So imagine in the space in front of us all, it's a golden throne supported by 8 great lions, top of which is seated the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. His holy body is transparent light. He's surrounded by all the gurus, yidams, nagas, dakinis, dharma protectors, guardians, all the direct and indirect lineage lamas. Really try to feel the presence of your teachers, of enlightened beings, and of all sentient beings around us. Now, in order to remove our own obstacles to the long, healthy, happy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we're going to recite the Refuge and Bodhicitta prayer 7 times. I take refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. And of course, the greatest offering we can make to our teachers is an offering of practice, particularly the practice that follows the Guru's advice. So we're going to recite the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease in order to purify, in order to diminish this pandemic, in order to end the pandemic for all suffering sentient beings. So we begin with the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now with a strong wish to become enlightened quickly for the benefit of all sentient beings, imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light up into the figure of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to the crown of our heads. So there are countless sentient beings surrounding us with countless radiant Shakyamuni Buddhas above the crown of each head, sending purifying white light, removing all the causes for negativities, filling us with golden light, all the exalted good qualities. And Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters through the crown of our heads, and comes to abide at our heart, right? Effortlessly and spontaneously helps us. Feel fully confident that we can rely on the Buddha in this way. Now imagine that in the space in front, 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, adorned with magnificent ornaments. He's the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. So we're going to recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, for about 5 minutes. And we're thinking, we're holding all these suffering sentient beings in our heart, particularly those who are suffering from COVID-19 right in this moment. All those loved ones who are worried about their families, all those who are dealing with the grief of the loss of loved ones, all those in the bardo, all the sentient beings working so tirelessly to try to help those who are sick and ill, and for all suffering sentient beings. So just imagine radiating light coming from the heart and pores of Chenrezig, reaching every single sentient being, bringing whatever is needed for all temporary and ultimate happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And take a moment to rejoice in your efforts to engage the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, our recitation of mantras with this deep, heartfelt wish to benefit all sentient beings, to become enlightened quickly so we can unerringly benefit sentient beings, to rejoice in our Buddha potential. So all the pains that we may have felt this week from hearing the horrors of, the pandemic, numbers rising again, the horrors of war, the horrors of shootings in the US, all the different ways some beings are suffering. This is a manifestation of our compassionate nature, that we can really grieve for strangers, because they're only strangers in this life. We've known them before, we'll know them again. And it really shows how we're not really strangers at all, this pain we feel when they suffer. So we're dedicating these prayers to the benefit of all these suffering sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we'll continue with the prayer of the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. So again, refresh your visualization of Chenrezig in the space in front, radiating rays of light to all sentient beings, penetrating their hearts, filling their entire bodies with purifying light, with compassionate wisdom. And for this prayer, we're emphasizing those who've been harmed by weapons, as well as those harming others with weapons. Filling our world leaders with compassionate wisdom. For all suffering sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoice and dedicate the merits of our practice, of all the merits of all holy and ordinary beings in the three times. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate eye, looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and died to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may all our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So take a moment to refresh your visualization of all sentient beings surrounding you. Imagine them filled with all the exalted qualities of all the Buddhas. All suffering has been removed. Ourselves and all other suffering sentient beings. Rejoice that we've met the teachers of the true Dharma. Give us holy advice so that we can be of benefit now and that we can become enlightened to benefit others unerringly in the future. Now imagine that thousand-armed Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into each and every sentient being, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majjhina's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to all those who've been doing this practice week after week and all those who are newly doing it. May all our prayers be fulfilled. Thank you to Jenny and Chenrezig Institute for supporting us in these practices every week for quite a long time now. So take it away.
Okay. We continue in French because my English is very, very bad. Et donc, voilà. On va continuer comme d'habitude. Hein. Donc, je vais faire le partage d'écran. Je vais faire le partage d'écran si ça veut bien le faire. Et ça va pouvoir le faire. Ça y est, vous l'avez le texte? Non, j'en étais sûr. Donc, on fait nouveau partage. Et là, je suis sûr que vous allez l'avoir. Voilà. Donc, comme d'habitude, on commence par la motivation. Quoi que nous fassions, il faut une motivation. Parce que c'est la motivation qui indique la nature de l'action, qui indique aussi quel type de karma on va générer. Donc, nous faisons ceci pour des aides, donc c'est une motivation positive. Aussi bien pour essayer d'enrayer à notre manière par les antidotes appropriés toute cette pandémie qui semble, même si elle semble passer un petit peu au second plan, elle est toujours là. Si nous lisons les statistiques, les hôpitaux, etc., il y a toujours, tous les jours, des personnes qui décèdent, même si le nombre diminue. Même si le nombre diminue, ça fait quand même des personnes qui meurent. Et ça semble une plaisanterie de le dire, mais pour ceux qui sont touchés, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'important qui se produit. Donc, il y a de la souffrance qui est générée. Et donc, nous, par notre motivation positive, on va essayer de contrer cette énergie. Pas trop le mot énergie, parce que ça fait un peu New Age, animer n'importe quoi. Mais bon, cette énergie de karma négatif qui se répand sur toute la Terre, d'une façon ou d'une autre, que ce soit par la pandémie, que ce soit par les guerres. Hein, et donc, on est de toute façon dans une des époques dites de dégénérescence, le Kali Yuga. Et donc, voilà, ça, c'est le propre des périodes de dégénérescence, hein, les pandémies, les maladies, les catastrophes naturelles, les guerres, les occasions pour les gens de s'en vouloir les uns les autres et de créer du karma négatif au lieu de pratiquer l'amour et la compassion. Donc nous avons eu la chance d'avoir ces enseignements de la part de nos maîtres et ce qui fait que nous sommes là aujourd'hui, même si on n'est pas nombreux, c'est déjà pour essayer justement de contrer toute cette négativité par cette énergie d'amour, cette énergie de compassion. Et donc, c'est avec cette raison et cette motivation que grâce aux prières de Thangtong Gyalpo, puisque maintenant nous en avons 2, et grâce aussi à l'aide de la compassion infinie de Chenrezig qu'on va invoquer par le mantra, nous allons faire cette pratique pour dissiper ce qui au fond est la même chose, quelle que soit la situation difficile, c'est l'ignorance des êtres qui les conduit à ça. Et en dissipant l'ignorance des êtres, on contribue à guérir le monde. Et pour asseoir cette motivation positive, on commence par se remémorer les 4 pensées incommensurables, puisque c'est on peut dire, la graine de la compassion. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur, puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération, puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et là, nous essayons de visualiser Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres, dont le nombre est aussi vaste que l'espace. Donc au-dessus, il y a un lotus blanc et un disque de lune sur lesquels apparaît la syllabe Ri, qui est blanche et qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig lui-même est blanc, lumineux. Il diffuse des rayons des 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique. Son regard est plein de compassion. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent un joyau qui exauce tous les souhaits. Et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est représenté par le joyau de la couronne. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha, non, je l'ai déjà dit, pardon. Donc, Chenrezig est assis. Ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine. Il est adossé contre une lune immaculée. Au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, il y a les syllabes Om, A, Om. Donc là maintenant, on va dire la prière. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'ensemble des maîtres des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc, en ayant toujours l'image de Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête, nous récitons son mantra. Om Adi Padme Hum. Om Adi Padme Om Adi Padme Hum. Om Adi Padme Hum. Om Adi Padme Hum. Om Adi Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Et toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés, ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir respirer dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, les 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, les 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois arts et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. On va dire encore une fois, je ne suis pas sûr que si on dit 3 fois, après on est à la bourre. Mais 2 fois, on peut faire. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tient la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, c'est par le corps de l'esprit à un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir mal le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, les 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, les 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et maintenant, nous pouvons passer à la prière pour pacifier le danger des armes, si je la retrouve. Voilà. Et là aussi, on commence par dire le mantra de Chenrezig, puisqu'on s'adresse de nouveau à lui. Om Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime à l'œil de compassion. Victorieux Ayagriva Kurusé, Tara pleinement accompli à la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge à la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles et des saintes dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes puits de nectar d'amour veillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, un Asura, ne plus jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays et dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Voilà. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort des êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient de pluie au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospères pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature et par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. Et nous recommençons au moins encore une fois. Grand et bienveillant victorieux, transcendant et sublime à l'œil de compassion, victorieux Ayagriva Kurusé, qui t'aura pleinement accompli à la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge de la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles et des saintes dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan du karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intense des conflits et des querelles. Je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants comme flammes brasiers de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, un asura, ne plus jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays, dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, les êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des libertés, bénéficient de pluie au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospères pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit, et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. Et donc, nous pouvons passer à la dédicace. Qu'on aura le temps de faire complète. Jancho Sencho Rinpoche Magye Panam Yochi Kye Panyam Pame Pao Gone Gontu Perwato Gewadi Nura Rama Sanye no Yone Rowachi Kyamarupa Te Isara Yepacho. Grâce au mérite des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puis les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté et les problèmes économiques, et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent, être immédiatement pacifiés, et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas, les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, amener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gyori rawe kawe chinkam di penda dewa manu jungwene Chenrezig Intenzi Yatsoni Chapesite partout Tenyuchi. Et la prière de longue vie pour Lama Zopa Rinpoche. tu su chang chi jang gan gen we ten zin jiang pen we kun se do bo ze cho su gu we le me tu lu pa da so du che gen tu shap ten chong. Et avec ceci, nous avons terminé pour aujourd'hui cette jolie pratique que maintenant nous faisons depuis un certain temps. Et voilà, j'attends qu'arrive le successeur italien. En attendant, donc vous avez dû recevoir le message que donc à partir de la semaine prochaine et probablement pendant 2 mois, on va réciter des prières pour la longue vie et la bonne santé de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Non pas qu'il soit malade, mais Rogers demande tous les ans, enfin Rogers c'est le directeur, il demande tous les ans à Cadrola, cette femme extraordinaire, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour que Lama Zopa puisse enseigner le plus longtemps possible. Donc elle a dit qu'il fallait pratiquer le refuge. Donc on va faire une petite prière toutes les semaines. Le mardi avant la prière des malades, donc on va commencer à 18h. Hein, et donc avec le même lien. Et ensuite, le samedi, par contre, il y aura deux liens puisque on va la faire aussi avant cela. Voilà, donc je ne sais pas ce qui se passe après parce que le successeur n'est pas là. Donc, non so chi viene dopo di me? Non lo so. Bon. Écoutez, hein, je ne sais pas, je vais demander à la normalement, je devrais pouvoir demander à, je ne sais pas comment faire.
Agatha.
Eccola. Voilà. Eccola.
Merci Elio.
Merci à tout le monde.
Merci.
Et ciao Agathe.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir.
Grazie e alla prossima.
À mardi. Au revoir.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao, ciao, grazie. Buonasera, sono Agatha del centro Cianciucciolin di Polava e sono felicissima di essere qua ancora una volta. Siamo veramente fortunati di poter partecipare a questa grande maratona e quindi rigioiamo del fatto che siamo qua. E quindi cominciamo subito con la respirazione, con la pratica della respirazione in 9 cicli. Ispiriamo con la narice sinistra e pensiamo che l'aria sotto forma di luce bianchissima che rappresenta l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e ci riempie completamente. All'altezza del nostro ombelico cerchiamo di trattenerla un pochino
qualche secondo e poi la facciamo uscire visualizzando il respiro sotto forma di fumo nero che rappresenta le nostre preoccupazioni, il karma negativo, i dolori, la paura, la malattia, tutto quello che sì che è di ostacolo alla nostra vita quotidiana. Se ne va lontano, esce, se ne va lontano e si disperde negli universi. E così facciamo questa pratica 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con quella destra e poi con entrambe le narici, in modo da preparare corpo, parole e mente in maniera appropriata per poter fare la pratica insieme. Noi il sabato, cioè in questa occasione, facciamo sempre la stessa pratica, ma è una pratica esperienziale di condivisione, non è non è una un'azione di Dharma. Facciamo insieme un'esperienza in modo che tutti noi riusciamo a condividere un modo di essere che ci porta benessere e ci dà una soluzione ai problemi della settimana. Quindi per quello facciamo sempre la stessa, però è perché è un'esperienza che stiamo condividendo tutte quante. E quindi no, volevo sottolineare questo, ecco. Allora, adesso procediamo subito con la respirazione in 9 cicli. Non è proprio necessario avere la postura in 7 punti, però la schiena dritta sì. Ecco, questa è importante. Magari l'appoggiate a una sedia, però è importante avere la schiena dritta. Ok, procediamo. Inspiriamo luce bianchissima che rappresenta tutte le qualità positive dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, e tutte le realizzazioni e la chiara luce. E espiriamo tutti i nostri problemi, preoccupazioni, karma negativo e malattie e quant'altro. Disperde grande, eh, nel grande universo. Cambiamo narice. Adesso con tutte e 2 le narici. Bene, adesso pensiamo al motivo per cui siamo qua, alla motivazione che pensiamo che siamo convinti che il nostro obiettivo, il nostro motivo di vita è quello di raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Quindi la bodhicitta, il sentimento di bodhicitta che ci vale su tutta la nostra vita spirituale, dando un input molto importante al nostro comportamento. Perché? Perché appunto c'è la bodhicitta convenzionale, che è quella che si occupa dell'altruismo per eliminare l'egoismo, e la bodhicitta ultima, che è quella del raggiungimento della vacuità di tutti i fenomeni. E quindi insieme, avendo ben chiaro l'obiettivo finale, di conseguenza il nostro comportamento di corpo e parola mente quotidiano si muove in base al raggiungimento di questa grande opportunità. Quindi dobbiamo cercare proprio di svegliarci la mattina e cercare di dire: io vorrei tanto raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, vorrei diventare Buddha, senza avere un'ombra di dubbio. Noi possiamo farcela, noi abbiamo tutte le condizioni favorevoli per riuscire a raggiungere questa grande opportunità, anche perché abbiamo la possibilità in questo momento così tragico di ricevere insegnamenti di Dharma, di avere contatti con grandi maestri, di avere la possibilità di ascoltare il Dalai Lama che interagisce con corpo, parola, mente, con tutti gli esseri senzienti, proprio nessuno escluso. Quindi abbiamo un canale preferenziale rispetto al resto del mondo, no? Bisogna essere consapevoli che abbiamo i meriti di essere qui e ora, e quindi cerchiamo di sfruttare al massimo questa possibilità. Appunto la bodhicitta. La bodhicitta è fondamentale perché non ci rendiamo conto, ma veramente siamo succubi del nostro egoismo e dell'attaccamento all'io, che pensiamo che sia autonomo dalla sua parte, che sia veramente esistente, e tutto quello che noi vediamo pensiamo che abbia una validità. Invece non è così, è tutta una proiezione della nostra mente, e quindi dobbiamo mettere in pratica consigli e l'esperienza che hanno i nostri maestri per poter percorrere la stessa strada interiorista ed avere una qualità di vita molto valida per noi e per gli altri. E quindi una pratica che ci aiuta moltissimo in questo senso è la pratica del Tonglen, che ha una metodologia che aiuta innanzitutto a risolvere la preoccupazione del problema, perché uno dei motivi per cui non riusciamo ad avere una vita tranquilla è proprio perché non sappiamo trovare una soluzione, no? Mentre il Tonglen aiuta in questo senso. Quindi è una pratica che ci aiuta a sviluppare un interesse molto positivo, un interesse altruistico, e prendendo su di noi tutte le sofferenze degli altri e regaliamo loro la felicità. Quando noi diciamo prendiamo su di noi tutte le sofferenze, nel gruppo automaticamente ci siamo anche noi. Quindi è un modo per risolvere i problemi nell'immediato, un'autoguarigione, un'autoanalisi ed è una pratica che comunque aiuta molto a guarire. E quindi adesso continuiamo a tenere la schiena dritta e visualizziamo intorno a noi tutti gli esseri tutti gli esseri animali, spiriti affamati e assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. E anche visualizzate le persone che pensate che siano che si affidano a voi per le preghiere, che sono malate, che conoscete, per cui siete preoccupati anche. Visualizzate il vostro padre, vostra madre, a destra e a sinistra. E pensate che intorno a noi c'è un oceano, una folla immensa di persone che rappresentano tutti i 6 reami. E noi siamo al centro. Pensiamo che tutti soffrono in una maniera incredibile, però sono impotenti, incapaci, sono senza guida e protezione perché nessuno si prende cura di loro. Quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa per loro, nessuno lo farà. Se avete un particolare problema di salute, visualizzate che tutti hanno lo stesso problema. Questo aiuta molto a diminuire la tensione del problema. Per esempio, non funziona un ginocchio, un male incredibile a un ginocchio. Pensate che tutti hanno un male al ginocchio, qualsiasi cosa ce l'hanno tutti. Quindi ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera la negatività e le cause di tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, anche animali, dei, semidei, preta, tutti quanti. Le ispiriamo, pensiamo che tutta questa negatività sotto forma di luce di fumo nero entra dentro di noi e nello stesso tempo con grande coraggio pensiamo, possono maturare su di me le negatività e le cause. Pensiamo che il fumo nero entra dentro di noi e all'altezza del nostro cuore c'è una palla nera pesantissima che rappresenta il nostro egoismo e l'attaccamento all'io. Sentiamo questo grande macigno di cui noi non ne siamo consapevoli, ma c'è. Visualizziamolo all'altezza del nostro cuore. Ispiriamo il fumo nero e quando entra dentro dentro il nostro cuore sfiora la palla nera che si esplode e va in 1000 pezzi e i frammenti spariscono nello spazio. Pensiamo così. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli non ci sono. Quindi meditiamo sulla vacuità dell'io. A questo punto non riusciamo a trovarlo da nessuna parte. Ecco che sorge un grande senso di liberazione, una grande gioia, perché abbiamo eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalla loro sofferenza e abbiamo eliminato il nostro egoismo e l'attaccamento all'io. Quindi pensiamo a questo sentimento di gioia. Che si trasforma in luce bianchissima tutto il nostro corpo. Attraverso i pori della nostra pelle, la luce bianchissima e purificata esce e va a inondare tutti gli esseri dei sei reami, nessuno escluso, in tutti gli universi, ogni angolo dell'universo. Tutti sono completamente inondati di gioia, amore e con compassione. Abbiamo guarito le loro sofferenze, abbiamo trasformato il loro karma negativo. Visualizziamo proprio questa luce, questo immenso mondo fatto di luce bianchissima che purifica, lenisce i dolori e rende tutti liberi e felici. La luce rientra dentro il nostro corpo e poi ritorna a uscire e facciamo offerte a tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, protettori e Dharmapala che compiaciuti accettano questo grande gesto di generosità. Pensiamo che offriamo loro acqua da bere, meravigliose cascate, acqua purissima, acqua per i piedi, meravigliosi fiori, magari che abbiamo visto qualche volta e ci sono rimasti impressi. È l'energia che noi offriamo, che scaturisce dalla vista dei fiori. Quindi pensiamo ai fiori proprio che ci fanno allargare il cuore, anche tanti giardini magari che abbiamo visto, bellissimi, offriamo loro questo tipo di fiori. Poi montagne di incenso. Miliardi di soli, tantissima luce, offriamo loro tantissima luce. Profumi deliziosi. Cibo, tantissimo cibo, montagne di cibo. E musica. Pensiamo che compiaciuti sorridono e ci rimandano l'energia sempre sotto forma di luce bianca che ci riempie completamente e in questo modo abbiamo eliminato ancora una volta tutte le interferenze. Poi pensiamo che davanti a noi c'è Chenrezig che attraverso il chakra del suo capo emana un fascio di luce bianca a noi e a tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, un fascio di luce bianca che entra dentro noi, purifica completamente. Siamo inondati di luce bianchissima e in questo modo vengono eliminate le negatività in relazione alle 3 azioni non virtuose del corpo, che sono uccidere, rubare, usare un comportamento sessuale scorretto. Dalla sua gola escono fasci di luce rossa che entrano nella nostra gola e riempiono completamente tutto il nostro corpo. E in questo modo vengono purificate le 4 azioni non virtuose della parola: mentire, calunniare, creare divisioni, usare parole offensive, parlare a vanvera e fare pettegolezzi. Dal suo cuore esce un fascio di luce blu che entra attraverso tutti i cuori di tutti gli esseri senzienti e li riempie completamente di luce blu. In questo modo vengono eliminate le azioni non virtuose della mente, provare brama, attaccamento e desiderio, provare malevolenza e cattiveria e sostenere visioni distorte. Adesso simultaneamente dal chakra del capo, della gola e del cuore di Chenrezig escono 3 fasci di luce bianco, rosso e blu e ci riempiono completamente, si fondono in un'unica energia dentro di noi, che ci purifica, ci guarisce, tutte le cellule si trasformano e rinascono. Pensiamo che le cellule rinascono, che noi stiamo guarendo. Con la luce bianca, rossa e blu che si fusa completamente in una sola energia. Ora siamo a dei contenitori adatti per poter procedere alla lettura, alla pratica vera e propria della parola di Massida Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera il Sakya dalle malattie. E cerchiamo di sviluppare questo sentimento di gratitudine, perché è molto importante ringraziare, quindi siamo al centro di una grande energia cosmica, abbiamo fatto offerta a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva, abbiamo aiutato tutti gli esseri senzienti e per questa grande opportunità di pratica diciamo mentalmente qualche volta grazie. Grazie per quello che abbiamo ricevuto, grazie per quello che stiamo facendo, grazie perché sappiamo cosa fare nel futuro. E tutto questo dipende dagli altri, quindi ringraziamo tutti gli altri, ringraziamo tutto il campo dei meriti e ancora di più decisi e sicuri, senza ombra di dubbio, con grande coraggio, facciamo questa pratica. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità, nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divitative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Adesso pensiamo che Buddha Chenrezig insieme a noi continua ad emanare tantissima luce di guarigione, di amore, con amore e compassione. Recitiamo il sacro mantra di Chenrezig, pensando proprio di continuare ad emanare questa preziosa energia chiamata amore, che aiuta tutti gli esseri, nessuno escluso. Grande, tantissima luce, una luce infinita di amore con compassione. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Adesso sentiamoci orgogliosi di fare questa pratica, di leggere questa preghiera che aiuta tantissimo, tantissime persone, ma anche siamo proprio felici di noi. Siamo qui e ora, non stiamo facendo altro, abbiamo scelto una pratica spirituale, questa è una cosa molto molto importante, positiva. E anche questo senso di gratitudine verso i nostri maestri che si fidano di noi, perché siamo angeli di luce che in questo momento proprio portano l'amore nell'universo. Questo è importante. I maestri contano molto su di noi, anche il Dalai Lama, tutti quanti. E noi siamo grati per questa opportunità. E con grande coraggio, proprio forza, coraggio, bisogna avere coraggio adesso. C'è chi prende le armi e chi tira fuori, sfodera l'amore, ok? Noi siamo di quelli che sfoderano l'amore e inondano tutti gli universi di luce e di amore. E senza ombra di dubbio, adesso cominciamo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grata, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte, appena vengono pronunciate. Facciamo una mala di mantra, sempre di Om Mani Padme Hum, continuando a essere dentro un oceano di luce, una luce infinita di amore. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e da altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. e ritorniamo alla consapevolezza che abbiamo eliminato tutte le sofferenze degli altri, abbiamo dato loro la felicità, abbiamo ricevuto tanta energia positiva da Buddha Chenrezig, le abbiamo purificato tutte le negatività e quindi abbiamo un corpo di luce completamente adatto ad emanare amore e compassione verso tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Siamo in un'unica entità di luce e amore che ricordiamoci è dentro di noi, perché la nostra vera essenza è la nostra natura è completamente è il Dharmakaya, senza ostacoli, pensieri, ed è un'entità molto potente che può emanare effettivamente tanto amore e compassione. Con il giusto metodo riusciremo a realizzarla, però pensiamo che questa potenzialità di tanto amore e compassione libera da ostacoli e dalle 80.000 concettualizzazioni, la nostra natura della mente è la ricca, puro amore, pura luce. E con questa consapevolezza continuiamo a leggere. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Ecco, l'amore combatte proprio anche quello che arriva dall'esterno, perché noi pensiamo sempre che siamo noi l'artefice dei nostri problemi, non abbastanza per fare una cosa o l'altra, o ci creiamo degli ostacoli, invece ci sono anche gli ostacoli esterni, appunto, che derivano da spiriti, da malattie, dai Buddha. Allora, quale migliore reazione se non quella di lasciare andare le situazioni, sapere con la consapevolezza che ci sono e non andranno mai via. Noi abbiamo la luce e l'ombra, abbiamo bisogno di tutti e due, però ci concentriamo sull'amore e sulla luce e in questo modo le tensioni si sciolgono. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Partecipare a questa pratica allontana proprio 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie, cioè non è proprio, siamo fortunati. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere. Splendore, no? Splendore, si parla sempre di luce, no? Splendida, non è solo questione di laurea, è proprio riconoscere l'amore che c'è dentro di noi ed emanarlo a tutto l'universo. siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Questo ce lo auguriamo perché noi siamo interdipendenti da cause e condizioni diverse dagli altri, no? Abbiamo bisogno di tutti. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, per fortuna ci sono, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella buca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie, così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi generata, non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Arjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. In particolare pensiamo a tutti gli infermieri, ai dottori degli ospedali, delle case di riposo, del centro di salute mentale e tutti i medici senza frontiere. Pensiamo di dedicare questa preziosa energia affinché abbiano più forza e coraggio. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte e che stanno lasciando il corpo affinché possano affrontare il bardo senza nessun tipo di paura e ad avere sempre il Guru Radice vicino perché possa aiutarlo ad avere una rinascita fortunata. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte, magari che conosciamo. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i malati di Covid e di altre malattie perché possano guarire immediatamente. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Una dedica particolare a tutti i maestri elementari, medi e superiori universitari perché possano riuscire ad insegnare etica e dare un esempio valido oltre al curriculum di studi di morale e tranquillità mentale, come il progetto Alice sta facendo in tutto il mondo. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Dedichiamo a tutti i maestri perché possano continuare, possano vivere a lungo e possano continuare a infonderci i preziosi consigli di questo sentiero interioristico con il loro esempio. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i praticanti del Dharma perché possano continuare con sforzo entusiastico a mettere in pratica questo meraviglioso metodo insegnato da Buddha Shakyamuni senza neanche un attimo di dubbio. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i politici perché possano assolutamente trovare una soluzione per il benessere di tutti gli esseri senzienti, di tutti gli universi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata da guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità di terreni, sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dal vittorioso. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stati della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuote dall'esistere dalla mia parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra, hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma del Re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa in mani un atto, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie, grazie infinite a tutti quanti, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Hello, Venerable Thupten.
Hello, Venerable Agata.
Oh, have a nice session.
Ciao. Thank you so much. Ciao.
Ciao.
So welcome to anyone who is joining for the next half hour, which will be led in English. And a big thank you to all of you who are just finishing your prayers, and to the Chenrezig media team that has been supporting all of these prayers, Venerable Dundrup for organizing them all, and all of the IMI Sangha and FPMT community who've been tuning in every week and doing these prayers. So thank you. It's been a wonderful group effort. So I rejoice. And I thought that today we could start with reciting some refuge prayers, because you may have seen on the FPMT announcements that we're encouraged to say these refuge and bodhicitta prayers in order to remove obstacles for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's life for these next 2 months. And so it's very important that we as his students recite these prayers. And then we'll continue with prayers to remove obstacles to Guru Rinpoche, and finishing with Thangtong Gyalpo, which is our prayer for ending the COVID pandemic, which I know here in Italy, it seems like it's over because everyone has gone back to normal life and is not wearing masks, and it seems very invisible in many ways, and yet we know for sure it's not. So we should keep saying prayers that this pandemic ends. So just start by settling into your posture, making sure that you've got a nice straight back and that you feel comfortable. And we don't have time to do a full breathing meditation, but just take a set of 3 deep breaths in order to settle your mind a little bit. And then take a few minutes to look at your motivation. And so we have already thought about why we're doing these prayers a little bit, but we really want to put some effort into generating a bodhicitta motivation, because this is the best motivation for doing any of our practices. And in order to generate that, we have to start with a basis of equanimity. So seeing that all sentient beings are equal, regardless of what shape they're in, what color they are, what plane they're in. All sentient beings just want happiness and are plagued with a self-cherishing eye, a mind that grasps at things that as existing from their own side, with some sort of permanence. And with this ignorance is creating cyclic suffering. And not only are these sentient beings just like you and me, just wanting happiness, we also are interdependent with them in that our happiness relies on all sentient beings, both in a very conventional way, or we rely on other people for our emotional stability, through friendships, through love. Our daily needs, we need people with expertise to teach us, to show us how to build things, to make money, to grow food. Any worldly activity that we do, someone has to teach us how to do it. And many of the things that we use rely on the expertise of others, the house we might live in, the food we buy at the store, all due to the kindness of others. And not only that, but if we have confidence in karma and past lives through examining the logic of the Buddha's teachings, then it's only logical that all sentient beings at some point have been our mothers, treating us with ultimate kindness. Unconditional love, willing to sacrifice their own lives for ours. And with that, we generate a feeling of closeness, of compassion and love, and the special responsibility that I myself will attain enlightenment. Because in order to help all sentient beings, I have to have a mind that is fully developed in wisdom and compassion, knows exactly what to do, when to do it. In order to have ultimate happiness, we have to get there first, so we can lead all others on that path from experience. And to do that, we need the precious teachings of our gurus, And we are especially relying on His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And so really thinking about the kindness of our precious teachers, without whom we would be completely lost. We'll recite this refuge in bodhicitta prayer. You can do it in whatever language you prefer. I'll chant it 3 times in Tibetan aloud, and then we can do it quietly. Sangye chirang soki chognam la jangchu bardu dagni kyapsu chi dagi jinsoki pesunam ki drola penchir sangye drupar shog. Sangye chirang soki chognam la jangchu bardu dagni kyapsu chi dagi jinsoki pesunam ki drola penchir sangye drupar shog. Sangye chirang soki chognam la jangchu bardu dagni kyapsu chi dagi jinsoki pesunam ki drola penchir sangye drupar shog. Sangye chirang. Sangye chirang. Sangye chirang soki chokdam la jungju bardu dani kyapsu chi dagi jinsoki pesanam ki drola penchir sangye dru parshok. And then let's say the prayer to Guru Rinpoche to clear away obstacles on the path, which has 2 verses, and then we'll say the Guru Rinpoche mantra. And this picture of Guru Rinpoche is on the road to Namo Buddha, where the Buddha in an earlier life sacrificed his life to the tiger mother so that she could feed her cubs to a very special place. Precious Guru, embodiment of all Buddhas of the 3 times, great bliss, the Lord of all accomplishments, wrathful power who dispels all hindrances and subdues demons, pray bestow your blessings. Please remove the outer, inner, and secret obstacles and grant your blessings to accomplish wishes spontaneously. When, due to the obstacles of the elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, this illusory body which is rented is meeting the time to be perished, requesting undoubtedly without 2-pointed mind to Padmasambhava and the goddess of the elements, there is no doubt the 4 elements get naturally pacified. I request Organ, the one arising from the lotus, please bless the wishes to succeed naturally. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. And think that due to the merit we've created, Guru Rinpoche has pacified all of the 4 elements, and especially anything related to conflict, the gun violence in the United States, the war in Ukraine, the conflict between Israel and Palestine. There's so many different conflicts. May they all be pacified. I think that Guru Rinpoche has purified all of that karma. And all sentient beings have peace. And then we do the Vajra speech of Mahat Siddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease, in order to relieve all sufferings related to COVID, any sufferings of body and mind by any sentient beings. And not only from COVID, but any disease that may be plaguing sentient beings. We wish that they all be free of that suffering. And so let's imagine that Thousand Armed Chenrezig is now with us, having a clear as clear a vision as you can of his white light body. There's an image on the screen to help you with the visualization. But the most important thing is that feeling that Thousand Arm Chenrezig is here. His body is made of light. The environment is completely pure. Everything made of light, nothing ordinary. Everything is blissful. Thousand Arm Chenrezig is the embodiment of perfect wisdom and compassion. And just try and imagine what it is like to be in that presence. Where there's no judgment. Just loving kindness. Complete safety. And we say this refuge prayer. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the, let's start with the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so think that you're surrounded by all sentient beings who have taken refuge with you in the form of humans, stretching out endlessly. And Thousand Arm Chenrezig, due to our prayers, sends out blissful light and nectar in streams that enter the crown of your head and the crowns of all sentient beings' heads, purifying all negativities, all the karmic causes of sufferings of body and mind, and especially those of COVID and diseases. As we say the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then let's say the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that you and all sentient beings are now completely purified. And Thousand Arm Chenrezig, who is one with your guru, comes to the crown of your head, wanting to merge with you, turns and faces the same direction, melts into white light, enters the crown of your head. And you and Thousand Arm Chenrezig and the guru are in union oneness, abiding in that bliss and emptiness that sees all phenomena as free of any inherent existence. Just meditate on that for a moment. And from that state of emptiness, we dedicate to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent, arising, or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And we dedicate for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without, and then we seal the merits with emptiness, which Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends we do after all our practices. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to Christine and Irene, Ginny, Aldo. And welcome to dear Venerable Angie Muir. Long time no see.
I know.
Where are you now?
I'm in California, in Rinpoche's house in Aptos.
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Been here for some time. Are you still in Nepal?
No, now I'm in Italy at Institute Lama Tsongkhapa.
Oh, are you studying?
Yeah, I'll be starting the master's program next year.
Oh, wow, so you're just getting settled in.
Yes.
Is there a basic program going on there or something? Or what's happening? Just
Well, Kadrala was here just a short time ago.
Oh, that's amazing. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're doing a lot of programs for the summer. There's going to be a summer camp for kids, and there's a Tibetan festival, and many things happening. And so I just keep watching the website, trying to keep up with all the things that are happening.
Yeah. That's great. How long have you been there for? A few months?
Well, I came here end of last year because I was trying to catch the end of the basic program as well. Yeah, and then did some retreat, and yeah, there was going to be some pre-studies for the master's program, but that didn't come through. But I'm in their online debate class, which I
and there's
love.
the Maya course as well happening.
Yeah, we did that. Yep.
Yeah.
Just finished. Yeah.
Yeah, just finished. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. So.
Are you learning some Italian?
I am. I've got a lovely teacher here who is holding my hand and being very patient with me.
I think everybody does speak a lot of Italian there, I would imagine. I mean, it's Italy, but they tend to, I think, socialize a lot in Italian, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So working on it.
Working on it, yeah, because you're going to be there for, master's program, what, 6-7 years?
Yeah, 6 years of study and a year of retreat.
Yeah, and I guess you get some kind of study visa or something then?
I've got a religious visa.
A religious visa, yeah. Is that for how long?
Typically 2 years, and then you keep renewing it.
Renewing, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, I rejoice, yeah. And you've been a
How
nun
long
now? You've been a nun for what, 2-3 years now or more?
2.5 years now, yeah.
2.5 years, yeah. Wow, it's all happening, eh?
Yeah. And how long have you been at Aptos?
I've been here 6 years now.
6 years. Wow.
Yeah. I came from Santa Fe. I moved around quite a bit, and I've been to Rinpoche's houses 2 or 3 times. This is my 3rd time. But yeah, I've been here a bit longer now.
Wow.
I'm still here, not at the moment, not going anywhere. So my mind's very much in water bowls and gardening and cleaning, and it's just that mindset, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, it is such a beautiful place full of offerings that it requires very much a lot of care. So yeah.
Anyway, it's nice to see you.
Lovely to see you too.
You're doing so well, and I suppose I better start.
Okay. Oh, I'm so glad I got to see you. So take care.
Nice to see you. Take care. Okay. Good morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where we are. And so today, as I have been doing the past few weeks, I'm going to do a Guru Rinpoche prayer that was suggested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to pray for Ukraine, to have peace, for the war, the conflict to end as quickly as possible. So the Guru Rinpoche prayer that I'm going to do this week is Sampa Lundrupa, the prayer to Guru Rinpoche that spontaneously fulfills all wishes. And then after that, just to take us to the end of the session, I'm going to do the refuge and bodhicitta that Kadrala has kindly advised for all the students to do for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. So to think about that and recite the refuge and bodhicitta prayer as many times as we can. So to do that and then finish with Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life prayer that was also advanced, it was also composed by Kyabje. So to finish with that, and of course with the other dedication prayers. So we have about 25 minutes now. Thanks for your patience, anybody who was, Aldo's on. At a different time now, Aldo. Usually I see you when I'm at the end of the day, but you're here too. That's great. So anyway, we're going to do those. So just taking a moment to connect with our motivation. So just remembering that the purpose of life is to free ourselves and all sentient beings from suffering and causes of suffering, karma and delusion. Now that we recognize through hearing the Buddha's teachings that we're under, all our problems come from suffering mind, mostly the afflictions, the causes of suffering. So with all our actions of body, speech and mind, trying to put effort to free yourself from these different mental afflictions, and especially the ignorance, grasping true existence. And then once we've developed these inner qualities ourselves, removed these inner problems and developed qualities, then we can guide all sentient beings and free them, having all the skill, the wisdom and the compassion to free all the sentient beings, not just in the human, but the hell, the animal, God, demigods, all the different realms of samsara, the form, formless realm, to free all them, to have this vast mind and develop the vast inner qualities, the 6 perfections, to free all sentient beings with suffering and causes of suffering, and lead them to the highest level of happiness, their highest potential full enlightenment. So we try and bring this motivation with all our actions, the body, speech and mind, every day, every moment of our life. May they bring about this result for us and all sentient beings. And particularly today for these prayers that we're doing to Guru Rinpoche, we pray that all the fighting, all the conflict, all the terror and fear be completely pacified in Ukraine and in Russia, and that there's peace there as quickly as possible through the blessings and empowering of Guru Rinpoche. So Sampa Lundrupa, the prayer to Guru Rinpoche that spontaneously fulfills all wishes. Maho and Deva Chen, blissful pure realm of the West, Amitabha's compassionate blessing was aroused, and he blessed his emanation Padmasambhava to come into this world to bring benefit to all beings. Compassionate One, you never cease to bring us help and well-being. To lotus-born Guru of Lorgum we pray, grant your blessings so our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. All the Dharma kings from Trees and Ditson down to the very end of the royal line, throughout past, present and future, and with your constant blessing, you're the only protection for rulers who follow Dharma as in Tibet. Compassionate One, you safeguard the lands that practice Dharma. To lotus-born Guru of Lorgum we pray, grant your blessings so our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. While your wisdom body subjugates the Rakshasas in the southwest, you look on sentient beings everywhere with compassion. Magnificent guide for sentient beings led astray by ignorance. Skillfully you teach them with their emotions so difficult to tame. Compassionate One, your love is constant in its kindness and care. To lotus-born Guru of Lorgum we pray, grant your blessings till our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now when this degenerate dark age reaches its final depths, at dawn and dusk you come from those that have devotion, riding on the rays, the rising and setting sun, and on the 10th day, the waxing moon, you come in person. Compassionate One, you act with vast power to help all beings. The lotus-born Guru of Lorgum we pray, grant your blessings till our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now in this dark age, the age of conflict, the final era of 500 parts, the 5 poisons of the negative emotions grow ever more violent in all sentient beings. Recklessly we indulge in destructive emotions and let the poisons dominate our minds. At a time like this, let your compassion be our refuge and protection. Compassionate One, you lead those with devotion to the higher realms. To lotus-born Guru of Lorgum we pray, grant your blessings so our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When terrifying armies of oppression encircle us, menacing the great centres of Dharma with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your retinue of the 8 classes of gods and demons, you will repel aggressors in our armies. Of this we have no doubt. Lotus-born Guru of Lorgum we pray, grant your blessings till our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When sickness strikes you to destroy the fragile bodies of sentient beings, when diseases plunge us into unbearable suffering and agony, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, embodiment of the Buddha of medicine, You will remove the obstacles that bring untimely death. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When nature turns against us and Earth's resources fail, when sentient beings are tormented by the plague of famine, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with all your dakinis and deities of prosperity, you will dispel all deprivation, all hunger and thirst. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the destined revealers retrieve hidden treasures for the benefit of beings, courageous and confident of our pure unbroken Samaya, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, inseparable from our Yudam deity, you will ensure that true heirs receive their father's treasure. Of this we have no doubt. Lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When travelling through hidden lands, forests and deserted places, when our way is blocked and we are cut off by storms, by rain or snow, with no trace or doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, surrounded by the mighty local deities, you will lead us practitioners to the right path. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When vicious wild animals menace us, tigers, leopards, bears and poisonous snakes, on our way through wild, terrifying and desolate places, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, along with your Ging warriors and protectors, you will drive off these ferocious creatures. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When obstacles arise in earth, water, fire and air, to threaten these illusory bodies of ours with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with the goddess of the four elements, you will harmonise elements in their natural state. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When travelling on dangerous routes, if murderous bandits and robbers attack us, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, through your realisation of the four mudras, you will dispel the terror of the brutality and greed. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When faced by killers on all sides who threaten us with lethal weapons, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, the protection of your Vajra tent will cause killers to panic and weapons to be scattered. Lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When this lifespan is exhausted and we come to die, if we are racked by the intense anguish and pain of times, no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, as you are the emanation of Buddha Amitabha, it is certain that we were born in the blissful pure realm of Deva Chen. Lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Once this borrowed and illusory body is destroyed in the bardo realm, when our deluded experiences and our further delusions arise to make us suffer, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, you know past, present and future. Through your compassion, you will let all delusions be self-liberated. Of this we have no doubt. Lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When we are overwhelmed by karma and circumstance and suffer through grasping that delusion is real, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, King of great bliss, you will utterly destroy the delusions that bring suffering. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When beings of all six realms are tormented by immense pain, and especially when our leaders and people are engulfed in suffering, with intense longing and devotion from the depths of our hearts, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with your unchanging, unwavering compassion, watch over us. To lotus-born Guru Vorgyan we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. So just take a moment to feel that Guru Rinpoche, our teacher, Guru in the aspect of Padmasambhava, is very pleased with our prayer and accepts, sends a light of peace and light to pacify all the beings, especially in Ukraine and Russia, so that the conflict is pacified immediately. And that there's harmony and good communication between the country, people, the leaders. And not just there, but the whole world experiences, peace. Okay, so now we're going to do the prayer, the refuge prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. So again, just taking a moment to think about what refuge means. So why we take refuge? We take refuge because, we discover that, our consciousness is that which reincarnates. We have a mind, a consciousness that reincarnates. And until we're free from samsaras, this cyclic existence, karma and delusion, then we need to reincarnate somewhere, in one of the realms, impure realms. So definitely we don't want to be reborn in the lower realms, where there's so much suffering, in the hell realms, the predator realms, the animal realms. And we think about the sufferings there, there's absolutely no way we want for ourselves or other beings to be reborn there. So with that sense of fear, we take refuge or seek protection in the Guru, Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, who have all the qualities and realizations, all the method, bodhicitta and wisdom that they've developed on the path. They're full of awakening qualities to guide us. Just by taking refuge from the heart, they have the complete qualities to guide us from the lower realms. And until we break the cycle existence, the cycle of contaminated karma that's caused because we're minds under the control of ignorance, particularly grasping at true existence, we have to keep cycling. So the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, are those which have freed themselves from the cycle of existence. So they're worthy of us taking refuge to also free ourselves from this endless cycle of rebirth and rid our mind of ignorance, and develop this great mind that realizes emptiness, the antidote to ignorance, the wisdom realizing emptiness. So we seek refuge in the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha to also achieve the same qualities these have, these liberating qualities, especially the wisdom realizing emptiness. And then once we have these qualities, we further seek refuge in the Guru, Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We have all the qualities and realization of bodhicitta, recognizing, that all beings have been our mothers. Then we think we develop a deep wish to benefit all sentient beings, to liberate them from karma and delusion, and develop within them all the qualities of enlightenment. So we take refuge to develop all the qualities of bodhicitta, full great compassion in this incredible mind of bodhicitta. That is all the skill and the perfection, has developed the 6 perfections to free all sentient beings. So we take refuge for these 3 reasons. And again, particularly today, we dedicate all our practice of refuge, all the recitations, and the main thing is the inner practice of refuge for the long life, the good health, and all the holy wishes to be fulfilled of our precious teacher, the spiritual master Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So we can visualize Guru Shakyamuni or Guru deity in the space before you and all sentient beings around us, father, mother, friends, family, people we don't know, people we have a problem with, they're all around us, this vast space. Like us, under the control of karma and delusion, and seeking from the heart refuge in the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. And we can visualize Guru Buddha, Guru deity in the space before us, and embodies the 3 rare sublime ones of Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, and seeking strong refuge as we recite the prayer. So recite the prayer 7 times in English, and then we'll do the Tibetan chant, for about 5 to 10 minutes. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigrated beings. Then in Tibetan. Sangye chodan sogi chodam chanchu bardu dani kyapsuji dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye choran sogi chognam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Rola benji sangye drupasho Sangye chodan sogi chodam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chunam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chunam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chunam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chonam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chunam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chonam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chonam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam Trola benjir sangye drupashu Sangye chodan sogi chonam Chanchu baru dani kyapsuji Dagi chen sogi besonam
Rula benjir sangi trubashu. Sangi chodan sugi chunama. Janju baru dagi kyatsuchi. Dagi chen sogi besunami. Rula benjir sangi trubashu. Sange chodan sogi chunama. Janju baru dagi kyapsuchi. Dagi jinso yebe sunange. Chola benji sange trupashu. So a couple of times more in English. I take refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigrated beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. And just visualize now light and nectar coming from Guru Buddha, the Guru deity in the space before you. Filling, entering through our crown, filling our body, speech and mind. Or you can also visualize entering through your brow. And all our mind gets, body, mind, speech gets completely purified, filled with light and nectar. And we receive all the blessings of the Guru Buddha, Guru deity in our heart, all the blessings and special realization of refuge. A deep refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The outer refuge, our realization of that, and also the inner refuge. The refuge in all the qualities and realizations and our potential to achieve those inner qualities and realizations. And we become completely one with Guru, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And then we do this dedication prayers. Loi Janju Sencho Rinpoche Mage Panam Gyurshi Keva Nyamba Me Bayang Gone Gondu Pelvarshu. Long life is to listen to Dalai Lama, incomparable, kind, and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, the source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the snowland, land of snows, teachings, and transmigratory beings, extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. So, Lotus Holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Sealing the merits in emptiness, due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that enlightened state. And due to these merits, the merits of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and sentient beings, which are empty from inside, may the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and as all sentient beings are empty from their own side, to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is empty from its own side. And then we'll just squeeze in the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that's composed by Kyabje Lama. We'll recite in English. Through eliminating all your appearances, dispel the darkness. Your clean mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma. The power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. You're proclaiming dependent arising itself as victorious in battle with the mass. I worship the supremely kind great Vajradhara on my crown. Clarifying scriptures and realizations, the teachings of Muni, you spread and illuminate these teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son that conquers, you bear harsh trips with patience, and your continuous realization of perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possession, loving compassion, who liberates from seeing, treasure of mastery of all arising interpretive and definitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion, you guide all beings in the path to liberation.
Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She protects from the fears of 3 times Ayatara. Please increase the lifespan activities of the beings who preserve the Holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of 3 roots. May it all be auspicious. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, thank you very much, Venerable Angie.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Fine, I am in Spain, in Granada.
Good. You're in Italy, yeah? Oh, no, you're in Spain.
Spain, yeah. South Spain, in Granada, near Oselin.
Oh, okay, very nice. Yeah, I haven't visited Ossling yet, but I hope to visit one day. It's very special.
Yeah, now you can visit, no? After the lockdown, you can visit now, no
Exactly,
problem.
yeah. Definitely hope to get the chance to visit, definitely, yeah.
Okay, you are more welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to see you.
Bye,
Enjoy.
thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Bueno, thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much, all the venerables. Gracias a todos los venerables. Ahora únicamente venerable Begoña está aquí imperturbable, impasible al alemán. Paloma no viene, no está. Ah, bueno, si viene que se agregue. Así es que un saludo a todos los que estáis en YouTube y los que os estáis conectando ahora mismo desde México. Para ellos buenas tardes, para nosotros aquí en España ya son las 9, todavía hay sol con este horario de verano, hace muy bonito, pero ya en un ratito oscurecerá. Así es que a todos buenas noches. Vamos a empezar haciendo, ya sabéis que estamos incorporando a estas recitaciones de Thangtong Gyalpo desde hace muy poquito la oración de refugio y bodhicitta, tal y como acaba de hacer venerable Angie, pero que también esta mañana ya ha hecho venerable Paloma, y que es la que ha aconsejado Kandrola para purificar todos los obstáculos que hacen que el gurú muestre el aspecto de tener enfermedad. Entonces vamos a empezar con esa práctica, que os lo recuerdo, estamos también haciendo cada miércoles por Zoom, de 9 a 9 y media de la mañana hora española. Os podéis agregar todos los que deseéis, tenéis el enlace en las páginas web de Valencia, de Granada y en otras páginas web de otros centros, así como la oración que os la podéis descargar. Pues vamos a empezar con ello, recordando toda la motivación que se está generando durante todo el día de hoy. La recordamos durante unos momentos. También podemos visualizar a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor. Nuestro Padre a la derecha, nuestra Madre a la izquierda, nuestros seres queridos detrás, aquellos que nos agitan delante, y al resto de seres que componen el samsara alrededor. Tantos seres que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Todos los seres de todos los reinos, humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, agradables, no tan agradables. Tantos seres con los que tenemos una gran conexión kármica. Podemos leer la motivación que está en pantalla, o si queréis, a medida que la leo yo, podéis seguir meditando. Y esta motivación nos vale para las dos prácticas, la del refugio y la del Chenrezig, de Thangtong Gyalpo. Qué afortunado soy de no haber muerto todavía, especialmente de no haber muerto esta noche. Por consiguiente, qué maravilloso y afortunado es ser todavía humano, un estado excepcional. Pero eso no es todo. Tengo un cuerpo humano perfecto, lo que también es muy extraordinario. He conocido al amigo virtuoso que revela todo el camino inequívoco al despertar, que es difícil de encontrar. Y he conocido el Dharma de Buda, que también es muy difícil de hallar. Reflexionamos unos momentos haciéndonos conscientes de todas estas inmejorables condiciones que ya tenemos, sintiéndonos profundamente regocijados, contentos, también conscientes de lo que eso supone para trabajar por el beneficio de todos los demás, pero desde el fondo de nuestro corazón generando un gran sentimiento de gratitud. He de utilizar todas esas condiciones tan afortunadas para hacer de mi vida algo tan útil como sea posible para los demás seres que son infinitos. Su paz y felicidad dependen de mí, y mi felicidad proviene de su bondad. El propósito de mi vida es liberar a todos los seres del sufrimiento y de sus causas. Pero ¿quién tiene el poder de protegernos de todos esos sufrimientos? Solo el Maestro y las 3 joyas preciosas que se encuentran frente a mí. Hacemos esa visualización del campo de méritos en el espacio frente a nosotros. En el espacio frente a mí, en un gran trono adornado de joyas, sostenido por 8 grandes leones, sobre el que hay un asiento formado por un loto multicolor y los mandalas del sol y la luna, está sentada la esencia de nuestro Maestro Raíz en el aspecto del conquistador Buda Sakyamuni, encarnación del supremo campo de méritos y del resto de maestros, seres y objetos sagrados, tales como estupas, reliquias, estatuas, tankas y textos de Dharma. El color de su cuerpo sagrado es del oro más puro, y en su coronilla luce la Ushnisa, protuberancia del despertar. Buda Sakyamuni tiene una cara y 2 brazos. Su mano derecha está en el mudra de controlar la tierra, y la izquierda en el mudra de la concentración, sosteniendo un cuenco lleno de néctar. Viste los hábitos color azafrán de un monje y está adornado con las marcas y los signos ejemplares. Su cuerpo sagrado es transparente, de la naturaleza de la luz, y está sentado en la postura del loto completo en el centro de un aura de rayos de luz. A su alrededor están los maestros directos e indirectos, deidades, budas, bodhisattvas, dakas, dakinis y protectores. Mientras recitas la oración tantas veces como te sea posible, visualiza que del sagrado cuerpo del Guru Buda Sakyamuni fluyen poderosos rayos de néctar y luz que entran en ti y en todos los seres, purificando todas las causas que hacen que el Maestro muestre el aspecto de tener obstáculos, tales como votos, samayas y compromisos degenerados o rotos, así como la falta de armonía y buen corazón entre los estudiantes y todos los seres. Entonces, mientras recitamos varias veces la oración, alternando el español y en tibetano, nos concentramos en esa visualización de purificación. Hacemos primero 3 veces la oración en español. Busco refugio hasta que alcance el despertar en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Asamblea Suprema de la Sangha, que por mi práctica de la generosidad y las demás perfecciones, llegue a ser un Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Busco refugio hasta que alcance el despertar en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Asamblea Suprema de la Sangha, que por mi práctica de la generosidad y las demás perfecciones, llegue a ser un Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Busco refugio hasta que alcance el despertar en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Asamblea Suprema de la Sangha, que por mi práctica de la generosidad y las demás perfecciones, llegue a ser un Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Y ahora 10 veces en tibetano. Sangye chodan soki chonam la chancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonam ge drola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki chonam la chancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonam ge drola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki chonam la chancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonam ge drola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki chonam la chancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonamgi rola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki chonamba sancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonamgi rola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki chonamba sancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonamgi rola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki chonamba chancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonamgi Rola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan so ki chonamba tancho bado dani kyasuchi dagi di songi pe sonamgi Rola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan so ki chonamba tancho bado dani kyasuchi Dagi di songi pe sonamgi drola penche sangye drupa so sangye chodan soki sonam la chanchu badu dani kyasuchi Dagi di songi pe sonamgi drola penche sangye drupa so. Una vez más en español. Busco refugio hasta que alcance el despertar en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Asamblea Suprema de la Sangha, que por mi práctica de la generosidad y las demás perfecciones llegue a ser un Buda para beneficiar a todos los seres. Las oraciones de larga vida de nuestros maestros. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas eres la fuente de todo bien y felicidad. Todopoderoso Chenrezig Institute, ruego que permanezcas entre nosotros hasta que finalice el samsara, joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico, que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. La de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, las dos, la corta y la larga, la que compuso Kandrola. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri. Protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Iluminándolo todo, tu apariencia dispersa la ignorancia, tu lúcidamente conoce las 84.000 enseñanzas del Dharma, el poder del remedio a las 84.000 aflicciones. Mi proclamación del surgir dependiente vence por sí misma en la batalla frente a los maras. Hago reverencia ante el Supremo en amabilidad, gran Vajradhara en mi coronilla. Clarificas las escrituras y los logros, las enseñanzas de Muni, difundiéndolas e iluminándolas allá donde no habían llegado en el mundo. Convertido en un verdadero hijo de los conquistadores, sobrellevas con paciencia las dificultades. En tu continuo está la realización de la perfección de la sabiduría, el surgir dependiente sutil. Preciosa joya, colmo de amor y compasión, con solo verte liberas, tesoro que con maestría domina las enseñanzas interpretativas y definitivas de todo lo que surge. El más grande entre los grandes, comprendes y clarificas plenamente el significado de vacuidad y compasión. Guías a todos los seres en el camino a la liberación. Amigo espiritual perfectamente cualificado, mi maestro, por favor, permanece por siempre. A ti que proteges de los temores de los tres tiempos, Aryatara, por favor, incrementa la vida y las actividades de los seres que preservan el sagrado Dharma, que siempre sin separación desarrollen sus acciones espontáneas, que por la infalibilidad de las deidades de las tres raíces, todo sea auspicioso. Por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Que debido a todos estos méritos creados individual y colectivamente, la vida de nuestro precioso y amable Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, sea larga, muy larga, firme y estable. Que podamos purificar cuanto antes todos nuestros samayas, votos degenerados o desarmonías, que hacen que el Maestro muestre el aspecto de tener obstáculos. Que Rinpoche permanezca entre nosotros hasta el fin del samsara y pueda seguir guiándonos de la misma compasiva manera con la que lleva décadas conduciendo a innumerables seres a la otra orilla del océano del sufrimiento. Muy bien, os recuerdo que esta oración la podéis hacer también a título individual y le comunicáis todas las acumulaciones que vayáis haciendo de la oración del refugio al coordinador espiritual de vuestro respectivo centro. Ahora empezamos con la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Por unos momentos actualizamos la motivación de que estamos haciendo esta práctica por el fin de la pandemia, por el fin de las causas kármicas que mantienen esta situación tan difícil, para que cesen pronto, para que pronto los seres se liberen de todas esas situaciones tan complicadas que ha traído esta enfermedad. Y empezamos con la toma de refugio de la práctica. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Podemos visualizar ahora en el espacio frente a nosotros a Guru Chenrezig, inseparable de todos nuestros maestros, de cuyo cuerpo sagrado surge luz y néctar, nos mira y nos sonríe, acogiéndonos y aceptándonos tal cual seamos, conociéndonos exactamente tal cual somos, y con esa luz y ese néctar que nos envuelve a nosotros y a todos los seres que nos rodean, todos los obstáculos, enfermedades, en especial las causas kármicas del coronavirus, las causas kármicas de los conflictos, en especial las guerras como la de Ucrania, el Yemen, Siria o cualquier otro conflicto, todo eso desaparece al instante. Visualizamos así con fuerza mientras recitamos unos momentos el mantra de la compasión y sentimos que la vibración del mantra aumenta aún más la luz, el poder de esa luz y de ese néctar. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Empezamos con las oraciones de Thangtong Gyalpo. Si quieres, venerable Begoña, guiar la primera motivación.
Pues sí, pues recordar la guerra de Ucrania, que está habiendo pues una ofensiva muy fuerte y están a punto de caer muchísimas
no me acuerdo exactamente cuáles zonas de allí, ¿no? Y la gente está sufriendo muchísimo y sobre todo pues que están saliendo mucha gente del país a otros para salvar la vida, ¿no? Sobre todo mujeres y niños por ese conflicto.
Muy bien, y para que no se den las causas del hambre, que está muy próxima. Y aquí me acuerdo que cuando empezamos con la recitación de Thangtong Gyalpo, que lo pidió Rinpoche, mandó en primer lugar esta oración que hacemos, y si te acuerdas, a los pocos días nos mandó la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo también para evitar el peligro de las armas y del hambre, o sea,
Y del hambre, sí.
como que viene, ¿no? O sea que, vale, pues con todo eso en mente recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Esta segunda recitación la hacemos por todas las personas que han fallecido, que han enfermado, que lo han perdido todo debido al coronavirus. También para que terminen cuanto antes las causas que mantienen vivo este virus y que desaparezca de la faz de la tierra al instante. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Visualiza que Guru Avalokitesvara está muy complacido con tu práctica, con tus oraciones, con tus peticiones. te mira y te sonríe, y de su cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se sitúan cada una de ellas sobre las coronillas de todos los seres que te rodean, y ese aspecto central se sitúa sobre la tuya. Todos esos Avalokitesvaras se disuelven en luz y se absorben en ti y en todos los seres, concediéndoos lo que necesitéis, lo que cada uno necesite. A los enfermos salud, a los fallecidos un perfecto renacimiento humano, a los que viven en situaciones de guerra paz, a los que pasan hambre comida, a los que pasan sed de vida, y así sucesivamente. Y a todos nos concede la sabiduría que conoce la vacuidad, la sabiduría que conoce la verdadera forma en la que existen los fenómenos, que es careciendo de existencia inherente. Sentimos que todo eso se implanta en nuestra mente. Y desde ahí pedimos a todos nuestros maestros que estén con nosotros hasta el fin del samsara, que sigan guiándonos, que sigan mostrándonos el camino de manera inequívoca, tal y como hacen, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama. Kadri Insume Tenzin Gyatso Utse Tenshin Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico, que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para la Lama Zopa de Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial. Usul cham sim yang gong gelwe ten si kyom pelwe kun sodo kose so sum gurwe le mon turu Pahata sodu jegondu sapte Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza, realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos, ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos. Dedica por tus propios fines, propósitos, necesidades, los de tus seres queridos. Dedicamos por todos los centros de Dharma para que tengan todo lo necesario en su expansión de las enseñanzas, por todos los grupos de estudio, por todos los estudiantes, por toda la Sangha. En unos momentos y de manera personal haz tus propias dedicaciones. Yewa di ji nyu gu da la ma sang ye dru gyu men ro wa chi kyan ma lu pa le di sa la go pa so chan su sem cho ri po che ma ke pa nam ge yu chi Yewa nyam pa me pa yan que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muchísimas gracias, nos vemos el sábado que viene con Venerable Paloma a las 10 de la mañana y recordaros eso, que cada miércoles de 9 a 9 y media española podéis agregaros a las recitaciones de la oración del refugio por la salud y larga vida de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gracias, Venerable Begoña, por acompañarnos.
A ti.
Gracias.
El lunes me voy a Donosti.
Ah, qué fresquito.
Qué bien.
Fresquito,
Estoy
disfruta
deseando,
mucho.
Gracias.
Mm.
Hasta luego.
Thank
Chao,
you,
chao.
Venerable Fabio.
Hello, Kumpenla.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Fine, very hot here in Spain already.
Oh, okay. Summer already arrived.
Yes. Summer is coming. Summer is coming. Okay, nice to see
Are you
you.
finishing now, Venerable Fabio?
Pardon?
You're finishing now, right?
Yes, right now.
Okay. I think Venerable Tender is now coming.
Ah, hola, Tendarla.
Oh, sorry. I was watching online news.
Football. You are watching
I was so
football.
much in time. I think I can do something else in between them.
Oh, you are watching Champion Leagues, right?
No. Just text news. Just the news of the text of the day.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, I don't want to watch football. No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye. Nice to see you
Yes.
all.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Any news today from Australia?
We just started day.
Oh.
That's a good news.
Yes. You were alive. Guest did not come last night. Wow.
And yeah, I think
Okay.
no news, but everything is
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Oh, that's good. That's most important.
And how are you?
Yes. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Also, not irregular things. A lot of teachings are there in the week. Yeah, I like to work. There come a lot of guests. It's very nice weather, so people from all over Europe come here sometimes to visit. Yeah, so
okay.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, monastery life. We accepted 1 week ago 2 candidates to become monk, and then they have half a year candidacy, so they can, from both sides, we check. The candidate checks if he still wants to become monk after half a year. And so I'm, for one of the 2, I'm mentor. And the volunteers now get these days a body. So now 2 volunteers, maybe there's 10, 2 of them, they chose me. So yeah, I have sometimes talks with them, just see what's going on, what they don't understand, or how some smear about Dharma, sometimes more how about very practical, how you work together, and the frustration, how happy you are, how things go, so how, if you can deal with that, or if you want to change, and then so very nice. So it's a
support.
Yes, it's just very nice weeks actually, and the weather is nice, and only things we do a lot of prayers, of course, for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I'm now, I think, for 1.5 hours here, so I will also start with some prayers for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So
Thank you, Venerable Tendela.
Thank you so much. Yes,
thank you.
So good evening, good morning. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. See you later.
See you
next time. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Ginny.
Hello, Ginny. Hello, Aldo. Hello, everyone who is there. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. So, so I have now 3 slots, so it means 1.5 hours. And I would like to start first with some prayers for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for his long life. As you know, Lama Zopa Rinpoche is the spiritual director of 150 centers and projects all over the world, including the IMI, the Organization for Monks and Nuns, who are organizing this. So it seems Lama Zopa Rinpoche has kidney problems, so there are some rumors he might have to go to a hospital. So we don't know, it's not so very formal information about. Also, we know that Lama Zopa Rinpoche does not want us to waste time. So he said it's more important actually if people are concerned about their next life, that they don't get lower rebirths. It's more important that they practice well. So, but according to Kandrila, what is very good to do is the refuge embodied Chitta prayer. So I must put it on the screen. So, so as you can see, it's written by Lama Tisha. So I would like to do it 21 times. And we do it in a few steps so that we do some meditations in between. Because this is what Lama Zopa Rinpoche wants, that we practice Dharma, reflect on Lam Rim. And Kandrila advises us to do this prayer. So we do a few times, and then I will guide you a little meditation based on the teaching of Lama Zopa Rinpoche himself. So we do a few times together. Sang ye chedang choki chok namla jang juba do takni kyab suchi dagi jan sogi pesanam kin trula benje sang ye trupa shu sang ye chedang choki chok namla jang juba do takni kyab suchi dagi jan sogi pesanam ki trula benje sang ye trupa shu sang ye chedang choki chok namla Changchu Badu Dakni Kyab Suchi Dagi Jensogi Pesanam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Druparshu. So the meaning of the first line, Sangye Chudam Chuki Namla, you see in English, until I achieve the result of Buddhahood, Dharma and Sangha, my own mental continuum, by achieving enlightenment. So why do we take refuge? It's because there's two reasons to take refuge. Is the fear of lower rebirth, a fear of black destiny, so that we that we miss out on happiness and stable happiness, and that we don't use our mental capacities. And the other side, the second reason to take refuge are the qualities of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So first we reflect on first on our own suffering. So if we want others to be happy, we first have to think also how it is for ourselves. So we ourselves are still quite in danger. So we can still be prone to lower rebirth. So that would be very bad, of course, not only for ourselves and the suffering we endure, but also at that moment we cannot take care of all our loved ones. So imagine that the people we love at this moment, maybe your family members, friends, people who cross your path, and maybe Vajra brothers and sisters, and you cannot do anything for them anymore. So that's a very sad situation. So the first reason to take refuge is reflecting on our own renunciation, generate renunciation to our own suffering. And think I must have been experiencing the oceans of samsara numberless times. So we can think of all the sufferings in the lower realms, the 8 major sufferings of the hot hells, 8 major sufferings of the cold hells, the sufferings of the 4 neighboring hells, and those of the ordinary hells that you have experienced numberless times. So only it's not very bad to be there, but yeah, we are completely caught up in our suffering, cannot do anything. And we only become more angry, and it's so difficult to stop. Now think of the sufferings of the hungry ghost, the general sufferings of the heat and cold, hunger and thirst, and fear and exhaustion. And the particular sufferings of hungry ghost with outer obscurations, inner obscurations, and nuts. So these hungry ghosts have a knot in the stomach and they experience a strong hunger, or they're very thirsty. And as soon as they see something, there's the inner obstacles and it turns into poison, or they just cannot digest it, or they cannot take it in. It's a very bad situation. It's so much suffering. You could not even bear it for a moment. Then think of the sufferings of the animals. They're being eaten by one another. They are relatively quite stupid and ignorant. They experience a lot of heat and cold, hunger and thirst. And a lot of animals are exploited and used for work. So that's the fear of the lower realms. Then also think how humans suffer from birth, aging, sickness, death, being separated from pleasant, meeting with the unpleasant, constantly seeking desired objects, but never receiving any satisfaction from them, and the suffering of having deluded aggregates. So that's our human state where we're talking about birth, aging, sickness, death, being separated from pleasant, meeting with the unpleasant, constantly seeking desired objects, but never receiving any satisfaction, and the suffering of having deluded aggregates. Then even the higher realms is not so desirable. Then think about how the Shuras, the gods, experience the suffering of envy and fighting with the Asuras, and how the Asuras experience unimaginable mental sufferings when they see the 5 signs of death. So generally it's said that these gods and goddesses, they have a very pleasant life, even more nice than us, but they consume the whole time positive karma, and they don't have any time to, and they have any interest to create merit. So at one point it's finished, and then they experience the signs of death. Their body starts to stink, and they are expelled by the other goddesses and gods who only want pleasure and like nice things. And so they expel those who almost die. They don't want to be confronted with them, not associated with them. So they become very alone, and they see where they are heading to. You see how their bodies start to stink, that they are heading to lower rebirths. They only can go to health. All the positive karma, even to become human, is finished. So it's not states we really want in the future. So also we can contemplate the general sufferings of samsara, the 6 types. Nothing is definite. Nothing brings satisfaction. We all have to die and leave the body again and again, having to take a rebirth again and again. Then we are constantly moving from high to low and being alone and without a helper. This is happening to us, all of us, from time to time. And again, we have new bodies again. And then the 3 types are the suffering of pain, the manifest suffering, we say, and the suffering of change, and the pervasive compounding suffering. So that's why we take refuge. So maybe do again. Sangye chodang choki chok nam lan chang cho ba tu tak ni kyap su chi da gi jen so gi pesa nam ki dro la ben che sangye dro pa shu sangye chodang choki chok nam lan chang cho ba tu tak ni kyap su chi da gi jen so gi pesa nam ki dro la ben che sangye dro pa shu sangye chodang choki chok nam lan Chu Badu Dagni Kyatsuchi Dagi Jensoki Pesa Namki Drola Benche Sangye Druparshu. So when we do this prayer, it's also very good to visualize in front of you Guru Chenrezig being one with our spiritual teacher, and especially maybe in this context, good to visualize Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whether it's your Garut Guru or not, in order for him to have a very, very long life and a healthy appearance. So we don't want to stay in samsara. So if we want to find out of samsara, we have to reflect on the Four Noble Truths. So we need some teachings, we need reflection, and then also meditation on the Four Noble Truths. And they are the true suffering, the true cause of suffering, the true cessation of suffering, and the true path. So if we don't discover the Four Noble Truths, we will have to experience the general sufferings of samsara and the particular sufferings of the lower realms forever, endlessly. So, yeah, so we have to remember this again and again. So to study the Four Noble Truths. So now think in the same way, numberless hell beings have been experiencing the oceans of samsaric suffering, the general sufferings of samsara, and particularly the sufferings of the lower realms since beginning this time. Wow, 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 wow. Numberless hell beings. I can't stand for a minute that even one hell being has to experience all this. I can't stand not being able to liberate that hell being from the oceans of samsaric sufferings and bring it to enlightenment. But there are numberless hell beings suffering like this. I can't stand it even a second that they are suffering so much and that they will have to suffer like this endlessly. So here we start to increase our love and compassion. And usually we have the wish that other people are happy very easily, for those who benefit us, for those who please us, for those who help us with our goals. So we say pleasant things to us, we sing the most beautiful music to us. So, but here we try to expand it, and not even to our enemies, but to those we don't know. And actually at this moment, we don't have particular memories of those hell beings, we don't know. So we have to expand it from this warm feeling we have for our friends and the loved ones. We have to expand it to the hell beings. So somehow in the future, we have to develop, and we have to be interested in developing methods to leave samsara ourselves, because at this moment it's obvious we don't have the, at least not me, I have not a possibility to free even one hell being from their suffering. So we think of all the hungry ghosts. Numberless hungry ghosts have been experiencing the general sufferings of samsara and the particular sufferings of the lower realms since beginningless time. I can't stand for a second that even just one hungry ghost has to experience this. But there are numberless hungry ghosts, and they will have to experience all these sufferings endlessly until they are liberated. So think also of all the hungry ghosts who have all these nuts, or as soon they have something, it doesn't satisfy even one bit of their hunger or thirst. And sometimes on the contrary, as soon as they take it, it changes into poison due to their negative karma. Maybe you have heard from teachers that depends on our karma, how we see, for example, water. We as human beings see water, but by doing mantra Om Ahum, Om Ahum, Om Ahum, holy beings can experience it as and see it as nectar, as most precious substance. But someone with very bad karma and spirit can see it as poison. So even the same base seems like the same base in the world can be experienced dependent on our karma. So you can imagine how suffering that is. So think of all the animals. Can you imagine even one animal experiencing all this suffering? How can you stand even a second not being able to liberate that animal and bring it to enlightenment? So there's sometimes so many birds in the sky, there's so many worms in the earth, so many ants. Sometimes we have a mouse in the building. So for animal, we always have to be afraid. For the bigger animals, they are constantly seeking for food. And if they have babies, they have also the worries of being the mother and the father of their baby mice or the baby ants. Then think of human beings. Can you imagine even one human being experiencing all this suffering? So we have love and compassion. So of course we imagine sometimes someone being an enemy, very unsympathetic, someone who causes a lot of suffering to us, maybe by slandering, maybe with false accusations. So, or maybe when we watch television, some people remind us of people who have hurt us in the past, who have caused trouble to you or your dear ones, or we visualize someone like Putin who causes, who sends his war machine into Ukraine, causing so much damage. Houses are damaged, lives are taken, people get injured, people are afraid, people are homeless, people get hunger and thirst. So it's all due to hatred and selfishness in the mind of some world leaders. So if we face them as enemy, are we so blinded that we cannot wish them to have enlightenment, a good heart? Don't we have to wish that if we would be able to change the mind of that person from a hatred mind to a loving kindness mind, from someone who wants that other people only serve his goals, like big nationalism, for example, and instead sees him or herself as servant to other sentient beings. Try to be a world leader, benefiting others to its maximum capacity. So wouldn't that be nice that also for this person would have a complete other, not only the results in that moment would be so much different, but also the whole future of that person would be so different. So it's very hard to see it and to stand it that we are not able to. So yeah, we have to create the causes, conditions, start our spiritual journey now. The gratitude for the Dharma Sangha, reflect on the Four Noble Truths. In the meantime, be a good human being, dedicating well, and use all our contacts to make karmic connections so that we can dedicate it, that we may bring everyone we meet in daily life in the future to enlightenment, that we have the karma to change hearts of people. So then, having taken the Mahayana refuge, I must liberate all these numberless sentient beings from the ocean of samsaric suffering and its causes, karma and delusion. Therefore, I wholeheartedly go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So completely rely upon Buddha, Dharma, Sanghas to help you to do this. can see how incredibly serious it is to take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. The thought relying on Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha is refuge. It is Mahayana refuge because you have fear of your own samsaric suffering and compassion for sentient beings who are also experiencing oceans of samsaric sufferings. Then you are relying on Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, who have the complete power and all the qualities to help. Since your mind is qualified with these three things, it is Mahayana refuge. Fear of your own suffering and relying on Buddha, Dharma, Sangha is the lesser vehicle refuge. With the addition of the third cause, compassion, it becomes Mahayana refuge. The thought relying upon Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, with the mind perfected with these three causes is Mahayana refuge. So let's do again, taking refuge again for a few times. Start the screen again, sorry. Sangye chodang choki chognam la chang choba do takni kyabsu chim daki jen soki pesa namki drola benche sangye drupar shuk sangye chodang choki chognam la chang choba do takni kyabsu chim daki jen soki pesa namki drola benche sangye drupar shuk sangye chodang choki chognam la Jangchu Badu Dakni Kyapsuchi Dagi Jensogi Pesanam Ki Trola Benche Sangye Druparshu. So think that our Guru, in the form of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Chenrezig is in front of us. All sentient beings around us are around us. They sing this verse with us. Like go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. So is taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha possessed by others' minds. For Buddha, there's the absolute Buddha and Buddha for the all-obscured mind. The absolute Buddha is a Buddha's holy mind, the Dharmakaya, and the ultimate nature of that, the Svabhavakaya. The Buddha for the all-obscured mind is a Buddha's holy body, the Rupakaya. So we visualize most Buddha's body. Of course, Buddha has his mind, an absolute holy mind, that's his Dharmakaya. So then the Dharma has the absolute Dharma, the wisdom directly perceiving emptiness, and the Dharma for the all-obscured mind, the Tripitaka or text. Then the Sangha has the absolute Sangha, and the Sangha for the all-obscured mind. The absolute Sangha is any person, ordained or lay, who has directly realized emptiness. The Sangha for the all-obscured mind is for fully ordained people who don't have that realization, but who are living in full ordination. Taking refuge in both of these is causal refuge. Then in the second line it says, until enlightenment is achieved, contains the resultant refuge. You rely on Buddha, Dharma, Sangha for what? For you to actualize the Dharma, the wisdom directly perceiving emptiness. Through that, you become the absolute Sangha. And through that, you achieve the Dharmakaya and the Buddha for the all-obscured mind. This is their resultant refuge. So again, we can do 3 times. Sangye Chedang Choki Chognam La Jangshu Bado Dakni Kyabsu Chi Jagi Jamsoki Pesa Namki Drola Panche Sangye Drupa Sho Sangye Chedang Choki Chognam La Jangshu Bado Dakni Kyabsu Chi Jagi Jamsoki Pesa Namki Drola Panche Sangye Drupa Sho Sangye Chedang Choki Chognam La Jangshu Bado Dakni Kyabsu Chi Jagi Jensoki Pesa Namki Drola Panche Sangye Drupa Shu. So when you generate bodhicitta, you put together all the merits of yourself and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and sentient beings, and then you say, so due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, by the sentient beings, and by all the Buddhas, may I achieve full enlightenment in order to benefit the transmigrating beings. So also now in the daily life, we are sometimes active for the benefit of others, and of course it's our own actions, but we use a lot of merit also from others by wearing their clothes, by having the body from our father, mother. So we are so dependent on rising. The I has learned language from other people. So based on that, we can be active. So based on that, we reach full enlightenment also, and thanks to others. And even all the six perfections, we can only reach due to other people being recipient or teaching our patience. We get impatient with some persons, and actually we have the tendency maybe to become angry, but we practice patience, and then this is the cause for us to reach enlightenment. So, but many sentient beings have already enlightenment. There's so many Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Dakas, the Kingis active in the world, and we rejoice about it, and we take that merits in our prayers as well, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by all sentient beings, by all the Buddhas, and by me. May I achieve full enlightenment in order to benefit all transmigrating beings. So we are never alone. But what does it mean in order to benefit? It has two meanings. The first is, in order to liberate numberless transmigrating beings, the numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, suras, asuras, and intermediate state beings, in order to free them from the oceans of samsara suffering, the sufferings of the upper realms and the lower realms, and the causes of suffering, karma, and delusions. So yeah, we have to help sentient beings to get rid of the causes of suffering, their karma and delusions. Then we benefit other sentient beings. Therefore think, I can't wait even a minute or a second to liberate the transmigrated beings who have been experiencing the oceans of samsara, of the hell realms, the hungry ghosts, animals, human beings, suras, asuras, and the intermediate state from beginningless rebirth. Then the second meaning of the in order to benefit is in order to bring them to full enlightenment. Therefore think that you will bring the numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, suras, asuras, and intermediate state beings to enlightenment without even a second's delay. Transmigrated beings, Lama Zopa Rinpoche explained it that the Tibetan word for transmigrating beings is draw, and drola panchi means in order to benefit the transmigrating beings. One meaning of transmigrating beings is that from the time they are born, sentient beings are continuously going towards death without even a second's pause. The other meaning is that the sentient beings are continuously migrating under the control of karma and delusion, taking birth in the six realms and experiencing these oceans of suffering over and over again. So while you are generating bodhicitta, like may achieve full enlightenment in order to benefit transmigrating beings, And also meditate on emptiness by thinking, may I, who is merely labeled, achieve enlightenment, which is merely labeled, in order to benefit the transmigrating beings who are merely labeled. So maybe we do again one time the prayer. You can see like how we can integrate some of the instructions Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave us. So we visualize strongly Rinpoche being in front of us in the form of Chenrezig. He wants to benefit all sentient beings. He works 24/7 for the welfare of all sentient beings. It's a big example of how he brings sentient beings to enlightenment. So much inspiration. And all the sentient beings around us, whole universe is full of sentient beings. They take refuge with us. Sangye chedang choki chok namla jang chuba du takni kyabsu chi jagi janso ki pesanam ki chola panche sangye drupa sho. Sangye chedang choki chok namla jang chuba du takni kyabsu chi jagi janso ki pesanam ki chola panche sangye drupa sho. Sangye chudang choki chok nam lan jang chu ba du dak ni kyab su chi jagi jun so ki pesa nam ki drola benche sangye tru par shu. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche said also, if you think of emptiness, Tongpani, while you are generating bodhicitta, then you will have generated renunciation, bodhicitta, and emptiness, all the three principles aspects of the path. While doing the prayer for taking refuge in generating bodhicitta, the Buddha gave more than 100 volumes of teachings, Kangyur, and the pandits gave more than 200 volumes of teachings, the Tangyur. The three baskets of teachings of the lesser vehicle, Mahayana Paramita and Mahayana Secret Mantra, are all included in the Lamrim, in the paths of the lower, middle, and higher capable beings. And in all three of these paths are embodied in the teachings of the three principal aspects of the path. Therefore, by integrating these three principal aspects into a refuge and bodhicitta prayer, you will be practicing the very heart of the whole entire Buddhist path. Also, Rinpoche really suggests strongly that we put hands together while we do generating bodhicitta. He said, generally, when reciting this prayer, people can put their hands together at a heart in the form of prostration, cupped as though holding a wish-granting jewel. However, in my case, for example, when I was in hospital, I couldn't use both hands. I could put my left hand up, and since I couldn't bend the fingers of my right hand, I just rested it against the left hand. I felt at a disadvantage, but because I couldn't do a full prostration like before. Just because I couldn't do a full prostration like before. Putting the palms together at a heart means prostrating to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and meditating on generating bodhicitta. So this we can visualize when we put our heart together at the heart. That means prostrating to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and meditating on generating bodhicitta. So we can do again a few times the refuge prayer. See if we can integrate something of the instructions of Rinpoche. We can visualize Guru Chenrezig, Rinpoche in front of us, and all other sentient beings around us in general, the males on the right side and the females on the left side, the friends, those who support us on the behind us and in front, those who irritate us, who we are angry to, those who cause obstacles, our enemies, dictators, those who cause trouble for others. So they are all around us, and we visualize that they do the refuge prayer with us. Sangye Chudang Choki Chok Nam La Chang Chu Ba Do Tak Ni Kyab Su Chi Zaki Jen So Ki Pesa Nam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Dru Pa Shu Sangye Chudang Choki Chok Nam La Chang Chu Ba Do Tak Ni Kyab Su Chi Zaki Jen So Ki Pesa Nam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Dru Pa Shu Sangye Chudang Choki Chok Nam La Chang Chu Ba Do Tak Ni Kyab Su Chi Dagi Jenso Ki Pesa Nam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Dru Pa Shu. Rinpoche also explained the merit of generating bodhicitta. Each time we generate bodhicitta by putting our palms together at our heart. The merit we collect is amazing and unbelievable. Lama Tisha and the Lamp of the Past quotes the sutra requested by Vira Datta. Even if you were to offer to the Buddha for eons Buddha fields equaling the sand grains of the Ganga filled with jewels, putting your palms together and generating the thought of bodhicitta collects far greater merit. This is something. It means that the merit of offering an unimaginable number of Buddha fields filled with the 7 types of jewels to the Buddha is unbelievable and unimaginable. But putting the palms together and simply generating the bodhicitta thought, may I achieve enlightenment in order to benefit the transmigrating beings, collects far greater merit. Meditating on emptiness at the end of the prayer. If you are unable, Rinpoche explains about meditating on emptiness at the end of the prayer. If you are unable to meditate on emptiness while generating bodhicitta, then when you finish the prayer, you can think, this real I who is seeking enlightenment is empty. This real action of seeking enlightenment is empty. The enlightenment that I'm seeking is empty. The sentient beings for whom I'm seeking enlightenment are empty. This is based on the advice of the highly learned and accomplished Lama Je Drupkangpa. So here's some instructions. So we do at the end 3 times more the refuge prayer. Sangye Chudang Choki Chok Nam La Chang Chu Ba Do Tak Ni Kyab Su Chi Dagi Jenso Ki Pesa Nam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Dru Pa Shu Sangye Chudang Choki Chok Nam La Chang Chu Ba Do Tak Ni Kyab Su Chi Dagi Jenso Ki Pesa Nam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Dru Pa Shu Sangye Chudang Choki Chok Nam La Chang Chu Ba Do Tak Ni Kyab Su Chim Dagi Jenso Ki Pesa Nam Ki Drola Benche Sangye Dru Pa Shu. So this was strong dedication for according to following the instructions of Kandala for a long and healthy appearance of the health of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So may Rinpoche be free of all obstacles, internal, health-wise, and also in the external world, be free of all obstacles to spread the holy Dharma, to inspire people all over the world, of all cultures, and bring countless sentient beings to enlightenment. May all his holy wishes be fulfilled, especially all the Maitreya statues and all the projects Rinpoche has in mind for Mongolia, for Nepal, for India, and all the objects and wishes Rinpoche has for the centers all over the world. So Rinpoche is really engaged in countless activities and projects. So, and all these projects benefit so many sentient beings. So may Rinpoche have no obstacles in spreading the holy Dharma, stay with us for a long time, so that we, as poor sentient beings, may benefit for a long time to come and get his guidance on our path. So then we continue with following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche for the COVID, but actually we do it also for all sentient beings. So, yeah. So that's it. The practice of specifying danger of weapons. This is actually especially for the war in Ukraine and all over the world. So we do some mantras, or Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion. So we can visualize again the Buddha Chenrezig in front of us, all sentient beings of all the universe around us, all visualized as in the human form, even if they are animals or God realm beings or bardo beings, we visualize them all around us, all universes, doing the refuge prayer with us to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or any other guru you have. So you can visualize any other guru as one being, one is Guru Chenrezig, like Kandrila, and so is the Dalai Lama, one of your Geshes, or one of other Rinpoches. So visualize strong that your guru is with you. It's never not with you. So, and especially when we do it strongly, this bodhicitta prayer, this wish that we also be free from suffering, for not only for short term, for a single goal, because there's 84,000 types of problems. So COVID is only one of them. The war is sometimes one of them. The bushfires are sometimes one of them. Or being victim in human trafficking is sometimes one of them. Or being, anyway, there many people can be for many different reasons desperate, not being inspired to live, not seeing the value of life. Yeah, many people feel bad, they feel depressed and so forth. So there's so many mental and physical problems in the world for us. So you make strong prayers with doing Mani Padme Hum that all these sentient beings, the whole universe, get what they are wish for. So if they're depressed, may they find hope. When they have sickness, may they find good health. So when they have fear, they maybe find support and trust. Maybe when they have no body, maybe find a new body again as human or in a pure realm to continue their Dharma practice and the way to enlightenment, their spiritual journey. So try to visualize all sentient beings around us while we do the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, which turns on the heart of the Buddha. And you can visualize as Western letters or on the moon disk or in Tibetan letters, it doesn't mind. And a rays of light goes and touches all sentient beings. It's very, very special. It's very profound. It's very strong. So we do one mala Om Mani Padme Hum, and I do also the prayer wheel. It's the prayer wheel. And we do a few times together, then you can do your own Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So don't do only the mantra, visualize also very strongly that from the heart of the Buddha, the Guru, goes rays of light, touches all sentient beings. So all sentient beings become lighter, more happy. They find what they are looking for. And we hope especially that they find Dharma so that they are forever free and not have free from only one problem. Om Mani Padme Hum. And by the way, if you have received an initiation from a teacher, as in Chenrezig initiation particularly, then you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, of course. Om Mani Padme Hum. So then we do a few times this prayer. There's one mistake, 404 must be 424. Yeah. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So especially for everyone who suffers from COVID. So we do another prayer later for those who are in war, particularly. So do a little bit Gregorian style. Hope you can stand it. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the mind kinds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mirror instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Yeah, then we do the prayer. Let's find danger of weapons. So with so in Chenrezig practice, we can do a few mantras. So we make long-term practices, prayers for all the victims of war situations all over the world. Seems quite a big number, even though our minds are often focused on one or two. And there's quite a number of wars going on in the world that people are just victims. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth, object of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5D generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Because it's very difficult in war situations to see each other as parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Ashura from now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, and betraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassion guru, mind seal deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Yeah, may all quarreling and fighting stop. May all those who have died only get a good rebirth, and at least stop all abandon all evil karma, cause and result. You only be reborn in blissful pure land. And may everyone who's engaged in war situations see even the animals as enemies, as like being parents. Anyways, so we would like to do the King of Prayers. It's very powerful for everyone who has just died, or who are in the process of dying. Also received an article of some people who have died for an electricity company near Boston, and they were electrocuted. So may those guys have a good rebirth, never May all their negative karma be finished. May they continue only in the Pure Land. Yeah, and of course the world is full of accidents, killings. Like last week, about 21 people killed on a school in Texas. So anyway, may all sentient beings only create good karma so that they are never be victim of those situations. So we do the King of Prayers, especially in mind of victims of COVID who have passed away, who are in the process of dying, everyone in hospitals who are in the process of dying, all those bardo beings, maybe they have died due to war or killing or whatever other causes, cancer or other sicknesses, hunger. So maybe they just died of old age, depressions and so forth. So may everyone in the bardo, all those who are looking for rebirth, only get good rebirth. May they stop all their negative karma be purified. May they only engage in virtuous actions. Or may they be born in the pure realm, Buddha field, being able to receive teachings and serve sentient beings in other ways. So the Samattabhadra Charya Pranita Naraja Sangpo Chupa Mendangi Ryapo. I bow down to the youthful Arya Manjushri. You lines among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, the future, the worlds of 10 directions. To all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhists visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst the host of Bodhisattvas, and I am confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspect of my voice, I see the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils, parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense I offer to you, victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings and spectacular array I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, peerless of hearts, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength and conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I have done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I hope and lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential. Of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, hearers still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained to Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize Parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure of fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus, in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as a lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displeases that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere their teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently into all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may I become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom and positive potential. Or one atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the variety tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lions among humans, and with the power of delusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction, without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, consequently turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms. The power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces as you perfected the power of the bodhisattva practice. May you purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere. In order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate just as the skillful Samantabhadra with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons, numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all over rebirth, free of harmful companions, who will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and have all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samatobhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree, sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is a fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice, in order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samatobhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest, the all the Buddha has gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in the joyful land of the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I have accumulated by offering this prayer or the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential, by dedicating this prayer to Samatobhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wonders in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samatobhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. That's a very, very, very powerful prayer. It's worthwhile to do it almost every day. Anyway, I cannot make it every day to do this prayer, but it's so inspiring, it's so far-reaching. So we have still quite some moments. So I will look for the prayers to benefit that. So this is the dedication chapter from Shantideva's Bodhicharyavatara. So we can still visualize all these sentient beings around us for whom we want to do prayers. So for those who have died in accidents, those who have died through shootings, in the war, due to COVID, due to cancer, everyone on this whole planet who have died in hospitals due to whatever reasons, old age, and so forth. So we sincerely hope that we can create karma by visualizing them around us, that they may be reborn in the Pure Land. So Shantideva wrote the Bodhisattva Charivatara, and then chapter 10 is the dedication chapter, which we're going to read. Of course, we have not composed the Bodhisattva Charavatara Shantideva did, so he dedicates the merit he created by writing this text and teaching this text to sentient beings. So we cannot do that, but we have created a lot of merit by doing prayers, to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, doing the Refuge Prayer. So every small virtue, and also the virtue of each other, and even from all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, we can dedicate to precious rebirth of all those who have died in war. So we have to change the first verse a little bit, but so may all sentient beings be graced with the Bodhisattva way of life by the virtue I have obtained while reflecting, while doing all these prayers and doing the meditations and practice Lamrim. So we can now dedicate to that all sentient beings be graced with the Bodhisattva way of life. Through my merit, verse 2, may all those in all directions who are afflicted by bodily and mental sufferings obtain oceans of joy and contentment. As long as the cycle of existence lasts, may their happiness never decline. May the world attain the constant joy of the Bodhisattvas. As many hells as there are in the world, may beings in them delight in the joys of contentment and sukhafati. May those afflicted with cold find warmth. May those oppressed with heat be cooled by oceans of water springing from the great clouds of the Bodhisattvas. May the forest of sword leaves become for them the splendor of a pleasure grove, and may the sword-like samal leaf trees grow as wish-fulfilling trees. So here we talk about the Horiams, where sword leaves slices again the sentient being again and again without rest. So we make strong prayers that this will be changed into wish-fulfilling trees. May the regions of hell become vast ponds of delight, fragrant with lotuses, beautiful and pleasing with the cries of white geese, wild ducks, ruddy geese, and swans. May the heap of burning coal become a mount of jewels. May the burning ground become a crystal marble floor. And may the mountains of the crushing hell become temples of worship filled with sugatas. So we make strong prayers for all these hell beings that their environment, the karma change so that they can see their environment differently. May the rain of burning coal, lava, and daggers from now on become rain of flowers, and may mutual battling with weapons now become a playful flower fight. By the power of my virtue, may those whose flesh has been completely fallen off, whose skeletons are of the color of a white jasmine flower, and who are immersed in the river Vaitarani, whose water is like fire, attain celestial bodies and dwell with goddesses by the river Mandakini. May the horrifying agents of Yama, crows, and vultures suddenly watch here in fear. Those looking upward behold blazing Pachupani in the sky and wonder, whose is this brilliant light that dispels darkness all around and generates the joy of contentment? May they depart together with him, freed of vice, through the power of their joy. A rain of lotuses falls mixed with fragrant waters. It is seen to extinguish the unceasing fires of the hells. May the beings of the hells suddenly refreshed with joy wonder, what is this? And may they see Apani. Friends, come quickly, cast away fear, we are alive. A fragrant, radiant vanquisher of fear, a certain prince in a monastic robe has come to us. By his power, every adversity is removed, streams of delight flow, the spirit of awakening is born, as is compassion, the mother of protection of all beings. Behold him whose lotus feet are worshipped with tiaras of hundreds of gods, whose eyes are moist with compassion, on whose head a stream of their first flowers rains down, with his delightful summer palaces celebrated by thousands of goddesses singing hymns of praise. Upon seeing Manjugasha before them, may the beings of the hells immediately cheer. Through my virtues, may the beings of the hells rejoice upon seeing the unobscured clouds of bodhisattvas, headed by Samattabhadra and bearing pleasant, cool, and fragrant rains and breezes. May the intense pains and fears of the beings of the hells be pacified. May the inhabitants of all miserable states of existence be liberated from their woeful states. May the animals at risk of being eaten by each other disappear. May the pretas be as happy as the people in Uttarakuru. May the pretas always be satiated, bathed, and refreshed by the streams of milk pouring from the hands of noble Avalokiteshvara. May the blind always see forms, and may the deaf hear. May pregnant women give birth without pains, as did Maya Devi. May they acquire everything that is beneficial and desired by the mind: clothing, food, drink, flower garlands, sandal paste, and ornaments. May the fearful become fearless, and those struck by grief find joy. May the despondent become resolute and free of depredation. May the ill have good health, and may they be freed from every bondage. May the weak become strong and have affectionate hearts for one another. May all regions be advantageous to all those who travel on roads. May the purpose for which they set out be expediently accomplished. May those who journey by boat succeed as they desire. May they safely reach the shore and rejoice with their relatives. May those who find themselves on wrong paths in dreary forest come upon the company of fellow travelers, and without fatigue may they journey without fear of bandits, tigers, and the like. May deities protect the dull, the insane, the deranged, the helpless, the young, and the elderly, and those in danger from sickness, the wilderness, and so on. May they be free from all lack of leisure. May they be endowed with faith, wisdom, and compassion. May they be possessed of stature and good conduct, and may they always remember their former lives. May they be inexhaustible treasuries like the sky treasure, free of conflict or irritation. May they have an independent way of life. May beings who have little splendor be endowed with great magnificence. May unattractive wretches be endowed with beauty. May the women in the world become men. May the lowly obtain grandeur and yet be free of arrogance. Through this merit of mine, may all beings without exception abstain from every vice and always engage in virtue. Not lacking the spirit of awakening, devoted to the Bodhisattva way of life, embraced by the Buddhas, and free of the deeds of Maras. May all beings have immeasurable lifespans. May they always live happily, and may even the word death disappear. May all quarters of the world be delightful with gardens of wish-fulfilling trees, filled with the Buddhas and the children of the Buddhas, and be enchanting with the sounds of Dharma. May the ground everywhere be free from stones and rocks, as smooth as the palm of the hand, soft and made of lapis lazuli. May the great assemblies of bodhisattvas sit on all sides. May they beautify the earth with their own resplendence. May all beings unceasingly hear the sound of Dharma from the birds, from every tree, from the rays of light, and from the sky. May they always encounter the Buddhas and the children of the Buddhas. May they worship the spiritual mentor of the world with endless clouds of offerings. May your God send rain in time, and may there be an abundance of crops. May the populace be prosperous, and may the king be righteous. May medicines be effective, and may the mantras of those who recite them be successful. May the kinis, rakshasas, and other goals be filled with compassion. May no sentient being be unhappy, sinful, ill, neglected, or despised, and may no one be despondent. May monasteries be well established, full in chanting and study. May there always be harmony among the Sangha, and may the purpose of the Sangha be accomplished. May monks who wish to practice find solitude. May they meditate with their minds agile and free of all distractions. May nuns receive provisions and be free of quarrels and troubles. May all renunciates be of untarnished ethical discipline. May those who are poor of poor ethical discipline be disgusted and become constantly intent on the extinction of their vices. May they reach a fortunate state of existence, and may their vows remain unbroken there. May they be learned and cultured, receive alms, and have provisions. May their mind streams be pure, and their fame be proclaimed in every direction. Without experiencing the suffering of the miserable states of existence, and without arduous practice, may the world attain Buddhahood in a single divine body. May all sentient beings worship all the Buddhas in many ways. May they be exceedingly joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. May the Bodhisattva's wishes for the welfare of the world be fulfilled, and whatever the protector's intent for sentient beings, may that be accomplished. May the practical Buddhas and Shravikas be happy, always worshipped by the lofty gods, Asuras, and humans. Through the grace of Manyu Gasha, may I always achieve ordination and the recollection of past lives until I reach the joyous ground. May I live endowed with strength in whatever posture I am. In all my lives, may I find plentiful places of solitude. When I wish to see or ask something, may I see the protector Manyu Ganata himself without any impediment. May my way of life be like that of Manyu Stream, who is life to accomplish the benefit of all sentient beings throughout the 10 directions. For as long as space endures, and for as long as the world lasts, may I live dispelling the miseries of the world. Whatever suffering there is for the world, may it all ripen upon me. May the world find happiness through all the virtues of the Bodhisattvas. May the teaching that is the soul medicine for the suffering of the world and the source of all prosperity and the joy remain for a long time, accompanied by riches and honor. I bow to Manyu Gaccham, through whose grace my mind turns to virtue. I salute my spiritual friend, through whose kindness it becomes stronger. Pray to be born in the land of bliss due to Kappa. That's too long for 7 minutes, so we cannot do that. So we do the dedication prayers.
Venerable Tenda, if you need a couple of minutes to do the prayer you want to do, you're more than welcome.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. No, I think it's good to conclude it. I did already 3 slots, so there's a lot to dedicate. Thank you so much for your generosity. So yeah, so as we I think are aware of, our highest goal is to develop those 2 wings to enlightenment, bodhicitta, wisdom realizing emptiness, and we cannot do that without renunciation. So here in the dedication prayers, there's this dedication to actualize bodhicitta, because that's the highest offer we can offer to other sentient beings to develop bodhicitta and develop our wisdom realizing emptiness. May the precious body, mind, not yet born, arise and grow. May that growness not decline, but increase forevermore. Janjub Samchok Rinpoche, Makya Panam Kikyochi, Kyepa Nyampa Me Payam, Gome Gundu Pelwashu. And as Rinpoche says, combine this with a emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, and by myself. May bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon all the Sangha, so rely upon all the I, my Sangha members. So for who we have promised to pray, who have asked us to pray for them, whose names have been given to us, may be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. So of course, so we do this also, of course, this dedication was also included all the people who have died of COVID, war situations, shootings, people who died of old age. May they all come under the grace of the Buddhas. May they be born in the Pure Land, or if they wish, may they come back to this planet, continue their spiritual search and journey. So for the long life, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So it will be the Tibetan. Jik Tan Kong Dia Ben De Ma Lun Ba Gak Le Chung Be Sam Pe Yin Ji Non Ka Drin Chung Me Tan Jing Yak So No And for His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled, let's do it this time in English. savior of the land of snows, teachings of transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the paths that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Therefore, long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we did many refuge prayers according to the wishes to the advice of Kandrola. So, of course, we wish very long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Do both in Tibetan English. O Tum Che Jang Jie Jang Den Yel Wim Ten Xin Kyung Pao Wei Kun Tzu Dok Fon Zen Jok Sum Kor Re Lag Man Tun Rum Adap So Du Je Gun Du Shab Ten Chun. You who uphold the subduers moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading on Unit's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. So I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. So I also dedicate to everyone who has been with us during the whole day, everyone who has done these participated in the prayerathon, those who have organized the prayerathon, those who have supported in whatever way that we can do all these prayers. So may everyone who came to our mind, who have asked us to do prayers and so forth, who are in our target group, those with COVID, who are suffering whatever way due to COVID, in wars, the shootings, and other causes, and also, of course, so may all of them practice Dharma purely and be free of all future suffering, any form of future suffering. So thank you so much. Oh, I don't know, I have to stop here. Yeah, screen stopped, just to share window is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Tender.
Second time today.
Second time. And look, we're being joined by a beautiful sunshine-bathed Gumphin. How are you?
Yes. Very well, thank you. How are you?
I love your sunrise, I have to say. That's really nice. We're settling down and you have this really bright energy in the back there. Look at that. How can you wake up with a grumpy attitude with a sunrise like that?
Aldo is today with us. Aldo just left, but last week he was late, and now he's.
Thank you.
Thank you. You feel much better than last week?
Yeah. But I will appreciate your. This evening you have tied up my. Taking refuge mind. And for me it's very, very important. It is collecting some kind of as a listening, collecting listening. And this is rewrite the memory. Is a remind, and the remind is important for remain in the right form of discipline.
Yeah, everything starts with refuge, isn't it? So yeah, so and it was the practice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. It was a meditation from Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I think he gave, I don't know this one, but I did. I think it was noted by Sarah to a person who had ALS. But yeah, there was another. I think the morning I did more from the teaching from Lama Zopa Rinpoche in the Lamp of the Path. Yeah, but also from Venerable Sarah who sent it to us. Yeah. So yeah, I also want to dedicate, of course, especially to Sarah, because she says she has COVID. So and all others who have COVID, of course. So, okay, I
Thank
go.
you, thank
Damche, and bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you,
Okay,
Jeannie.
compianto. Yeah, Jeannie,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Jeannie.
Yeah, see, I take it Jeannie's finishing now, and Compian's taken over.
Compian was already there, Lon.
Yes, yes. But Jeannie, she likes to stay a little bit longer
Fair
and
enough. You
just
see,
join.
overtime. That's good for merit.
Very good.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, Tenda. My love
Good
to
Sunday,
everyone.
everyone. Good Sunday.
Okay. Thank
Ciao,
you.
ciao.
Ciao.
See you next time.
Oh, bless. Yeah. It's really nice to see Venerable Tenda having a bit more time to join us more frequently. He was so busy with other things, you know, when he was director of Nalanda and of course IMI and all the other challenges that he's taken on as part of his service. So it's lovely to see him really enjoying these sessions, and it's lovely to hear that Jeannie's still here as well. So are we still going by the motto, every stitch a mantra, Jeannie? No, that was just lovely. No, anyway, so let's see, 10 my end, we've got just under an hour. So I take it you seeing us through then, when we'll come from to the end.
Sorry?
I said, you seeing us through to the end?
No, soon will be Malgo.
All right.
Because we have a morning practice here.
Okay. Oh, good. See, Sangha is needed. Anyway, lovely to see you as well. And
nice to see you
know,
too.
so my love to everyone at the Chenrezig Institute.
Thank you
for all the hard
Thank you
work
very
and
much.
making things work there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So yes, good evening from the UK. So we're entering sort of, yeah, towards the later stages of this weekend's prayer-a-thon. And it's our 95th this weekend. It's been going for a while, and we can see that certain things have changed with regards to COVID, and different challenges have come our way, such as the war between Ukraine and Russia, with Russia and Ukraine, and all the other conflicts around the world, political instability in parts of this world, and also, of course, we have to acknowledge our precious gurus, through the kindness they've guided us this far and got us engaged with all these wonderful practices. And also by doing so, ensure that we as a global community have come much closer together than we could have wished for before. And yes, there's still COVID cases around, and we cannot ignore them. And it's therefore that we sort of overlap not just COVID prayers, but also prayers for pacification of war, and long life prayers for our gurus. And any suffering that you may be going through, or your friends and family are going through, other mother sentient beings are going through, we shall include them in our prayers. And hello, Emma. And if you just take a moment to settle the mind, a few deep breaths. And we think about our motivations for being here. What has brought us to take part in this practice? It might well be that we have been supporting Prayerathon since it first started back in August 2020. You may have come across these sessions at a later stage. You may be here because you follow Rinpoche's advice on engaging in practices to benefit mother sentient beings in these difficult and degenerate times. You may have personal reasons for being here, aspects of your life that you're trying to deal with. You may be here on behalf of others, friends, family, acquaintances who are going through difficult times, and you wanted to pray for them. You may just wish to take a step out of the turmoil of modern life. Just find a quiet, peaceful space to recharge your batteries. That's okay. Whatever your motivation is for being here, whether you're Buddhist or not, you're more than welcome. And may benefit from these sessions. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. Okay, so what we're doing is, before we start with the main practice, may we recite the refuge prayer a few times, as advised by Kandrila, for the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, without whom we would not be sitting here as a community and joining these prayers. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Shalom. It's going to use a different prayer so that we don't have too many of those. Oh, that's when you have too many screens open and you get a bit muddled. Hold on a sec. Let me just move this around. There you go. I take refuge until I'm aligned in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly, by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I'll take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, by the merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit by transmigratory beings. I'll take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Assembly, by my merits of generosity and so forth. May I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. Sangye chedang soki chonam la chanchu padu dangi kyabje chi dagi chinsoki besonan ki chola benche sangye chupa cho sangye cheki chonam la padu dangi kyabje chi dagi chinsoki besonan ki chola benche sangye chupa cho sangye cheki chonam la chanchu padu dangi kyabje chi chinsoki besonan ki chola benche sangye chupa cho. May our precious Gurus live long and healthy lives, but continue to be inspired and guided by them and their love and compassion for us and all other sentient beings, and this in all future lifetimes. May we honor all our precious Gurus by reaching enlightenment ourselves and repay their kindness by being able to help other sentient beings here, may we take the motivation from the 8 verses of thought transformation. So we may develop the mind of bodhicitta and realize emptiness. May we recognize that it's important for us to engage in wholesome actions for the benefit of others. And through benefiting others, we are benefiting ourselves. From beginningless rebirth up to now, I've experienced the general sufferings of samsara and the particular suffering of the lower realms numberless times. There is no suffering that I've never experienced. When I think deeply about all this, I feel terribly upset and weep uncontrollably. Therefore, I must no longer allow myself to come under the control of the disturbing unsubdued thoughts, which are the true causes that bring the result of true suffering. As long as I happily continue to follow the disturbing unsubdued minds of the wrong concepts, with neither fear nor doubt, there is no difference between me and a mindless, crazy person. If I continue to follow these wrong concepts, I will definitely have to experience the sufferings of samsara endlessly in future lives. When I think about this from the depth of my heart, and not just reciting the words, I am unable to eat by day or sleep by night, and it makes me vomit. It also breaks my heart. However, now I have received the inner condition, a perfect human body, endowed with the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which gives me the ability to achieve all happiness and success. I've also met the outer conditions, a holy Mahayana virtuous friend, who is extremely difficult to find, but can grant the state of omniscience in 1 second. The teachings of the Buddha, the supreme medicine that dispels all the sufferings of transmigrated beings without exception. If I continue to seek mere temporary happiness for myself and my own liberation from the bondage of the disturbing unsubdued thoughts and karma, what difference is there between me and a foolish dumb animal? Such an attitude would be extremely upsetting from both sides. From my own side, how shameless, and from the side of others, how very ungenerous, how selfish and cruel. How dare I cherish myself and renounce others? Aren't other sentient beings the precious ones from whom I receive all happiness and success? It is therefore not enough to merely ensure that I will not be reborn in the suffering lower realms. Nor is it enough to simply seek my own freedom from samsara. All sentient beings have been my mother. There is not a single one who has not been. Moreover, each one has been my mother numberless times, and each time has been just as kind to me as my present mother. At this very moment, not only are these kind mother sentient beings experiencing great suffering, but they're also running constantly to create the causes for more. There is not even a second when they experience ultimate happiness. If a mother's suffering is not alleviated by her own child, who else will do it? Even though it is up to me alone to bear the burden of eradicating the suffering of all mother sentient beings, at the moment I'm incapable of relieving the suffering of even one sentient being. Yet, if I achieve the holy body of a Buddha, just one ray of its light would ripen the minds of countless sentient beings, leading them to the blissful state of peace. Therefore, to free all mother sentient beings from suffering and lead them to the peerless happiness of enlightenment, I must attain Buddhahood. I must, This is not without causes and conditions. Its principal cause is the two bodhicittas. Therefore, I'm going to practice the profound oral teaching on transforming the mind into bodhicitta. So having reflected on all mother sentient beings, so on all sentient beings having been our mothers since beginning this time, so we recite the motivation of Thangtong Gyalpo's text. And we therefore appreciate more the line, all sentient beings are mothers who are infinite like space. And as all beings have been our mothers, may we also recognize that no matter what realm these beings are in, they have been our mothers. And all the beings that we encounter in this lifetime, even in this human realm, those who are kind to us, and those who harm others through the actions of body, speech, and mind. Those in the human realm that we see who act purely out of self-interest, greed, hatred, and ignorance, still have achieved the state of a human form. Having through merit been able to be reborn in the human realm, we must therefore acknowledge that despite their faults that they are displaying and the suffering they're causing, that within they have the potential to create merit and benefit other beings. And by not doing so, they are creating suffering and lower rebirth. While we may not agree with the actions that they're carrying out, we should be able to acknowledge the suffering that they're experiencing, the harm they're doing, and the suffering that awaits them. And with that in mind, we should extend our hand of compassion. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. Having called upon other sentient beings to take refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And visualize how the Guru smiles, and with the Guru smile, you find light nectar being poured from the Guru's body through the crown of your head into your bodies, the bodies of all other mother sentient beings, no matter who they are, where they are, what their past, what their present conditions. The Guru's compassionate light nectar will fill them all, cleansing away our negative karma and obscurations. And just feel the joy of being rejuvenated, having that karmic burden lifted, all the nasty stains and smells and tastes scrubbed out, cleansed away, being able to move again, not having to worry, just enjoying the peace of happiness and a long and healthy life. Why would our happiness be more important than that of all other sentient beings who, like us, just wish to be free from all suffering? As we recite the Mani mantra, we shall combine the Mani recitation with the praises to the noble Chenrezig. And within this prayer, a prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, a prayer that he recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Gyalpo. May we be reminded of the 6 realms, the keys that open the gates to those realms, the suffering that we are likely to experience if we enter those realms, but may we also recognize the suffering that we can see in others in relation to those realms. May we therefore be compassionate. And taking Lama Zopa Rinpoche is one of the great examples of compassion. Rinpoche spends a lot of time praying for all other sentient beings, no matter what, who they are, where they're from. Tiny insect, the beings across the realms. So maybe follow in his footsteps. To you I pray, to you I pray, Guru Chenrezig, to you I pray, Yidam Chenrezig, to you I pray, Sublime Noble Chenrezig, to you I pray, Lord of Refuge Chenrezig. Hold me in your compassion, caring, victorious one, for us beings who wander endlessly throughout samsara and are subjected to intolerable pain and suffering. Protector, we have no other refuge but you. Inspire us to attain omniscience and awakening. So now we're starting with the realms. And there you go. So we recite each realm, and then we recite a couple of malas of Amani, Padme Om, and keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru, perceiving that purifying light from the Guru, and then how your body is being filled with light. How you begin to store this light as you purify more and more of your true nature is being revealed, your Buddha nature. And that when your body can hold no more, you can exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings who likewise exchange himself with the Guru and others. Okay. Through the force of negative karma accumulated so beginning this time, beings overcome with hatred take birth in the hells, where they will suffer the torments of intense heat and cold. May they all be reborn in your presence, O supreme of deities. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings overcome with miserliness take birth in the Preta realm, where they will suffer the torments of intense hunger and thirst. May they all be reborn in your supreme Potala pure land. Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginning this time, beings overcome with folly take birth as animals and experience the misery of verbal incapacity and confusion. May they all be reborn in your presence, O protector. Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who overcome with jealousy take birth in the Asura realm, where they will suffer the torments of conflict and dispute. May they all be reborn in the Potala Pure Land. Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who are overcome with pride take birth in the Deva realm, where they will suffer the torments of transmigration and fall. May they all be reborn in the Potala Pure Land. Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme. Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who are overcome with passionate desire take birth in the human realm, where they will suffer the torments of birth, old age, sickness, and death. May they all be reborn in the Potala Pure Land. Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme, Humani Padme. Through activity like that of Chenrezig, through activity like that of Chenrezig, liberate the beings in impure realms. Oh, there's a line missing, isn't it? Okay. Okay, sorry. I had a slightly different text in mind. Throughout activity like that of Chenrezig, liberate beings in impure realms and transmit the supreme speech of the 6 syllables, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. And there's the answer, I was on the wrong page. May I, sorry, let me just start this last bit again, because I thought that it just seemed a bit abrupt. May I, in this and all my future lives, through activity like that of Chenrezig, liberate the beings in impure realms and transmit the supreme speech of the 6 syllables of Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. I knew there was a line missing, so yeah. So at this point, we could carry on and conclude this prayer of to the Noble Chenrezig, but I like to pause here and just think of all other sentient beings, irrespective of the individual realms that we have previously considered. Maybe just think about mother sentient beings now, not have any preconceptions about who they are, where they are, what form they take, what they've done, what their suffering may or may not have been. So maybe just think about mother sentient beings who need love and compassion, who we wish to be liberated from all suffering, and all mother sentient beings who wish to achieve enlightenment. So we do another few rounds of manis here. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the force of invoking you, the Supreme Noble, may all those who are most disciplined and guide take an interest in cause and effect, strive to act virtuously, and come to possess the qualities that may benefit all. So here, if we think about what we've done here, given that all our actions and that the actions of our body, speech, and mind have such a great impact on ourselves and other sentient beings. So reciting these mantras, maybe with a mala or prayer wheel, and having enough verbal activity or reciting the mantra on breath. So we're not only recalling the mantra in the set of the mind, and also from a motivation point of view, exchanging ourselves accordingly and applying the mantras accordingly, developing a compassionate mind. We also recite, so therefore we're transforming speech, and we're also offering the actions of the body, the recitation of the mala, the feeding through, the spinning of the wheel. So again, we engage in beneficial acts of body, speech, and mind that will help transform. And the more we do, the better we get at it. Practice, practice, practice. So don't despair when you have a bad day. Just, go, okay. Sometimes if I play an instrument, I can play it for a long time, and then we still can play a bad note. We can be driving for 20, 30 years, but sometimes we still stall the car. That doesn't mean you give up driving or playing the instrument. So just go like, oh, what happened here? Okay, let me fix it and carry on. Okay. Where are we? Okay, so we, I think we have time to do one mala of Tara. So if we recite the Tara mantra as well, Green Tara, to remove any obstacles. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles as part of our practices. May all our practices be true, and maybe be true to the path, and benefit mother sending beings. May these obstacles be removed that may otherwise arise. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health. May cures and medicines be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who are about to die or have already entered the bardo to have swift transitions in favor of human rebirth. May all mother beings in the process of entering the bardo or in the bardo reach enlightenment. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for all those who are experiencing hardships to be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships, and be reinstated in a place of happiness, free from all suffering. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for peaceful solutions to be found in this age of war and conflict and political instability. May we enter the path of dialogue and abandon the path of violence and war. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus. May we continue to be guided by our precious gurus in this and all future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be continuously fulfilled and spontaneously fulfilled. So one round. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Okay, visualize now that all obstacles have been removed. I recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of gospel and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Messiah of whose name saith our beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body, mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that end the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grasping things and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Messiah of whose name stands for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body, mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grasping and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the Son of whose name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life to disturb, May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body, mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And maybe now to recite the Words of truth pacify the dangers of weapon. Mani Padme Hum, great, loving, victorious one, eyes blind, compassionate, eye-looking one, blessed, victorious, Hajigriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, as holy names eliminate all dangers upon me hearing. Who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from an explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please drive this ocean out by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion, also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mindful of deity, rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay, realization, dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, even like an atom of inherent existence, cause and effect, independent arising, unbetraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed of all sicknesses, and may all the sickness without exception of transmigrated beings never occur again. Now my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct virtues, Mahayana virtues friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Tsongkhapa, who lived an eminent life endowed in pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, may sentient beings hold me most dear, may all the negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I have achieved highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigrating beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, and remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the numbers of Buddhas and numbers sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You uphold the subduous moral way, who serves as mindful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayer, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So thank you very much, everyone. That's it from me. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, all the wonderful people in the tech team who keep us on air on YouTube and Zoom, to all the wonderful people in the back office whose name we don't usually get to hear or see, who do the admin and everything, and all the wonderful Sangha who give their time so freely to ensure that we can keep everything going. And of course, everyone who has been supporting Prayerathon for the past 95 weekends. Those of you on screen here with me, Aldo, Nana is here from Chenrezig, Emma, Jeannie still holding the fort, and it's wonderful to see. And of course, our venerable lector now with me, and all the wonderful people whose names I don't see at the moment on YouTube, but Anna, you're probably listening in, Fernando, and all the others. So thank you very much. And without further ado, Venerable Lecton.
Good morning from Australia. I'm well. Yes, so nice to see you.
This is the thing, coming in here with fresh energy. Oh. How is the Sinhalese session? Are they coming along?
Yeah, they're coming along, not sort of, in droves, but they're coming along 3s and 6s. Well, the thing is, in Sri Lanka, there are power cuts, 12-hour power cuts, Venerable.
Yeah.
So that they say they're joining, and then it's like, we didn't charge our phone or some other thing, power cuts. But the thing, they really appreciate it. I mean, they're doing it privately as well, and also joining when they can. So it's really wonderful. And Kadrola was in Sri Lanka last month, and she gave it. Oh my gosh, she gave a teaching to the little Tara. I invited her to give a teaching, and Rinpoche has told her to support the Tara Lanka group. So she gave a teaching to 30 people.
Isn't that lovely?
That's such a, such a boost. Yeah.
This is really, it's, it's wonderful to have Kandrula, whatever the number, of course, if you think about the effort that's taken, if you have, more come together, but if you get these sort of spontaneous little visits or the small teachings. I remember when I was in London, Chamyang, London, doing Nonis, and she came right at the end, very spontaneous, very short notice. And but you have that time initially, maybe from the small community that is there to have a bit of time. Of course, then you have the bigger events where people still manage to rush in somehow. But how wonderful to have Kandrula there.
Oh, absolutely. And there were some professors who rang me before and said, do we really have to go because we have no petrol? So much hardship in Sri Lanka. And I just had to say, look, if you make up your mind, if you miss this opportunity, don't come crying to me,
No.
And they went and they rang up and said, oh my goodness, we never expected this kind of amazing teaching. I think what they really meant was from a Tibetan lady.
Yeah. No,
there's that whole gender thing there as well, but they were blown away.
Yeah, and what I like as well, Kandrula, she never would admit that she knows anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I just, as long as we connect, if it's not, I remember what she was saying, I remember she was saying, she said, if there's no benefit, if you don't benefit from me being here, what's the point? So let's make it a beneficial session. She's not, and that I think that's so wonderful. And also,
her presence my sister was so spontaneous. She took her gold earrings off and offered to her. She was so overcome with devotion, and she rang me and said, Akka, I think I found my teacher.
Yes.
she's just, blew everybody away as she does. If anyone has any kind of karma.
Yeah. And what I like about Kandula as well, I mean, you know, when you have these really, great teachers in the room, be it His Holiness, Lingua Rinpoche, but Kandula, forget the Mona Lisa. Because when they say about the Mona Lisa's eye follows you across the room, you really always feel Kandula is looking at you all the time. And that is just wonderful, that wonderful energy. So I'm so pleased for you that she was there and that you had the opportunity.
Yeah, I know. They had the opportunity and I got to offer, thank goodness we have translated Sinhala prayers. I did a mandala offering and going for refuge in Sinhala via Zoom.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
isn't it great?
Yeah.
You see, it also paid off. It's not, it's also that is something you offer the community. Those who practice at home have a text to go by rather than trying to do their own little, off translations, so wonderful. It's really, I was wondering,
so I'm grateful to this. Yeah.
You're doing a great and fantastic job. And you always have that wonderful energy that you carry with it. So, you see,
it's all Rinpoche's blessings, I think, and all the community support. Thank you so much.
No, you're more than welcome. Listen, I hand over to you. I think you're the last one in the queue. So you take as much time as you like. If you want to wrap it up, I'm sure we can do that then as well. But no, I'm really, really pleased to have, I've had the opportunity to hand over to you this evening. Because it's lovely to hear these wonderful stories.
Seen you in a while.
Absolutely. All right, everyone.
Okay,
take care and karma permitting, see you all next week. Bye-bye.
So just sharing and rejoicing in that good news, because particularly Sri Lanka, where I was born, although I don't live there at the moment, is in real huge hardships. I'm talking about famine, loss of livelihood, complete collapse of a society. And with that come behavioral changes. People are fearful of, just have nothing to eat. So they become more angry. People are dying in queues while they're waiting in petrol queues and diesel queues and kerosene queues. So it's unprecedented suffering that is kind of come upon a country that I can't say I'm surprised, sort of that it's like a chapter in the Golden Light Sutra, the 17th chapter, when a king of a country is so degenerate, it just pass on to the population and the gods leave the country and it just goes downhill. So my heart is with them and I dedicate these prayers as we do for all the prayers for all of the suffering beings, not only for people in Sri Lanka, but Ukraine and Russia and all other countries there are such tremendous suffering and hardship. With that, I appeal to Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha to come immediately and transform this tremendous, tremendous suffering that is taking place in the world, and particularly the fear and threat of war, to stop it from descending into anything further, and to restore peace, harmony, and good health for all living beings. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. With that, visualizing all 6 realm beings in human form, starting with our mother of this life on our left and the father on our right, and all our female and male relatives in that order, extending that to our loved ones, friends, strangers, people in our towns, country, to include all the countries that we can recall suffering, particularly with war and various other forms of suffering, floods, and any other threats, hurricanes, environmental problems, and all the sentient beings in the whole world and other realms in human form. We recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Ani Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum,
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Do one round silently. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, oh Mani Padme Hum. So before dissolving Chenrezig, that's above our head, we'll recite this prayer to all manifestations of Arya Chenrezig. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagreva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitudes of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not to have sicknesses, to stop all their coddling and fighting,
and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and in all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. With that, we imagine Arya Chenrezig dissolving into steam-like substance. Very pleased with our supplication and prayers, falls on our head, on the crown of our head. And all our bodies become completely purified of negative kleshas, whatever is afflictions that give rise to negativities in the future. Without any stains remaining, we are completely clean and clear, like crystal. So holding that, rejoicing in that, we do the rest of the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the
Venerable, you're muted.
spread fairly wide throughout the city and come together for teachings and pujas, etc. It's really nice to come together with the wider Sangha community and the world through doing this practice. And of course, we do this practice on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our precious teacher. And before I start this morning, I'd like to recite the Refuge and Bodhicitta prayer 3 times. We have been advised for the good health and long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche that we recite this prayer as many, many, many times as possible as we can. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. And to start the practice today, I'd like to read a prayer for the beginning, middle, and end of practice by J. Tsongkhapa. This is a lovely prayer to do, when you're doing practices, recognizing our lineage masters, recognizing all those who've gone before us, and strengthening our practice. I bow before the conquering Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and our hearts of all directions and of all times. I offer this boundless prayer with the purest of minds to free countless beings from cycles of existence. By the power of the unfailing 3 jewels and of the great rishis possessed of the force of truth, may these sincere words bear fruit. Life after life, may I never be born into realms of great suffering or unfavorable circumstances, but gain always a precious human form, blessed with every conducive provision. From the moment of birth, may I never be lured by the pleasures of existence, but guided by renunciation, intent on freedom, be resolute in seeking the pure life. May there be no hindrance to becoming a monk from friends, family, or possessions, and for every conducive circumstance, by mere thought may it appear. Once a monk, may I be untainted as long as I live, by breach of vow or natural fault as promised in the presence of my preceptor. I pray that on such pure foundation, and for every mother sentient being, I devote myself with hardship for countless eons to every aspect profound and vast of the Mahayana. May I be cared for by true spiritual friends, filled with knowledge and insight, senses stilled, minds controlled, loving, compassionate, and with courage untiring in working for others. Asada Prayudita devoted himself to Dharma Arya. May I sincerely please my spiritual master with body, life, and wealth, never disappointing him for an instant. I pray that the perfection of wisdom, forever profound, a bringer of peace, unbound by identification, be taught to me as taught to Sada Prayudita, unsullied by the muddy waters of false views. May I never fall under the way of false teachers and misleading friends, their flawed views of existence and non-existence well outside the Buddha's intention. With sail hoisted of the sincerest of minds, driven by winds of unflagging effort, on this well-built ship of study, thought, and meditation, may I bring living beings from samsara's ocean. As much as I excel in learning, as much as I give to others, as pure as my morality grows, as much as I become wise, by as much may I be empty of pride. I pray that I listen insatiably to countless teachings at the feet of the Master, single-handedly with logic unflawed, prizing open scriptures' meanings. Having examined day and night with fourfold logic all that I have heard, may I banish every doubt with the discerning understanding that arises from such contemplation. With conviction on Dharma's profound, gained from understanding born of contemplation, I pray that I retreat to solitude with the perseverance, severing life's attachments, to devote myself to proper practice. When the Buddha's thoughts dawn upon me through study, thought, and meditation, I pray that things of this life, forever bonded to samsara, and thoughts of my happiness alone, never arise in my mind. Unattached to my possessions, I pray that I destroy parsimony, gathering disciples around me by giving first of material wealth to satisfy them with Dharma. With a mind renounced, may I never transgress even the smallest precept, though it may cost my life, flying forever, therefore, the flag of freedom. When I see, hear, or think of those who struck, beat, or maligned me, may I be without anger, speak of their virtues, and meditate upon patience. I pray I will apply myself to enthusiasm, achieving virtues unachieved, improving those attained, banishing utterly threefold debilitating laziness. I pray to abandon the meditative absorption that lacks the power of insight to quell samsara, that is divorced from the moist compassion to quash nirvana's passivity, and that mostly throws one back to cycles of existence, but develop instead the meditative absorption that unites compassion and insight. I pray that I banish false views of emptiness, mentally fabricated and partially known, born from fear of the most profound truth, cherished as supreme, and that I realize all phenomena be empty forever. May I bring to faultless morality those so-called practitioners with their wayward ethics, shamelessly empty of pure practice, rashly pursuing paths shunned by the wise. May I bring to the path praised by Buddhas those lost and fallen onto wrong paths, swayed by deluded teachers and misleading friends. I pray that my lion-like roar of teaching, argument, and composition flattens the pride of fox-like false orators, and gathering well-trained disciples about me, I fly the banner of the teachings forever. In whatever life I may drink the nectar of Buddha's teachings, I pray to be born into a good family and be of handsome build, wealthy, powerful, and wise, blessed with long life and sound health. May I develop the unique love of a mother for those who malign me, and harbour all designs upon my life, my body, or my possessions. By growing within myself the pure and extraordinary Bodhi mind, whose nature is to cherish others more than self, may I soon give them unsurpassable enlightenment. Whoever hears, sees, or calls these verses to mind, may they be undaunted in fulfilling the powerful prayers of the Bodhisattvas. By the power of these vast prayers, made with the purest intention, may I attain the perfection of prayer and fulfill the hopes of every living being. So we'll go to the practice now. Just have to get my computer up again. I think my computer is very lazy. It keeps going to sleep. Okay, so the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We should never, ever, ever doubt the power of prayer. And what makes the power of prayer so strong is our own motivation when we pray. The motivation to free others from sickness, to free all sentient beings from suffering, to ensure that those who have recently died have a quick passage through the bardo and a fortunate human rebirth or rebirth in the God realms. There are many, many reasons why we pray. And if our motivation is really, really strong, wanting nothing but happiness and freedom of suffering for these beings, and wanting ultimately to free ourselves and all beings from samsara, then these prayers, the thoughts behind the prayers, the motivation is energy. It goes out into the universe and keeps swirling around. The energy, the power never dissipates. So never, ever, ever doubt the power of prayers that are done with perfect altruistic motivation and compassion and kindness and love, because they are stronger than iron, stronger than diamonds. They can never, never be crushed. And the motivations will show our own practice and our own dedication to the Dharma and our own dedication to loving kindness and compassion and wisdom will shore our own energies up as well as helping others. So maybe we should let go of the materialistic and the things that we do instead of saying our prayers. Maybe we should let go of these a little bit more and do a few more prayers. Certainly, we have many, many, many prayers to choose from in all of the wonderful FPMT materials. But prayers are wishes from the heart. So it really doesn't matter what the words are. It's the motivation. So this practice that we do for those who are suffering from disease, COVID-19 and other diseases, take a minute to bring them all into your heart. We can hold the whole world in our heart, every single suffering being, those who've been affected by COVID, as we do this practice. We do the beautiful motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. You can recite the mantra of compassion now. And as we recite this mantra of compassion, Chenrezig's mantra, visualize that all of those beings you're holding in your heart becoming free from all of their suffering. As the mantra swirls around, entering the crowns of their heads as powerful, pure medicine, freeing them and transforming them from all of their suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And see all of those beings resting in your heart, completely free of suffering, completely happy, satisfied. Now we can do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings that are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we will go to the other prayer that we have been asked to say. It's called Words of Truth, Pacifying Pacifying the Dangers of Weapons. And again, this is another prayer that is given to us from the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And it says that when there was unceasing war in Kham, in Tibet, and nobody was able to create harmony, the great Lord Yogi Thangtong Gyalpo came to calm, generated bodhicitta, and just by merely saying these true words and sprinkling flowers, all the vicious minds of jealousy and anger were completely pacified, and the war that had been continuous ceased. There were prosperous harvests and so forth, and the country became auspicious and peaceful. This is blessed Vajra speech. So we will do this prayer for all of those who are suffering through war at the moment in many countries, but at the front of our mind is the atrocities that are happening in the Ukraine, and for all of those beings who are suffering through aggression and war and the harm caused on both sides of the equation. We'll do this prayer for them. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsuntara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 generations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion, by letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire. Please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like Father, Mother, then increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura from now on never run in all of the areas in the world that are suffering from conflict. I am requesting for even all sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect, then having entered and been born in the blissful field of Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, to have long life, no sickness, to pacify all quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvest, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind seal deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure extensive prayers be completed. We'll do that one once more. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure Jetsuntara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 generations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion, by letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire. Please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like Father, Mother, then increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura from now on never run in any of the areas that are suffering from conflict in the world. I'm requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onward all the evil karma, cause and effect, then having entered and been born in the blissful field of Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, samsaric beings, to have a long life, no sicknesses, to pacify all quarreling and fighting. Enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvest, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind seal deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure, extensive prayers be completed. Now we go to the dedication prayers. And I will recite the dedication prayer from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shankideva. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing. May the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. The long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now to seal the entire practice with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. Good morning, Elder. Good morning, Lorraine.
Good morning. Sorry if you put my email because the field is locating. Thank you for your prayers. I'm very inspired.
Elder, it's my great pleasure, my absolute great pleasure to do this.
You're from Brisbane.
Yes.
And sorry, if you know the meaning of your name, Trinla.
Yes, it is enlightened activity, but as Khensa Rinpoche Geshe Tashi Serang explained it to me. It means action arm of a compassion Buddha. I think it means, I think, Aldo, it means I have to work very hard.
Lorraine, I'm sorry, Venerable Lorraine, what are you doing in hospital? You're muted. I'm so sorry. This is one of the people from Tuptu Nobuling.
Yes.
Hi. Hi, what's
Sorry, I
going
was
on?
muted.
Lorraine, what are you doing there?
I went in with some back pain and they gave me an exam, and the doctor didn't like how much pain I was getting from my abdomen, so they sent me to the ER.
And that's where you are now, and you're going to do the meditation with us? Well done.
Figured there was no better time.
Okay, welcome. All right then. Trinla, thank you very much.
Sorry, there's
Venerable.
a nurse coming in, like I gotta mute.
Okay, you mute yourself. I'm going to start. I'm going to turn my emails off. And hi there. Hi there. Who's there?
Hi, Katie.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm just going to switch off
Good,
my emails.
thank you. Good.
Nice to see you.
You too.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm a bit late. It's gorgeous weather here right now. I was just sitting out in the garden with Amala Judith, and then lost a little bit of track of time. But anyway,
that's okay.
Right. Okay. All right then, Aldo, welcome. Always nice to see you there. Hi. And who's at Chenrezig? Goodbye, Venerable. Who's in Chenrezig today? Hi. What's your name? I forget.
Małgorzata.
Malga. Are you in Brisbane?
No, I'm at Chenrezig.
You're at Chenrezig. Oh, okay.
In Australia, in Chenrezig.
Okay, Malga. Thank you very much. Is that how you say your name?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That is. Okay,
Yes.
cool. All right, Malga.
Thank you.
All right. And then my... Lorraine. I'm sorry. And you're feeling okay? Lorraine, you good?
Yes. Good.
Okay. I think...
Yeah,
right,
sorry to unmute, and I've only got use of one arm here because the other's like got an IV.
Are
But
they
yeah,
and they're pumping you up with drugs, are they?
no, I told them not to because I still got to drive home, and I don't want. They said they're going to give me some Benadryl, and that's bad enough because that stuff is, I don't know, it floors me. I don't like it, but
I'm just
yeah.
sitting up here.
Other
So
than that, I'm okay.
just relax, lay back, and we'll do our usual meditation. If I can just, sorry, I'm just running a wee bit late. Okay, here we go. All right. All right. So, wait, where am I? Okie dokie. All right, so let's just settle into our, I know, Lorraine, you're lying down. So just be lying down as best you can. And if you get interrupted by the medical staff, you know, just do the best you can to focus. Okay, so just settle into your meditation posture, except for Lorraine, who's lying down. And if you are sitting at a desk, I think, Aldo, you are. And also welcome to, if anybody is there on YouTube Live and Facebook Live. I always feels a bit weird. I never know who's there. Okay. If you're sitting at a desk and your feet are down, it's really good if your feet are parallel and maybe raised on something, so you're not, legs aren't crossed, your ankles aren't crossed. And make sure your sits bones are raised, maybe 2 to 4 inches. And if you have very tight knees and you're sitting in the regular cross-legged position, you can put a couple of cushions underneath each knee. Align your shoulders and your hips, and imagine your spine is a string of pearls of light stretching from the base all the way up through the crown of the head, just lengthening. The head is slightly tipped forward and the eyes are down, looking along the length of the nose. Lips are slightly apart, tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth, and relax the jaw. So I'm just going to move through the general relaxation quite quickly because I started a bit late. So just go from the top of the head, relaxing the scalp, the face, the back of the head, and move down to your neck, the back of the neck. Release any tension in the shoulders, the back, the chest, and the belly, the limbs, hands, fingers, and feet and toes. And then bring the mind to the breath, noticing the sensation of the air as you're breathing in and breathing out. And just try and settle your mind. And if there are any sounds in your environment, so Lorraine, you're in hospital, so you've probably got the nursing staff around, you probably can hear people and voices, and so just notice what's attracting your mind, and then just allow all the sounds, all of us, allow the sounds to be there and let them fade. Bring the mind back to the breath, noticing the sensation of the air as you're breathing in and breathing out. And just notice your thoughts as they arise and abide, and then just disappear. This river of mental moments. And just imagine yourself actually sitting on the bank of the river and watching the river flowing by. And just be aware that while you're actually sitting on the bank watching it, not engaged, not swimming in it, not drowning in it, you're free from that river. You're free from your thoughts. So try not to engage, get caught up in a story. Just always leads to nowhere, or it leads to somewhere. That's often trouble. Bring the mind back to the breath. And I'll do our equanimity meditation when I do set up the visualization for Chenrezig. But just to quickly just bring to mind all the people of our life, our friends, our enemies, and our strangers, the ones we love, the ones we have functional, constructive relationships with, those people who we have some difficulty with, and those strangers, the people who are passing us by in the traffic, on our walk, at the grocery store. And we're doing this meditation, these meditations and recitation for the benefit of all these people. And there are so many different people now other than just COVID. There's the Ukraine war, there's all these children who've just been killed in Texas, their parents, the parents of the person who shot them, all the people suffering from the fires in northern New Mexico, and Lorraine in emergence in the ER, and then all the other people that might be in the ER there as well. Just bring all these people to your mind, do this meditation for all of these people. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Okay, so let's just set up our Chenrezig meditation. So now let's just imagine that all of space is filled with sentient beings, and particularly sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. And just try and fill that space with as many as you can think of. Don't stress your mind out too much. So your parents and other family members are beside you, and your friends, your supporters behind you as a support, and the people that you don't necessarily get along with, you have difficulty with, are in front of you, and the strangers all around. And first of all, contemplate the suffering of these people and these beings. And first think of the suffering of your parents and the other people you're close to. I mean, you know when your friend is depressed or sad about something or stressed about something, or someone that you know and you love is in pain. You don't want them to be in pain. You really can feel their pain. You really want them to get better. And you really are able to open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing. And you know that just like you, they want to be free of all that suffering. And then just imagine how wonderful it would be if they could be free and enjoy peace and bliss. And then think of the people that you don't like necessarily, and maybe they've hurt you, maybe they irritate you. And imagine their suffering, their physical pain, discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, their insecurity, their fear, their dissatisfaction. And just remind ourselves that just like us, they don't want to be happy. They want to be happy, they don't want to suffer. And probably due to this dissatisfied, suffering mind, they lash out at others, they harm others. And they're probably lonely. They probably can't find peace. So try as best we can to open our heart to those people for whom we normally have anger or irritation. Doesn't mean we have to invite them over dinner. We'll just try and soften our heart towards them and expand your awareness to take in the troubles and pain of other human beings and animals. You know, we have a lot of squirrels here, and they just are terrified, these little things. You know, they just really live their life in complete fear. You know, they go and take a drink, they eat some birdseed, and they're constantly on the lookout for predators. I mean, they live their lives in this unbelievably kind of stressed out way, which it's just awful, you know. When I walk by and they run, I'm like, no, just calm down. But no, they can't, because they just think danger. So remember that suffering and unhappiness and pain are mental experiences, and they're impermanent and they're changeable. This is good to remind ourselves about ourselves as well. We just have to work on our own mind, deal with our own negative energy. So we want to feel a strong aspiration to do this meditation, these practices this afternoon for ourselves, so that we can help others to be free of their suffering. So imagine above the crown of your head, facing the same way as you, Chenrezig, the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love and wisdom. And his body is of white light, transparent and radiant. And try to feel this living presence above the crown of your head. You can also imagine this is the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your trusted mentor. So whoever it is leading you along your spiritual path. This is their mind manifesting in this manner, this form, for your benefit. And so Chenrezig's face is peaceful and smiling, and he radiates love to you and all the beings surrounding you. And you can imagine he's smiling at you, welcoming you, really happy to see you. However it is you've shown up this afternoon, this morning, this evening, That's just perfectly fine. He has no judgmental thoughts towards you, no opinions, no criticism, just accepts you exactly as you are. He has 4 arms. His first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel, and this jewel fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disc, on an open lotus, with legs crossed in a full lotus posture. And he's wearing the 5-pointed crown on his head, embedded with jewels, and he's wearing jewelry all over his body, around his neck, his waist, his arms, wrists, and his ears, around his ankles. And he's wearing the celestial robes in the Royal Indian style, and has aura of light around his head and around his body. So really try and hold your awareness of this visualization, this holy being above the crown of your head, this compassionate, loving, kind, wise energy. And really try and stay open to this kind of energy. And make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings. And really try and get a sense you're connecting with your own highest potential when you do this. So we probably don't feel that way all the time, but we can connect with it every now and then, and doing a meditation like this is one way. So in response to your request, Chenrezig very lovingly, very happily sends streams of white light, filling every cell and atom of your body, and it purifies all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, and your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with his limitless love and compassion. And your body feels light and blissful, and your mind peaceful and clear as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now imagine Chenrezig above the crown of your head, dissolving into white light, and this flows down through the crown of your head and reaches your heart chakra. And your mind, your teacher's mind and Chenrezig's mind merges indistinguishably. They kind of melt into one. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. So when your usual I starts to arise, I'm not good enough, I'm this, I'm that, or I'm hungry, or I'm whatever, just try and return your mind to the experience of being one with this wise, compassionate, inspired energy. And let's just dedicate this practice to all the people of our life, perhaps to all the people in the world who are suffering from COVID, and maybe all the people who are taking care of them, and perhaps all the people who are in the hospital where Lorraine is right now. For Lorraine, get better. All the people in Ukraine, dedicate for all those parents in Texas, the children who've passed away. And for ourselves as we are moving along our spiritual path. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you're the source of all happiness and good. Our powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, savour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, everyone. Lorraine, when are you going home?